Everything was green. Flowers, wildflowers.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order and first ask the clerk to call the roll.
Agent.
Here.
Clegg.
Here.
Halliburton.
Here.
Sanchez.
Here.
Willits.
Here.
Woodings.
Here.
All present.
Well, thanks, everybody, and welcome back. Just to start things off, I just want to acknowledge it's been quite a process. See many of you back today that we've seen throughout the week, and appreciate the way in which we've had this discussion so far. Of course, there's a lot more discussion that will ensue today. So my comments and requests and expectations around respect and the treatment that we have for each other and our staff still stands today as it has every day. And with that, I am going to first have us, if I remember correctly, I had said that Maureen would be back to finish some of the presentation on potential conditions based on best practices due to some of the questions that council member has had. So what we're going to do today is first we'll have our staff present. Then from there, I'm going to open it up for questions for the council might have for both the city staff as well as the neighborhoods. And then at that point, when we've exhausted all of those questions, we'll move into rebuttal and we'll do questions, if it's okay with you, throughout rebuttal. So it flows. And once we've heard that rebuttal, we will close the record. And at that point, I'll look to council to begin conversation and deliberations. And if you've got questions that are more of a technical procedural nature, of course, we can still keep asking those of staff. All good for everybody? All right, great. Welcome, Maureen.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of council, thanks for having us back this evening. As the mayor stated, we're going to move through responding to the rest of the questions that mayor and council posed last week. And then we will move into how, if you decide to move forward with conditioning the application, how to reflect best practices in that set of conditions. So I'm going to invite Casey Mattoon up to finish a handful of slides on best practices, and then we'll move into those recommended conditions.
And then
Thanks.
while Casey's coming, I just want to remind council, you've probably seen, we've got department heads that are here. And if you submitted questions last week, if you read them into the record, whether it be for Casey, Maureen, or after for any of our other staff, will you just share them again? And then we'll have the right department director pop up.
Okay, so we'll just start. And my husband told me to concentrate on my breathing. He watched last time, so I'm going to try to breathe a little bit more fluidly. So where we ended last time was on shelter size and best practice. And I just wanted to reiterate one thing and make one last point here. So I want to reiterate that trauma-informed design matters the most. Trauma-informed environments can increase levels of safety for clients and staff, and that it may reduce the incidence and frequency of coping behavior such as emotional outbursts and reduce the likelihood of re-traumatization. Through trauma-informed designs, adherence to the principles of trauma-informed care, architectural projects may improve outcomes regarding mental health and substance abuse behaviors. The other point that we wanted to make here is that the question of the total number of beds is equated to the size of a shelter. Categorizing shelters into relative sizes, such as large and small, is not clear-cut and again does not relate to any evidence-based practices. So in the Shelter Better Task Force, we performed a quick review of Boise's peer cities, as has been indicated in the record, to see what larger system shelters exist in our peer cities. We found a mix of sizes that set a precedent that most peer cities do have larger shelters, where 12 out of the 17 examined had a shelter with at least 200 beds as their largest shelter. And then when we're just looking inside city of Boise for size of shelter, the proposal as written does not represent our largest shelter in our system. That's actually the Boise Rescue Mission with their River of Life that has 218 permanent beds and an ability to overflow 42 additional beds. And then as I'm going through, I think if you all want to let me get through at least a slide, and if there are questions, we could either do them on a slide basis, or we might set up a direct pass to Maureen for conditions, and it might make more sense there, whatever your preference would be, Madam Mayor and council members. So population mix and best practice. Shelters can effectively and safely serve a mix of populations. Populations served at any shelter should reflect a total system that can provide immediate access for everyone seeking a bed. Both the National Alliance to End Homelessness and the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness provide guidance on how to do this well. It is important to note that in that guidance, population-specific supportive services and programming are key. There are specific considerations that should be addressed specifically through design when mixing serving a mixed population. And the 4 points on this slide come from Design Resources for Homelessness out of Canada, which has been referenced in several individuals' testimony. First, there should be adequate separate spaces for population intake by familial status. And that includes those with mobility impairments to avoid crowding on the street and make sure that you're serving populations by household type in 2 separate areas. When genders are to be accommodated in the same shelter, design features should be incorporated to assure safety throughout the building, which includes secure and separate sleeping quarters, as well as separate lounge and washroom facilities. To serve families or couples, private rooms should be provided, period. And then shelter design needs to provide some separation for people with challenging behavior so that there is an ability to physically distance when problems arise. So operations and best practice. Shelter operations should be built on best practices to de-escalate the stress and trauma resulting from the crisis that people are experiencing. National best practices from the National Alliance to End Homelessness, the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness, and several other homelessness service providers from around the country were examined and underpinned the results of the recommendations put forward by the Adult Shelter Better Task Force. And as you know, that created the framework which our Path Home used in their evaluation of the proposal. 4 points we want to make here, or 5. 1, trauma-informed care responds by fully integrating knowledge about trauma into policies, procedures, practices, and seeks to actively resist re-traumatization, which is the source of most disruptive behavior that occurs within a shelter setting or that would spill over into any community. Second, the 4 Ps, pets, possessions, parking, and partners, need to be addressed to increase access to emergency services to get more people off the street on a night-by-night basis. Third, housing first. Fidelity is based on overwhelming evidence that people experiencing homelessness can achieve stability in permanent housing if they're provided with the appropriate levels of services, which includes emergency shelter. Housing first shelters prioritize housing planning with guests, in addition to having low barriers to access and programming that addresses barriers to housing that they can access without contingencies. So the programming in shelters can be focused around additional components of addressing barriers to housing. 4, data collection is important to determine shelter need and to track outcomes and informed adaptive mitigation strategies and service needs as they change within a homelessness response system. And 5, no limit to the length of stay, because people need an emergency bed while they work to secure permanent housing as quickly as possible, however long that may be.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Casey, Just a quick question about re-traumatization. Can you give us some examples of what it is you're trying to mitigate so that that doesn't happen?
Yeah. So, and this would be somewhere between trauma-informed care is the concept that, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, trauma-informed care is bringing the idea that people can experience multiple types of trauma, and we need to incorporate that understanding in all of our services designs. So recognizing homelessness is one experience that is traumatic, that individual might also carry several other traumatic experiences that could be associated with their housing loss or not. Then when you bring that to design, it's how do you take that principle to actual physical constructs of the building. So an example of a re-traumatization might be if you have somebody who has a mental health issue and that starts manifesting in behavioral outbursts in a dorm setting, you need to remove that individual from the dorm setting to another appropriate place within the shelter that prevents other individuals being re-traumatized by the experience that an individual is bringing into the room, while also caring for the person who's having the mental health crisis with supported professional staff and a location within your facility that is secure and safe for them to de-escalate. So that's an example just within a shelter, how you have both services from professional staff that are trained to do de-escalation and appropriate design both for the person that you're de-escalating and the other individuals you're trying to protect from that re-traumatization.
Thanks.
Okay. So security. As we've learned, this is all about internal operations and mechanisms that are aimed at keeping the guests and staff safe, which provides the building blocks for positive community integration and safety. So 4 things here are rules. Operating an emergency shelter that safely and effectively meets the diverse needs of guests requires establishing clear expectations for staff, volunteers, and guests. Emergency shelters can foster an environment of trust and respect by ensuring that services are voluntary and that the rules are reasonable, expressed openly and clearly, and that their enforcement is transparent and proportional. This comes from the United States Interagency on Homelessness. And the rules from Interfaith Sanctuary are referenced in your packet in the Good Neighbor Agreement, section 4G, with a lot of subpoints. I think it's 1 through 19. And then also again, in Exhibit 2, Interfaith Sanctuary's rules and regulations for consideration if they line up with this. Second, physical security measures. There are clear industry standards that are performed often through professional contracting, as we've seen the applicant engage with. It's important basically for guest safety, but the physical parameters also have to have some type of reporting mechanism. So if there is an incident, they provide us the ability to log the incident and the outcome. 3 is clearly defined de-escalation strategies. It's important for outlining how the staff address a disruptive behavior inside the facility, both independently and with partners. This is outlined in the RPATH home evaluation in terms of a 3-tiered system where first it's the applicant staff in a separate facility area. Second, it is a move to call mobile crisis for informed trauma and care response for a behavioral issue. And the third is involvement with the Boise Police Department. And then 4 is regular and defined reporting of incidents. This is to provide some clear areas on ongoing communication internally for staff and externally with partners that enables monitoring for improvement and adaptive mitigation strategies. That you'll see a little bit later in some of the conditions that we're proposing as staff, and you asked us to do so. And then just going back up to the physical security measures, that's the only one I didn't mention. A reminder that I think it was requested of the applicant to provide in their rebuttal some options for conditioning about minimal conditions that should be put into a security plan structure. And then my final slide is on safety. Sorry, my voice is so shaky and I don't know if it's nerves or the Rice Krispie treat I just ate. So safety is about setting up structures to mitigate impacts that arise in order to ensure the neighborhood is safe for everyone, which meets both the guests of the facility and the members of the community. The key here is to achieve the highest level of partner collaboration and make sure that that is accomplished in a way that is clear, so that there are kind of 3 standard ways that we would set this up. They're kind of listed out on here, and I'm going to go through them. First, a good neighborhood safety plan begins inside the shelter and is heavily dependent on shelter operations, We spent a great deal of time going over this, as has the applicant. But two things I want to highlight: guests and neighborhoods throughout our entire community are safer when people can access a bed overnight. That's unquestionable. And then immediate bed access is what actually keeps people off the street and out of neighborhoods. This is achieved not only through the total number of emergency beds that are available in our system, but the ability to adapt to emergent conditions like weather to provide overflow. Second is public services. They contribute to enhanced safety and adaptive mitigation when systems establish ongoing intensive collaboration. So if people are experiencing homelessness and they're sheltered, we with our public services are better to serve them than we otherwise would be. If people can access a safe bed and shelter that is supported by professional and trained staffing, the cost and effectiveness of non-shelter services decrease dramatically. And third is good neighbor agreements. These are an industry standard for shelter siting and establish formal expectations between the shelter provider and the community, including neighborhood leaders, businesses, and public servants. The important through line here is that has to be a multi-stakeholder approach to developing systems of accountability, which include, importantly, a frequency of communication and a role specifically for local government. These agreements are extensively outlined in the application in Exhibit A, Good Neighbor Agreement, and we believe they provide the necessary structures, expectations, and accountability mechanisms to ensure ongoing and adaptable mitigation is possible. So we could walk you through those at a later time from our perspective, or talk about how it relates to other successful mitigation strategies and some of the shelters that have been brought up. How's it tomorrow?
Madam Mayor. Casey, before we let you off the hook completely, and if someone else needs to answer this question, that's okay too. So you're talking about the multi-stakeholder approach with accountability. And I think the accountability maybe that you're referring to is the frequency and the role of the local government. What do you, when you say the role of the local government as far as accountability, what does that look like? How you're presenting?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton. It varies in different communities. As it's written in the Good Neighbor Agreements, the role of local government in this instance is the city of Boise playing the role of mediator. So where they outline a series of escalation opportunity, it begins with a call going into the shelter. And then as it's written today, there would be 7 days between that call going to the shelter. And if it's not resolved, it goes to the executive director of the shelter. If after 14 days of that call going to the executive director and it's not resolved, then it involves a stakeholder meeting that includes the Boise Police Department and neighbors. And then if at that time it's not able to resolve, the city of Boise steps in as a mediator to figure out a path forward, which relates to our role and responsibility, I think, as lead agency of the continuum of care, but also ultimately as code enforcement. So it's pretty detailed in the way that it's written in the Good Neighbor Agreement as it stands in your packet. And you would have the opportunity as council to adjust that, either shortening, extending timelines, or adjusting the role that you'd want to see the city of Boise play. So that's just one of the components of collaboration for the government there.
Thanks, Casey.
Madam Mayor.
I just have a follow-up to that. Casey, would the Good Neighbor Agreement, I guess, follow-up process, would that also then fold into that yearly or every 6 months review that the facility would undergo?
Madam Mayor, Council Member Woodings, it could. So as it's written right now, the annual review in, I think, condition 19 or 18, it's not directly connected to what is the role, except for the parties of the Good Neighbor Agreement would also be welcome to participate in that one-time meeting as it's conditioned today. So I think there's opportunity to figure out, is there a closer nexus that you all, if you were to move forward with conditioning, could build on the structure of the Good Neighbor Agreement meeting and communication channels and how those roll up into any type of annual reporting.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, thanks, Casey. My question, I guess, is if we were to go down this road, which parts of our city government would carry the load for doing this? So the initial meeting would be with, well, there's an initial meeting low, it escalates, BPD becomes involved. If BPD can't facilitate a resolution, then the city steps in as a mediator. And I guess what I'm wondering, if from other models or other places that have done this, is it like the city planning department because it's a land use condition? Is it some other division of the city? Like who actually, whose desk does this land on?
Yeah. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajent, that's up to, I think, definition either in collaboration with parties that regularly work with the homelessness community and our response to it. So that would likely include our office, which sits in planning and zoning, and we're in charge with leading the city's response on our independent and collaborative approach to homelessness. So I would imagine you could condition it landing somewhere on our desks collectively. And then, as I said, it's really unclear today what the interaction between that and specifically code enforcement, which is a separate process that begins with notification of a code compliance issue and trying to bring an applicant back into code compliance, and then a separate series of revocation meetings. So I think I would be interested if there are conditions from council on where you would prefer to see those strategies begin ultimately as they relate to first and foremost collaboration, and then moving from there into any regular code enforcement process.
Perfect. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have one more question. I think Casey, unless I think of another one down the road. Can you back up a couple of slides to where you're talking about, I think it's right here. Community need drives shelter size and design. So it's my understanding that this shelter is not large enough as proposed to fill the community need as it exists today. Can you speak a little bit to that and kind of how you see that going? Because I did not know that you have been studying shelter best practices for months now and are probably one of our foremost experts in the city on how to shelter. So I'm just hoping that you can speak to that a little bit and what the plan might be going forward.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Woodings, that's a great question, and one that I think we're actively trying to solve both as the lead agency for and in partnership with Our Path Home. So the first thing I would note on that is this shelter in particular is designed around our community need. And I think that's pretty clearly reflected between the Corporation for Supportive Housing shelter needs analysis and showing the nexus between the lack of 111 beds we have to serve families today and the proposal's 96 beds specifically for families in individual family rooms so that they can serve them safely and appropriately. You also see that through the testimony, I think Dr. Penny Beach from Family Medicine Residency of Idaho, who participated on the Shelter Better Task Force and gave you testimony in this hearing, demonstrated a need from our hospital systems to have a safe place to discharge patients who are costing our hospitals extra dollars to serve that are ready to move on if it weren't for their inability to house themselves or be housed. So shelter provides an intermediary. The total size 205 not being sufficient to cover system, I think the point I would make there is responding to homelessness, and particularly when it comes to shelter, where the city of Boise, outside of federally obligated dollars through our FEMA response, put a total of $10,000 towards shelter this calendar year. It is a coalition of the willing. And so while it would be great if this shelter proposal could cover our entire need, it's making a significant step in the right direction, particularly for critical populations we don't have the ability to care for well today. And I think that there's a lot more work to do within Our Path Home to talk about, is there a greater shelter need that we need to solve through another permanent structure? Is there a temporary structure that we have funding for that we could set up? And can we advance some best practices, including transitioning people quickly out of some of the hotel spaces that we have into housing? That gets difficult because it requires us to think about, do we change our prioritization process? So I think, as you all heard from Maureen, we have a lot of people and households experiencing homelessness today. The way that they get access to resources in our system is in coordinated entry. There is a very specific prioritization process that has been developed over years to say who goes next into housing. We'd have to adjust that if we'd want to pull people directly out of shelter ignoring the prioritization list into a housing situation. And we'd also have to compete in an incredibly tight market where we're already having a hard time finding housing units. So again, I think tons of answers there that hopefully help you understand it's a coalition of the willing, and we're trying to make steps forward every day and figure out what's our best
Yeah.
step.
So, Madam Mayor, Casey, so to kind of sum that up, no, this shelter does not fill our complete community need. Yes, it addresses some of our highest need communities, which are the medically fragile, lack of family shelter at this point. We will also, if this application is approved, pursue other shelter opportunities outside of this facility, no matter what. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
Madam Mayor, Council Member Woodings, I think a better every first 1 and 2 are right. A better assessment from my perspective is that we will spend our time for permanent housing resources first. And if we still find ourselves in need of shelter space, that's a conversation that the Our Path Home Partnership needs to have together collectively. Because as it stands today, there aren't resources for shelter. And when the partnership does leverage public resources, we tend to target those towards permanent solutions, because that's like the national best practice is that public dollars should be put towards permanent supportive housing solutions or permanent housing solutions. So we'll figure out a strategy, whether that includes some level of investment in shelter, I think is yet to be seen.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
So before I ask the question I'm going to follow up on that just a little bit. I think you jumped to a government shelter a little too quickly from what I understood. Councilmember President Pro Tem Wooding's question was, currently we have low barrier shelter that's serving a certain amount of people. This proposal proposes to serve some of our most underserved populations in addition to those being served today, but it doesn't include as many beds for those being served today as what are being served today, which leaves us short. And leaving us short means, as a community, whether it's government or someone else, is it true that despite if we were to approve this as proposed tonight, we would still be short shelter beds from beyond the priority populations that are going to be added to this one than what we have today?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Clegg, I think yes, and it depends on what overflow capacity would or would not be given to the shelter, because I don't know that answer about what space and fire code and if that meets the total need for single adult.
So yeah, let's not go into too much detail there, because that does bring up another question for me, is that we have said that there's a limit in this shelter, and yet I believe we're hearing that we should not limit it, that there should be overflow capacity because we don't want anyone on the street. So is the limit meaningful?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I just want to add that there is sufficient shelter capacity within the system if this shelter was approved at the size that it's proposed today, and that shelter capacity sits within other shelters. So the conversation that Casey, or the discussion, the point that Casey is making here is that there's a partnership and the collaboration and the conversation and discussion that has to happen between our PAP home partners to ensure that those beds that are accessible and not being accessed are able to be accessed.
Thank you. And thanks for clarifying, because I guess what I was referring to is low barrier beds. We will be short those without some collaboration to create more.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, yes, certainly increased collaboration will help there. There's also a process in place on a night-by-night basis where our shelter operators have a conversation about individual cases and can this person or this household go to your shelter tonight in instances where we have an overflow issue, and that happens already.
I understand that. Thank you. So back to my original question, as you talk about shelter size and best practice and the other safety and security concerns that you outlined, as I'm understanding these are internal to the shelter and what works inside the shelter and not necessarily what works in the location where the shelter is, which is what our decision has to be based on. Other than making sure that there's a bed for everyone, the rest of these best practices are designed to make the shelter internally work well, which we hope would reduce trauma and all of those things. But my question is how, if shelter size is unimportant, does that mean that the shelter size does not impact the neighborhood in which it's placed?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, I think the only edit I might make there is it's not a hope that it will, it's an evidence base that demonstrates that best practices as they relate to internal operations within a shelter are the thing that help us achieve safe community results. And so I think that's where the evidence base jumps a little bit from the question you posed to anything that goes into a community, as we've heard in testimony from Police Chief Lee and other folks, will have some level of impact. The question as we're evaluating it is, what are the best practices that shelters nationally use to operate, and do those present an ability to meaningfully mitigate adverse impact? I can't tell you if there is a size threshold because I cannot find it in any research that demonstrates an evidence base. The size has a yes, no impact on a neighborhood differently at some level versus another level. The only thing that there's a research base for is the stuff that we presented to you. So I can't give you that answer because it doesn't exist for us and what we found.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor. This is one of the many times when I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer, but what I wonder is if in reviewing all these best practices, if you happen to notice if any other jurisdiction had attempted to implement them through a land use decision rather than collaborative processes, contracts, agreements, et cetera. Because that's one of the things that seems unique about the conversation we're having here. We're talking about potential conditions in a conditional use permit. And so I just wonder if you happen to have seen anything that would give us any indication of how that might go.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajent, we did not review how other communities, what their zoning code or what those ordinances are set up to do, right? So what we took was what we have. There are 4 zones in which this is allowable, and it has to be through a conditional use permit. So use that as a threshold or a criteria, and then overlaid best practice as it relates to shelter operations, shelter size, safety, and security.
Maybe this, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Bajent, maybe this is not what you're asking, but so in what Maureen just said is correct. And we looked at how they make land use decisions in other cities. So we looked at a couple that have specifically in their code where the city of Boise does not have specific conditions for review of a shelter home. That does exist elsewhere. And we looked through those components, and that was part of how we constructed what are the best practices for a safety and security plan, essentially. And so some of those have been brought up in testimony where they're pointing to Utah shelters that have a code basis for the things that they're required. And then there's an annual reporting structure where they get audited. So some of the shelters we had talked about had a 2018 audit that went to the state based on provisions within the code. That audit produced a series of recommendations that were implemented. Another audit took place in 2021 and showed demonstrable progress on a couple of areas of security concern that were brought forward by partners, and they demonstrated a change. So I don't know if that example or others that we pulled from code to understand what are the elements for a land use decision as they're informed by safety, security, best practice, but we did go about it in that way. Now, whether I'm not a land use person, so that's where I would say I definitively don't know if those are from a land use or if this is just the standard for getting to a land use decision that provides stakeholders the most information that we can.
Thanks, that's helpful. I guess just if any other expert comes up and talks, that the thing I'm trying to understand is if it's better to, and I'm not diminishing your expertise, it's just like, if it's better to implement best practices through, for example, ordinance, or better to implement them through conditioning land. And it's perfectly fine if yeah, we don't know, but that's kind of what I'm chewing on here.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember President, we don't know the answer to that.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Casey Marine, thank you. I have a question. And again, you don't know, that's a perfectly acceptable answer. Is there any evidence based on grouping folks of similar circumstances together for outcomes? In other words, having a shelter that only deals with families or having a shelter that deals with single parents, having a shelter that deals with singles. Is there any evidence based on the outcomes of doing that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willetts, these are the only two things that I could find within that, because we found that from the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness, which is one of our larger umbrella government agencies that oversee this type of work, what they say is that while there are many emergency shelters that specialize in specific populations, such as single adults, family, youth, or people fleeing domestic violence, it's up to the shelters, and they should tailor their responses to the needs and strengths of the population that they are serving and how they seek assistance within their system. So they didn't have a clear answer on, do population outcomes significantly differ when they're mixed versus when it's a single facility serving a single type of population. And then the National Alliance to End Homelessness, how they weigh on this is that they say there's no reason that shelter, or it's a best practice that shelters do not screen out guests by disallowing them to serve households of any configuration, which is couples without children, persons identifying as LGBTQ, two-parent household mothers with teen boys, or people with substances, people using substances, or with mental health disorders, regardless of their treatment compliance, or people with a criminal history. So there isn't an evidence base for outcomes being better. And there are reasons from two of the leading agencies to why population mixing, especially where there's a shelter capacity issue, is doable. It makes sense within evidence.
I just have one question to follow up on that, because I actually just learned that this week. We heard from a few folks who were testifying about their fear of sex offenders being at this shelter. Can you cover real quick how that works in our shelter system currently and who can and can't be served at different facilities?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Woodings, today the Boise Rescue Mission is the only shelter that serves people who have a sex offense registered to them, or they're registered as a sex offender. I think if you have more questions about how the applicant would be in compliance with their rule, which doesn't allow them to house sex offenders, I think that that would be a great question for during their rebuttal. And then Maureen will address in conditions what we would recommend in instances where an individual with a sex offense is unable to be served at the shelter facility that's proposed.
Okay, Madam Mayor, council members, we're going to move through now the set of conditions that was listed in the record as part of the planning staff's recommendations for this land use or this proposed land use. And these modifications or changes that the homeless services staff that we're recommending, again, is to take that set of conditions and apply a best practice lens. It might help to turn to this page in your record, and I apologize, I don't know what page that is, but it's the recommended conditions of approval. And as you
It's page 10.
Page 10, thank you. And as you turn to that page, what I want to reiterate, what I want to sort of couch these next set of slides in is that a well-run shelter produces better results, no matter who is housed there, no matter the size, some of those elements that Casey just reviewed. So a well-run shelter produces better results, and it produces better results for the people accessing that shelter and for those who interact with them, be it staff or neighborhoods. What we are proposing, the set of slides I'm about to go through, is how to improve upon the original conditions on page 10, while also addressing the key areas of concern the parties of record from the surrounding neighborhoods have brought forth. Okay, so on conditions number 1 and 2, if you're tracking with me here, We have no recommended changes. On condition 3, we would recommend modifying the condition to include installation of a self-syringe disposal. Safe disposal was asked for by the neighborhoods, and it's also recognized as an element of harm reduction. Harm reduction is a best practice. We'll talk a little bit more about it. So it's also an element of harm reduction, mitigating community impact by providing a safe and known location for disposal of any potentially dangerous materials. On condition 4, and this was a question that there's been, or excuse me, this is a condition that there has been some questions about, most recently from Council President Clegg this evening. We are recommending the following. 1, require that the applicant include in their operational processes a policy that requires coordination with other shelters before initiating overflow processes. This happens already in the night-by-night coordination among the shelters, but we're suggesting that that be formalized through policy. We are also recommending removing the limit on the number of days overflow capacity is allowable. Overflow is a best practice. The key on that is that we want people to access beds. We want them inside. We want them sheltered for the night so that we can connect them to services and resolve their housing crisis as soon as possible. Where there would be a limit, and I see you coming, Council President, is that overflow capacity would be limited to the number of people allowed in the facility by fire code.
And how many people is that?
I would have to defer to Chief Niemeyer on the number allowed by fire code.
And then we'll ask that question later. In addition, if this condition is allowed, of what import is the 205? Doesn't it just essentially say that there can be as many beds here?
Numbers, the quote unquote bed counts and what's a year-round bed versus overflow, they do flex and they also follow seasonally. More people are seeking shelter in the winter than otherwise. We also have more families seeking shelter in the summer than they otherwise might be throughout the year because school is out. So there is some flex, and I understand when you're trying to condition or potentially trying to condition an application and want to sort of have a target number not to exceed beds, that you might feel compelled to set that number, which is why we offered the upper bound of fire code and still trying to pin back to, if somebody shows up and needs a bed, our best day is to provide them a bed, whether it counts on that housing inventory chart as a year-round bed or it's an overflow mat on the floor.
Okay, I just wanted, again, for us not to forget, for those of us who don't work in this field on a day-to-day basis, that, we might picture a bed, and that's not what we're talking about all the time for everybody. So thanks, Maureen.
I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on to the next condition because it relates to this one, at least in some respect. So 2 modifications to the professional staff piece on condition 5. 1, require the applicant to increase overnight staffing. And Casey talked last week about how staff ratios, although maybe tempting to set, don't necessarily make a lot of sense. We need to rely on our shelter operator knowing and understanding the the population mix that they're serving, about how and when to adjust that. And then the second part is very key. Require the applicant to train all staff in the following: operational and safety procedures specific to the shelter, motivational interviewing, trauma-informed care, diversion from shelter, so safe diversion from shelter, de-escalation and conflict resolution, healthy boundaries, mental health and addiction issues and causes, harm reduction, impact and complexities of homelessness, and then diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Madam Mayor, excuse me. Geez. These trainings that you have listed here, are these trainings that are readily available for folks to be able to take?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, yes. Number 6, this condition has to do with parking. We would suggest modifying it to require the applicant to proactively report known vehicles not parked on the applicant's property to our Path Home Street Outreach and Code Enforcement. Our Path Home Street Outreach and Code Enforcement already have this operationalized. They already have a partnership in which if code enforcement comes across a vehicle that is known to have people living in it or suspected to, that they have a set of processes they follow to be in touch with street outreach to go make that connection. That absolutely happens in that 17th Street area that has been brought up, that is adjacent to Interfaith Sanctuary. So this process is already or operationalized, if you will. You could certainly consider conditioning it for the proposed move of Interfaith or the applicant to the State Street location. So on conditions 7, 9, and 10, not recommending any changes. On condition 8, a couple things here. 1, require the applicant to meet with those entities with whom the applicant has entered good neighbor agreements at least quarterly. And then there's a related condition here. It's condition 19, that the participating agencies listed in condition 19 may request that these meetings happen as often as monthly, depending on what that compliance report looks like as that's drafted, and ensuring that the conditions set forth are being adhered to.
Madam Mayor. Maureen, are you confident that if someone enters into one of these good neighbor agreements, that there is adequate mechanisms in that to ensure that the conditions are met and are enforced?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, it was a little bit difficult to hear you, but I think you asked me if I'm confident that what's included in the good neighbor agreement draft, for lack of a better term, gets us all the way there in terms of accountability and what ought to be included in such an agreement. The shortest, simplest answer I can provide you is yes.
Okay. And so we don't need to condition this anymore in terms of the enforcement part of it, the accountability part.
If, Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, if it's conditioned as originally written, and then with the additions here, I would say no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so no recommended changes to condition 12. Condition 11, we have one suggested modification to require the applicant to perform emergency or after hours check-in after 7 PM in front of the building. This is in an effort to ensure that we're avoiding loitering, to avoid sleeping outside. This was also a recommendation that aligns with Boise Police Department and having a more flexible approach to check-in. I would also offer that as a practical matter, people that are accessing the shelter have jobs, and not all of those jobs are an 8 to 5, and that is a barrier to accessing shelter. So if they can work, get off work and access the shelter at such time, we would recommend making that adjustment to condition 11. No recommended changes to condition 14. And then number 13, really just in an effort again to be a good neighbor and make sure that they understand more than what's just going on inside the building, requiring the applicant to perform a litter patrol of the perimeter area and any magnet areas, i.e. known locations. For example, the bus shelters. This condition is also related to number 17. So keep that in mind as we move through. Sleeping overnight outside the buildings on the property is prohibited. This is condition 15. We would suggest modifying that condition to explicitly state the following: no tents for sleeping allowed on the property, and no one is allowed to sleep in a vehicle on the property. Condition 16, no recommended changes. Condition 17, we would suggest modifying to require the applicant to install 2 bus shelters, one on each side of State Street, to accommodate riders that are traveling both ways.
Madam Mayor. Valley Regional Transit is undergoing planning as we speak to improve bus shelters and amenities along this transit stops on State Street. So I've contemplated that if this does go forward and we have a requirement here, it would be that the applicant be required to work with Valley Regional Transit on the plans they already have in place and enhance those as needed to better serve the guests of this facility, and require Interfaith to participate financially on whatever those enhancements are.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, from my perspective, that makes sense, and I would defer to the applicant about whether they would commit to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Condition 18, as written, it only references one meeting after a year of occupancy. We would submit that this meeting should happen annually, and that during that meeting, the applicant should be required, A, to produce a compliance report, and then B, that compliance report would be reviewed within that annual meeting.
Madam Mayor, I assume this means that you would remove the last sentence of the existing condition and add these. The existing one says the meeting shall be informational only.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, that is correct. If there's action that needs to be taken based on the results of that compliance report, those actions should be taken. Those recommendations should be followed up upon.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Maureen, was there any thought into doing this more often in the first year of operation at all?
Madam Mayor, Council Pro Tem Woodings, yes, and certainly that could be conditioned that way. I would offer that in condition, I believe it's 8, we suggested that these meetings happen quarterly. This is the relation to condition 19, where in which if the participating agencies, in that annual meeting have reason to believe that monthly meetings would be advantageous, that could happen. It could also be conditioned that in the first year, to your point, Council Pro Tem, that those happen, monthly or another interval of your choosing.
Thank you.
Okay, condition 19, we had really a set of 3 modifications to include specific meeting agenda items and then requiring a review of key reports. So 1, require the applicant to share summary data on the number of incidents they've logged, including calls for de-escalation, requiring the applicant to provide monthly homeless management information system report. So that's the data system that our Path Home uses to track outcomes. And then BPD may bring their quarterly crime report for the surrounding area. And this would be a monthly meeting, of course, between Boise Police Department, who is a partner agency of our Path Home, and our Path Home representatives. Condition 20, directly relating to a security plan. Again, a series of 3 modifications are recommended here. 1, require the applicant to include physical security measures, and this is referenced in the Boise Police Department memo as well. So either wanding or a metal detector at intake, security surveillance equipment inside and outside the building. 2, Casey referred to this in his comments, to require the applicant to outline the 3-tier de-escalation strategy that's referenced in the RPath home evaluation. Importantly, this should include an allowance for BPD's right to trespass. And then 3, require the applicant to develop and maintain an incident log. This incident log should record incidences of physical violence, threats, theft, medical issues, etc. I'll let you read that one.
Madam Mayor. Maureen, these conditions don't encompass all of the recommendations that were in the chief's memo. On the fire side of it, we've said that the recommendations in the fire chief's memo should be incorporated. And I wonder if you considered just putting a similar statement.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, again, yes, condition 20 references the memo by date. So BPD's memo, November 5th, 2021. And then I believe, excuse me, Boise Fire is condition 22.
I guess I'm referring to the fact that in this condition, it says shall reflect recommendations, and in the condition for the fire memos, it says shall comply with requirements. And wondering why the difference.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, 2 reasons on that difference. The first is through what we've provided here, we've added the additional components we felt comfortable in terms of putting language that requires the applicant to do something. There is one thing in the Boise Police Department memo, which commits the Boise Police Department to reopen and staff the Willow substation. And we didn't feel it was appropriate to place a condition upon the Boise Police Department and conditions that are meant for the applicant compliance. So it's kind of a both and, where you think that they're meaningfully incorporated by name. And that was the one where we were just like, we don't feel comfortable going all the way on it.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on, conditions number 21 and 22 did not have any recommended changes. And then this is a set of 6 recommended new conditions. So I'll move through these and then feel free to interrupt me with questions. The first one is that the facility shall not eject someone to the street during the hours of 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Except upon coordination with other shelters, as we've talked about, and or as the situation demands, coordination with Boise Police Department. Number 24, this one was referenced as well in some capacity in earlier discussions this evening. The applicant will coordinate with other shelters to provide the transportation required in all instances where an individual cannot be served at the facility. In those instances when an individual cannot be served because of a sex offender status, and or a behavioral health issue, Boise Police Department must be notified. So those two sort of pair. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, so what if someone refuses to go to a different shelter? Will that also be reported to BPD?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, that is our intention, to ensure that the applicant is not ejecting people overnight with no plan, to make sure. And I will say that as a practical matter, this type of coordination happens on a night-by-night basis, but it's not yet conditioned in an application such as this one.
Okay, so we could play with this language a little bit. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, quick follow-up there. Would this or could this also be used for condition 4 when we're talking about hitting overflow and coordinating with the other groups? The transportation would or could be used for that circumstance as well.
Madam Mayor, Council Member Halliburton, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
So then if I move on here, the next two also largely pair. The facility shall have separate intake processes and physical spaces for families with children and adult-only households. Again, that's largely how the homeless service system categorizes household type. Either you're in a household with children or you're not. The intake area shall include separate waiting areas. And then number 26, the facility shall include physical barriers between the spaces designated for families with children versus adult-only households.
Madam Mayor. Maureen, can you explain a little bit more your thinking about these 25 and 26? Like why that's a condition that you would recommend?
Madam Mayor, Council Member Willits, I'll explain a little bit here and then have Casey expound. Because population mix that, because shelters can effectively and safely serve multiple populations, these conditions represented here are two ways that we can operationalize what safety looks like and what trauma-informed care looks like. I will also say that this is a nod, if you will, to some of the concern that's been brought forth by parties of record to ensure that the way we're doing this, the way the homeless services system is proposing to do this, can be done in the safest way possible. Okay, two more conditions here. Again, these are two that the applicant is currently participating in. Number 27 has to do with coordinated entry. The applicant must participate in coordinated entry. Every shelter guest must be connected to Our Path Home Connect. That's how the partnership has branded coordinated entry. What that translates to is that every guest has a housing plan, period. 28, the applicant must use Our Path Homes HMIS. They must use our homeless management information system. Not only must they use it, they need to enter all of the universal data elements into that system.
Is that the last page of, great. Any further questions for Maureen or Casey while they're up here?
Madam Mayor, Maureen, on condition 23, you talked earlier about folks who may have different hours because of work considerations. Am I right in assuming or interpreting this as the facility shouldn't eject someone, so tell them to leave, but they can voluntarily leave during those hours for any reason, or can we condition it a little bit tighter so that folks aren't just sort of leaving the facility during certain hours?
Madam Mayor, Council Pro Tem Woodings, a couple of things here. One, I would encourage you to ask that question of the applicant. Okay. The other kind of color I'll add is that one has to do with who's entering that building and why they might be entering. The other has to do with why they might be leaving, and ensuring that if there is any question. If it has to do, I don't want to be here, there's escalated behaviors, that the other conditions that sort of wrap around this one and others in terms of the shelter's operations would come into play here. But this is to avoid that instance where, hey, you're being disruptive, you can't be here anymore, and sort of washing hands of the situation, but rather taking a proactive approach to ensure that we know where that individual is going. And not only is the neighborhood safe, but that individual is safe as well.
Great, thank you.
Madam Mayor, Council Member Woodings, just one more note on that. If you wanted to engage in that condition, I think Maureen's reference to speaking with the applicant, and it would probably fit a little tighter under the security plan, because that's where the rules for guests are. And this sounds a little bit more like it's a rule for guests where the shelter operator is setting clear expectations on things like curfew, lights out, returning to beds. And so it just might administratively fit cleaner there.
Mayor, I have one more question. And maybe legal will say no, but Maureen, could you provide us a printout of these proposed conditions tonight? Are you okay with that, Rob?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That would be really helpful.
Okay.
I mean,
I'll
my
go-
notes are copious, but maybe not copious enough.
Madam Mayor, Council Pro Tem Woodings, if there's no further questions, I can make copies of those now.
Madam Mayor, I do have a couple more questions. Maureen, Casey referenced the 4 Ps earlier, and I didn't see any conditions, and maybe they're represented somewhere else that talks about some of the personal belongings, pets, parking, partners. Yep.
Yes. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, while I find this, sorry. One, I think the applicant can better speak to what that looks like for them, but I'll just reference it is part of their packet. And so they address pets in a policy that they have. And so you might condition them to provide that policy for service animals. They address possessions and kind of the design components that include both storage lockers on the first floor, and also in many of the private and semi-private rooms, you'll see tiny little rectangles that I believe are storage cabinets there as well. Parking, they provide for the ability to park as long as your vehicle is within those conditions. And then we address the secondary component of that through the condition of notification for known locations for parking offsite, for potentially in the neighborhood. And then on partners, that's the whole concept behind their room design. So that's where you see a super majority of the rooms are for families, which is our single biggest lacked capacity today for a family to be able to stay together. And then as part of the Shelter Better Task Force, we did look at data. And so that is on the Shelter Better Task Force website, which is part of your packet for this, where we talk about survey responses of people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness and staying on the street or on couches and in their cars today. And they name these exact barriers as the reason that they're not able to access shelter today. So I would encourage you to ask the applicant to speak a little bit more about their approach to those things. But from our read, it's in here at a base level.
Great, thank you. And then a question on another condition, Madam Mayor. There's 2 conditions here that talk a little bit about trash and litter. One is condition number 13, require litter patrol. There's some talk about some training for staff. And then there's also one of the first points on condition 3, adding safe sharp disposal. And I'm wondering if that is on-site only, if that's a recommendation for additional areas around the area, if there's training that's needed, if we're asking for them to do litter patrol related to that.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, that recommendation to install that safe syringe disposal is on-site only, and it's reflective of current practice at our shelters. We wouldn't feel comfortable mandating that of anyone but the applicant in other areas. There isn't training for litter patrol included as like a staffing requirement, but I'm sensing there might be some health and safety things about groups that go and participate that. What I would reference is that in their good neighbor agreements, where they kind of talk about the responsibilities, they do mention the potential to provide services like this within the perimeter area, which is kind of defined in condition 13 and some of those known locations. So they reference an ability to do this in their good neighbor agreement, which I think speaks to their comfortability with doing it. But I would direct a question at what staff training they would recommend in terms of their policies and procedures to determine your level of comfortability with it.
Great, thank you.
Madam Mayor. So, and just to piggyback off of Councilman Halliburton, so the safe syringe disposal, is that inside the building or is that just on the site? Do we know?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, I would direct that question either to the applicant in their current process. I would not either. I would direct that question to the applicant. They install these with, as you see referenced on the slide, in a partnership with the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare as part of their harm reduction program. There are very clear kind of instances, but I think that they would be able to tell you if it's best practice inside only, outside only, or both.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, I would also add that this installation wouldn't happen without partnership with BPD, and they make recommendations about where it might make the most sense to install these or not.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor. Maureen, I don't need a long answer to this, just a quick short one, but we've heard that these best practices will mitigate, and yet we've seen evidence in other places that even where the best practices have been instituted, there's still impact. Do you have any comment on that?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, respectfully, where these best practices have been implemented with validity, we see improved outcomes, and we see improved outcomes for the shelter staff. We see improved outcomes, most importantly, for the people accessing shelter, and we see improved outcomes for the neighborhood. We have also seen, and in some respects, I hesitate to bring this up because I don't want it to dangle, and I'm realizing you asked me to be brief, so I'm going to wrap it up. However, we've also seen instances where a shelter performs so well that we're able to, communities are either able to repurpose that shelter into housing or shut it down entirely. So that's where our hopes are hinged in terms of the outcomes that we expect to see when best practices are implemented fully and with validity.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, shifting gears to an easy question, I hope. Is there a single clear standard definition for medically fragile? I mean, I get the concept, but is there a clear definition for it that's accepted?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajan, I would say that you would direct that to Interfaith Sanctuary, but it is two things currently, and we know this as lead agency for our COVID response hotel. One, medically fragile is the status that's determined by the hospital, where they request that they can discharge to a shelter because the patient is healthy enough to no longer need hospital services, but still requires some level of care that makes it unsafe and illegal for the hospital to discharge them to the streets if they have nowhere else to go. And then there's a second level of medical fragility that's determined by the staff at the shelter that is either temporary or based on aging into medical fragility. So temporary, think a really intense infection and they need some advanced care and some isolation within the facility. Aged into fragility is people who are more and more and are experiencing homelessness, aging into a level where they need skilled nursing. We currently have an incredible shortage, and to care for that person appropriately at the level with which they need care, there has to be some designation that allows them to support, have like some level of additional staff support that looks a little like skilled nursing, but is definitively not skilled nursing. So that's the operational definition that they've used in our security planning around COVID-19.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Hey, Casey, come back up there. I just want to give you the opportunity. I asked about 25 and 26, and Maureen said that you might have some more context or background. If you do, great. If you don't, fine. On why those are conditions.
Yeah, the only thing, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willetts, the only things that I will say briefly, the inclusion of waiting areas is a trauma-informed design concept that as people are waiting to access service, they should be comfortable at all points in their experience or as comfortable as we can be. So that looks different in shelter designs, whether that's allowable inside because they have the space to do it, or whether it becomes an external part of their building that you might just condition covering. So we've seen it look a lot of different ways, and it really, I think, would be a conversation between you all and the applicant. And on 26, if you look at the design, you'll see that there is one locked and secure door towards the back of the property that separates the families from the rest of the shelter, but you do not see an equal locked door on the front side of the design between the family facility and the single adults. So we specifically would say there needs to be an additional secured barrier between those two things in the design, and we can point you to options, but we would say that's a better question for the applicant's architectural team to determine where it most appropriately fits within their design.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both. We're going to take a super fast 5-minute max break, and then we'll come back for the rest of the questions for other staff. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Who wants to go first? Questions for other staff? You? Did you say yes? Okay, go ahead. Who do you need?
Madam Mayor,
Yep,
a couple of questions for the police chief, if he's here, which he is.
Chief Lee.
Madam Mayor, members of council.
Good evening,
Questions? Good evening, sir.
Chief. A couple of follow-up questions from last time we met. I think you were going to do some digging on property crime calls for service at 1620 West River Street, possibly also in the 300-foot radius, and possibly also in the same vicinity on State Street where the applicant is proposing moving to. So just circling back to that.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I'm actually just realized as I was sitting back here that for the actual crimes, the specific address, there's some data gap here. So I've actually got my crime analysis unit running it in real time to try and get you accurate new numbers, but we do have accurate numbers for within 300 feet of those distances, and I can speak to that, sir.
Great.
And then when you get the other, we'll still be here. So we can get it to you then.
That seems to be the way it is, ma'am. There are a few different ways that I can explain this, and if you'll give me a quick second so I can organize some notes here and talk to it specifically. And pardon me, I have written notes here, Madam Mayor, members of council, but looking at them, I realize my eyes are not as young as they once were, so I'm going to try and put them on the computer screen so they're a little larger to read for me. Relative to property-related crimes around the current address of Interfaith Sanctuary, I have data from 2014 to 2021 for what we would categorize as other types of crime, property, what are categorized as society crimes, as well as violent crimes and a crime total. 2019 is arguably a best year to pick just for a single year data set because of when the Salvation Army closed as the Salvation Army location. And so in terms of property crimes in 2019, there were 43 actual crimes. I want to emphasize that those are not calls for service, but the actual crimes that occurred. In comparison to that 300-foot around the Salvation Army in 2019, actual property crimes we took reports on were 3. Using that same year's data set, total number of crimes amongst all of those categories would be 335 at Interfaith Sanctuary at the location of what was then the Salvation Army. Total number of crimes reported would be 23. There is also some other inferences that can be drawn from the data set. If council would entertain, we actually, as part of pulling the data set, saw it over timeline specific, like what times of days. I'm not sure if the microphone, oh, there we go. We actually pull it out by various times of day. So essentially each hour, each day of the week, that's how the data set presents itself before we input it for analysis. There are a few things that can be inferred from that data set that essentially when we see calls for service as well as crime occurring at Interfaith Sanctuary, remember a lot of crime that the police respond to, again, somebody's called us, that's the initiate mechanism for the report for us to take it in. The easy way to sum it up is that around the Salvation Army, and this should make some sense here in a second, around the Salvation Army, I'll round the numbers to say eventually lunch to dinner time is when you see people calling us. On the other hand, when you look at where Interfaith Sanctuary is, it's essentially when business opens about mid-morning until entertainment in downtown would end. So that 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, when people may be out to dinner, maybe out doing other things. And that trend maps fairly regardless of day, with the exception that on Interfaith, we see that continued activity over the weekend. And the reason I bring that data up as being relevant and important here is it speaks to one of the concerns I've raised here before, which is it happening more or is it watched more, in turn being reported more? One of the inferences that we could draw from this, knowing the actual crime numbers, is that it is likely any movement would at least initially generate many more calls for service, especially during those lunch to evening hours. Those are also hours when we see generally in the city greater calls for service. So the strain on police resources without reconfiguring staffing or shifting of personnel on shifts would be appreciable. We would have to make some adjustments beyond even just the geographic change in location. It would be during sort of those peak hours, sir.
Those are exactly the questions I was asking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, sorry, I guess I could, one more. Can you remind me what your testimony was, I think a week ago, about calls that you thought would shift? Because it wasn't, I just recall that it wasn't clear cut, that some calls for service would shift, some would, I don't recall, frankly.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajent, essentially part of our challenge is that we know that likely with the move of Interfaith Sanctuary, you would see a reduction in calls for service in that area. You would see an increase in any new location. A portion of those calls for service, of course, will be crimes. The challenge is that right now we have density in the location. Some of that is interaction with people at Interfaith as well as other folks in the area of its present location. Do we see an exact decrease in the calls for service demand there corresponding to an exact increase in a new location? It would probably not be the case. What that balances out to, what will be our continued demand down here in an urban core where we're able to direct most of our resources versus moving at least a portion of that hotspot 3 miles down the road, that becomes a challenge that we're going to have to see the actual data of to make the adjustments, if you'll have it on the fly as we're balancing out resources.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Chief, thanks for being here. In your letter or your memo to Interfaith, there were 13 points, some of which were very specific and are still not included in some of the suggested conditions other than that the plan shall reflect the recommendations outlined. And so one, do you believe that language is strong enough? And specifically to me, there's a couple of things that I don't see being addressed. One is that recommendation to ensure that as residents, as guests enter the facility, they don't have a weapon. And however that happens, I didn't see as part of that a recommendation for Interfaith response if they do find a weapon. And I wonder if you could, if you've thought that through, do they have a safe on site? Do they refuse admittance to the person? If they refuse admittance and they go stash the weapon somewhere else and come back, is that a good practice? You know, what happens if there is a weapon?
Madam Mayor, President Clay, part of that question is best directed at the applicant as to what will be their practices. It would be inappropriate for me to commit their resources, but if examining it from a lens of a generic best practice, it would depend on the type of weapon that is trying to be introduced to that environment. One, some instances that may be illegal and may be necessary to report it to the police. In other instances, it may be a weapon that's lawfully possessed. There may be the ability for an institution to secure it on site. As a police officer, when I enter the federal courthouse, I'm not allowed to have a firearm. I have to lock it in a safe in the federal courthouse, as an example. So there is a capacity to do that. What I would hope would not be a practice at this or any other institution would be to tell people that they're not admitted and to allow them to reapply for admittance, encouraging weapons of any kind to be put in the neighborhood, because that obviously puts them adrift and subject to other people recovering them and doing other things with them.
Okay, thank you. And the second one that I didn't see specifically was the need for security cameras on the exterior of the building. And so both that and then just generally, are you comfortable that this would meet, as has been suggested, recondition it, that this would meet your concerns?
Madam Mayor, President Clegg, I would suggest that there is an advantage to having security cameras on the outside, simply as a force multiplier, although those are not 100% necessary depending on how the establishment is run in its entire procedures. As to the specific verbiage of whether or not reflect versus an incorporate or some of their language may be stronger, I think what's important to remember is that these are sort of larger pillars of recommendations that must be included without necessarily the granular specificity. Reflect maybe language that is adequate, provided when the police department has its opportunity to review, we are seeing adequate specificity to meet the intent.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, just to follow, I'm so sorry. Just to follow up on the council president's questions about outdoor cameras. Since cameras are becoming ubiquitous in our society, I'm wondering what would be the purpose if that were to be a recommendation for the applicant.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, I think the easiest way to describe it is that it's essentially a force multiplier, the ability for somebody to monitor multiple.
Could you explain what that means when you use
Thank
that
you.
term?
My apologies. It essentially enables one person to accomplish more of a task or a smaller set of people to accomplish a larger task than would be necessary if we manually did it with people. If you imagine the old movies with the night watchman walking their rounds, that was very resource from a personnel standpoint, intensive to make sure that we have visibility, eyes on, the ability to quickly respond to any location outside Interfaith Sanctuary or any potential business. The advantage to this is when we're talking about managing resource demands, situational awareness, if a police response is necessary, that eyes on availability is advantageous for all parties involved.
Madam Mayor. Chief Lee, I had a question that kind of tagged on to Councilmember Bajent's question earlier, and I can't remember if we discussed it while you were here last week or not. So I apologize in advance to your number crunchers who are currently working on this. We've had many folks hoteled now for a couple of years due to the pandemic. Do you have any data on what calls for service that has resulted in those hotel locations?
Madam Mayor, Pro Tem Whittings, I do have information related to the hotels and how they're used, particularly in response to COVID-19 and the ability to house individuals elsewhere. Pardon me, the font is a little bit small here, so give me a second. We were able to bracket them out, essentially looking at the Riverside Hotel and the Cottonwood Hotel as the two primary ones which held contracts. We were able to bracket them within the timeframes of when those contracts were held, and look at the types of crimes and whether or not there was an increase in crime, or at least calls for service. And in both cases of calls for service as well as crimes, and again, the call for service sometimes results in a crime. Thus, if we get more calls for service, we're probably going to investigate more that actually result in crime. In both cases, there was an increase during the year as well as during the window of time that we looked at when they were housing the population. But one of the things that's important to draw from that is when we looked at the overall crime trend, it actually trended downwards, which I know doesn't sound like it makes logical sense. So let me try and explain this a little bit. What we saw, and it goes back to this, is it happening more, or is it watch more conversation that I keep trying to bring up? We noticed that about a month after any spike where we housed a significant number of people there, in the case of the Riverside, the first month that we housed them there, you didn't see an increase in calls for service or an increase in the call for service that resulted in criminal investigation and a report being written. A month later, though, we saw a pretty significant rise. And then we saw those numbers drop off about a month later and flatline out. The overall total numbers reflected an increase for just that window, but when stretched out over the year and average, it actually showed a slight decline. When we look at the Cottonwood Hotel, there was a second spike in COVID-19 right around about winter time setting in, or at least cold weather setting in. We saw a similar spike during that same window. And again, it had that same pattern. People were aware of an increased presence. They called, reported more. And then as the community adjusted to that presence, we saw the number drop back off.
Madam Mayor. So what I'm hearing is there was increased calls for service in each location for kind of a short amount of time. But did those calls for service result in investigations and crimes, or not as much? Or that's what I'm trying to kind of suss out here.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem Whittings, when we get a call for service, may or may not be a crime. If we increase the number of calls for service, there will be that sort of that same proportion will result in criminal investigations. That was consistent with what we saw. We saw a rise in the number of calls for us to be aware of situations that were occurring, a rise in the number that actually resulted in a crime being coded and reported.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, Chief, I think I've kind of already asked this question once before, and maybe I'm going to ask it again with the updated conditions that we have in place. So I think that you've said that it could be expected that if Interfaith moved from its current location to its new location, that some calls for service would be expected to go with it, correct? And so what I'm trying to understand is that we have a building right now that I don't know when it was built or how long it's been used or when the last time it was redesigned, but it's been that way for a really, really long time. And we're potentially moving to a new location with a different design that incorporates a lot of better designs than what existed before. A security plan that would have to be approved. One of the things that you would be requiring would be an on-site private security that would be working with BPD, a bunch of different conditions that are in place, that some of which aren't in place now. Could it also be expected that a lot of these different trainings, security plans, building designs, all these different types of things could also decrease calls for service?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, it could be assumed, and that is the intent of the mitigation strategies, it could reduce any calls for service. We do have other variables that could, even in the short term, increase calls for service. I think Chief Niemeyer, we jokingly last week were saying it's a little bit like trying to predict the weather. There's some things that we can infer from it. What those total impacts will be is more challenging. What I am comfortable telling council is that it is my firm belief that a well-administered safety and security plan, particularly security plan, will mitigate the need for police response and will mitigate the impact to the community. If I look at other shelters here in the community, and I look at ones that have strong programs designed around them, we can suss out various different sort of impacts to them. I'll use as an example the WCA shelter. There is no appreciable statistical difference in crime reporting or even crime typing. So what is the most common category of crime occurring at WCA than in a neighborhood? It doesn't look any different. And you can see them plot different as there are different approaches to different shelters. And so again, I think a strong safety security plan in place that's adhered to following best practices will mitigate that. That's what the evidence even locally here in Boise would imply.
And Madam Mayor, just to follow up to that, and thank you for that explanation. That was helpful. The plan that's being proposed with all of the conditions now that we have from staff, in your opinion, is it a more effective plan than what exists right now at Interfaith?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I think it would be safe for me to say yes. I believe it would be a more effective plan.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Chief Lee, I'm going to build on Councilmember Halliburton's question and maybe ask it a little differently. We've had a couple of conditions additional conditions presented by staff. Is there anything you would add to those conditions from your experience being up here the last couple of days and what we've learned since then?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Wiltz, I would caution saying that at present time that I can think of any additional considerations that I think should be put into any sort of conditional use permit and or plan. I think what would be incredibly important is to ensure that we have reviews that are built in so that we can actually make sure that the intended impacts that we're having are occurring. I think that that would be a much safer and more sound approach rather than speculate as to outcomes. I think my colleagues from city staff as well as my staff at the police department, we've tried to produce what we believe captures the best practices and the best major considerations. Final implementation will have to adjust.
Anything further for the chief? Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for staff?
Madam Mayor, I have questions for the Parks Director.
Great.
Hi, Doug.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajent.
One of the things I wanted to run down with you was this alcohol use issue in the parks. And what I'm looking for in particular is information about the potential burden on your department if we have to start changing rules around in light of granting this application. And so the two questions I have for you are, what is the history of permit only for alcohol in Veteran Memorial Park? Was there a reason that we went to that? What was it? What problems were we trying to solve and how well did it work? And then the second question is more broadly, we know that our community's unhoused population congregates in parts of our parks. And I would like to better understand the maintenance, energy, effort, burden on your department that fact requires.
Certainly, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajent, I would look at both of those are pretty interrelated. So we'll start with Veterans Park and the reasoning why we went to a permitting process there. And I believe it was in 2018 when we implemented that policy. And it was simply a response to, I guess to put it, rather bluntly, an out of control daily alcohol consumption that was leading to significant waste management issues. It was leading to significant restroom cleaning and maintaining issues. And the congregation of folks occurring throughout the course of the day consuming alcohol became quite overwhelming on the park. And so we were receiving a number of complaints from park users who felt uncomfortable being at the park, where there were some issues that were arising out of that alcohol consumption. We also were seeing large congregation of material that contributed to the waste management as well. And as we looked at it and consulted with our Boise police team, it was clearly the preponderance of the issue was clearly related to the alcohol consumption or irresponsible consumption of alcohol in the park. And so the policy was that you can only consume alcohol by permit only, and you have to have a reservation attached to that permit. So if it's a family that wants to picnic at one of the shelters there, they would get a reservation and also purchase an alcohol permit. And then they would we provide that information to Boise Police so that when the bike patrol or a patrol car comes through that park, they have the information already that there is legal consumption of the alcohol. I will say, Councilmember Bajent, that we have seen a significant decrease in the incidents in the park due to the permitting. The congregation is no longer there. The refuge that that was accumulated in the park is no longer there. It really comes down to enforcement by our police team, first and foremost. If Chief Lee posted an officer there all day long, we have no issues, I'm guessing. But unfortunately, that's from a resource standpoint, isn't possible. So there still are issues that arise. But because it's not a free-for-all from that perspective, we just aren't experiencing the same type of issues we were prior to 2018. On your second question, yeah, again, I will put it bluntly, absolutely, there is additional resources that are needed to maintain areas where we allow this population, and I don't say this disrespectfully, but this population to congregate. So for example, at Ann Morrison Park, in the northwest corner of the park, we have provided an area, and again, working closely with our police team, we provided an area with a couple of picnic tables, a portable restroom, and basically extra receptacles, and asked that be a location that the congregation can occur. And there's no smoking in Ann Morrison Park, but we've carved out that small area that smoking can actually occur at that location as well. It's been extremely successful. It actually was a recommendation from Boise Police probably 15 years ago to move to that model, and it has worked. What I will tell you is that also is the highest maintenance resource area that we have in the park, keeping it clean and keeping the receptacles emptied. There still is a significant amount of use in that area, and so it does require extra resources there. You look no farther than Road Skate Park. We actually hired our first park ranger, I believe 2 years ago, and their responsibility is to basically try to keep peace within the park and make sure that other uses of the intended use of the park continues to be maintained, i.e., if you are skating in the park, it's a safe area for you to skate. So our park ranger's job is to alert our maintenance team when we have maintenance issues, and their job is to kind of set the tone, although they don't have enforcement authority, but set the tone to enforce our policies in that park so that our families and our skaters feel safe being there. So there are extra steps we have to take. And Road Skate Park is a high maintenance location. The restroom there is currently closed. I have tried on numerous occasions to get that restroom open, and we just can't keep it open between camping and between, basically having to plumb the pipes in that restroom on a regular basis. It's currently closed again, and we'll probably keep it closed and continue to use portable toilets in that area until we can come up with a better solution. Portland Loo is something that has been very successful restroom. We have one at Shree Buckner Webb, and that is probably the next step that we're looking at Road Skate Park. But so the answer to your second question, Councilmember Bajan, is yes, it does require additional resources. And we would anticipate that my recommendation, if the shelter does go into the State Street location, that we probably would go day one with no alcohol, only by permit, alcohol by permit only in Willow Lane Park. And then we would work closely with our legal team, to craft a policy that would continue to allow the responsible consumption of alcohol by events in the Willow Lane Athletic Complex, i.e. primarily our softball program, and continue to allow that. But during the day when there would be no events or no reservations that are paid for at that facility, we would look at recommending that it would also be by permit only. So it would prevent pushing those that might use Willow Lane Park and need a permit for alcohol. It would avoid pushing them over into Willow Lane Athletic Complex, but yet not punish our responsible users of alcohol in conjunction with some of the events that we have there, i.e. Our softball leagues, our softball tournaments on the weekends. But we don't have a lot of reservations in that facility during the day, during the week. And so the recommendation would be, it would be an alcohol-free zone without a permit.
Thank you, Doug.
Madam Mayor. Doug, I have used Willow Lane in the past, but I'm having a hard time kind of thinking of its configuration. And as I was riding around with Sergeant Nixon one day, we stopped in at the area of Ann Morrison Park that you mentioned that's kind of set aside for folks to hang out during the day. Would there be sufficient space for something similar at Willow Lane Park? Have you put any thought into how that might work, just to kind of give folks some public space?
Madam President, Council Pro Tem Woodings, haven't really given thought. It's a pretty small footprint inside the actual park itself. It's 3 acres and it's pretty limited in size. And I don't know if that use would be compatible at the softball complex potentially, but we certainly could take a look at that model to see if it would work at a location there. Certainly would be open to that.
Madam Mayor, I'm remembering that Willow Lane's pretty small. My son loves to use the little pump track there. So we go there quite a bit. But I think one of the things that works about Ann Morrison is that there's space that kind of allows different users to kind of have their own space within the park. And I'm having a hard time figuring out how that would work at Willow Lane, but could be a consideration. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Mayor, Director Holloway, talk to me about what happens if we make Willow Lane a permit only and people have alcohol. Then what happens?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willits, it's an enforcement issue. So we work closely with our Boise police team, and they would be, as the policy would be constructed, it gives them the teeth to be able to issue citations if parties are violating the permit requirement. But it comes down to resources now for our police team to be able to monitor whatever site a permit is required and issue no citations if the permit is not being relegated to.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. It's interesting to hear you talk about how you plan to manage Willow Lane Athletic Complex. So just to dig into this a little bit, I'm assuming that there would be some kind of a blanket allowance during sporting events, whether they're daytime or not, because of course on weekends they are daytime. And at times when there aren't sporting events, there would be a permit requirement. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, that's exactly what I'm saying. I guess the best way to put it is we don't want to punish or even burden those events that have been handling the use of alcohol responsibly, which really is quite honestly has been all the events we have at the softball complex. So we wouldn't even require so about half the softball tournaments we run, the other half other private nonprofit organizations. We wouldn't even require them to get the permit. We would, with the reservation, would be saying, for this weekend, you have alcohol. You can have alcohol at your event. I guess the downside to that is that's open to everybody for that event. So it wouldn't matter whether you're participating in that tournament, whether you're a spectator or whether you're a casual, someone coming by the Greenbelt, you could stop in there and you would be eligible to drink without having the permit.
And that was going to be my follow-up question. If you do this, do you anticipate the kinds of issues that we began to see at Veterans Park?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, that is very hard to speculate, but I really don't at this location because it would be, the issues we had at Veterans were a day, like starting at 8 o'clock in the morning and going through the course of the day were the issues. So at Willow Lane, you wouldn't have that. That would be by permit only. And so there wouldn't be that congregation occurring during the day. Certainly when softball starts in the evening, that could happen, but it's really softball centric or whatever the event is. And I'm not sure there's a good compatibility to see that kind of congregation occur there while a tournament is going on or while the activity is occurring there. But we'd have to play it by ear and see what the next, what our next move would be, what our next option would be.
Thank you.
All right, looks like nothing else for Doug. Anything else for any of our staff at this point?
Madam Mayor,
Mhm.
I have a question for either Josh or legal, and then a related question for fire. So the question, and fire is going to get the related question here in a second, is do you know whether in the last 5 years we revoked a conditional use permit? And without regard to whether we've revoked it, I'd like a sense from you what kind of burden a quote unquote repeat offender puts on city staff as you try to monitor and ensure compliance.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajan, I can address a portion of that. So the revocation of a conditional use permit has not taken place within the last 5 years. We do have a procedure and process set forth in code that we can initiate the revocation if demonstrated non-compliance of a use, or it also addresses structures, but if demonstrated non-compliance of the use in regards to conditions or ordinance are taking place, the director can initiate the revocation of the conditional use permit. And then there's a process to give notice to the operator of the conditional use, and then they can contest that revocation at a public hearing. So there is a process, but we have not done that within the last 5 years.
Okay, thank you. Chief Niemeyer, same question on occupancy limits. Have we shut anybody down and kicked anybody out of the building for violating occupancy limits? And in the event that we have repeat offenders along these lines in our community, what type of a burden does that place on your team?
Madam Mayor, Council, good evening. Councilmember Bajan. The answer quickly in the last 5 years is no, we have not revoked any conditional use permit. And this is along the same lines of a question I was asked Monday regarding any complaints we have received from living facilities, occupancy loads, et cetera. We have had one complaint over the last 5 years. It was River of Life. We went out and investigated that. They were not over occupancy. In fact, they were quite a bit under what the building occupancy, overall building occupancy would have called for. So the answer is, to your question directly is no.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just because I'm curious, in the event that maybe a bar downtown is vastly over occupancy, somebody complains, your team confirms, yep, you're over. Is it then off to Chief Lee's team to deal with that? Or like just mechanically, how do we do that?
Yeah, mechanically, Councilman Bajan, we would handle that probably in coordination with PD, but we have had those calls. In fact, speaking with Chief Gervais, really that's where our complaints come from, is event-driven or large gatherings where we have over occupancy. We arrive, we work with the business owner, we get the occupancy down to where it needs to be, and oftentimes we can allow that event to continue. So we work with that event coordinator, that business owner, and we handle it that way.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Mayor. Chief, while we have you here, I have a question about the occupancy limit of this building. If the conditions that were recommended by housing staff were to go forward.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I did speak with Chief Gervais on that one as well. He's in Oregon, and until we have further details on the layout, really that occupancy limit comes into play at the building permit stage. So I would certainly maybe direct that question to the applicant specific to overflow, as I heard that conversation taking place. But as of right now, until we see the specific layout of the facility and understand how that's laid out, we won't have an exact occupancy limit today until we go through that part of the process.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I see we're at time. I have one quick question for Josh. It's actually the second half of the question I asked. You explained that no, we've not revoked any conditional use permits, that there is a process that we go through with notice, opportunity to object, et cetera. But then the final part of my question is, for the times that we've done that, is it manageable for staff? Is it very burdensome in your department? Is it energy intensive when you're going through that process with someone, or is it not?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajan, I am not familiar with the situation where we have actually gone through the revocation process period, but I would say in general, the enforcement of very specific conditions of approval are quite resource intensive on staff. Many of the conditions that have been referenced with this application, they're time consuming and resource consuming to investigate and look into those.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we are going to take a 30-minute break and we'll be back. Thanks all. Well, welcome back, everybody. We will now, staff will be here for a while so that if any questions come up for staff, they're here. And then wanted to see if folks now had questions for the neighborhoods.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I do have a couple. So I don't know which one of you, but the neighborhood associations. My first question has to do with shelter best practices. And we heard from you on the first day that.
I'm just going to pause you. I'm going to ask you both just come up here so that you're prepared.
Yeah, thanks. We heard the first day that the research that you had done showed that there is a square footage per person that is a best practice. We heard today that shelter size isn't an issue, and it didn't seem to really be based on a square footage as much as just a total number. I wonder if there was anything in your research that you learned about the total size of the shelter.
I would start by saying that the heart of the question is whether it's evidence-based. And I think that plays into what we've been saying, that there is a dearth of research in the academic community surrounding shelter. So the only studies we've found surrounding whether shelter impacts the surrounding community are the New York Budget Office study that finds a decrease in property values and the Ridgeway study that finds an increase in residential property crime when the shelter is sited residentially. So it is true that neither of those studies draw a correlation between shelter sizing. That being said, there are numerous studies that implicitly or explicitly acknowledge that shelter creates impacts. So one example of that is the Wurstel and Gilder-Bloom studies, which took surveys of surrounding jurisdictions. So again, they didn't talk about effectiveness, but they did ask jurisdictions, based on your experience, what shelter size do you prefer? And there was a 60% response saying we prefer 25 bed shelters. So yes, it's an understudied area, but that does not.
I'm going to redirect you to the question, which was related to square footage.
So it doesn't follow that there is not an association. So with regard to actual square footage, the standard of practice that we've been talking about, the 300 square foot, the Utah shelters and the Seattle shelters that we included in our data set were very recently opened, and they both were above those standards. And then the Pure City shelters, when the Nevada shelter that was very tight was removed, were around the 250 to 320 use standard as well. So that's what that was based on. In terms of published standards, the Canadian Shelter Design Guidelines Manual that we heard our Path Home reference today does talk about specific size standards in rooms. And those are the 50 square foot per bed in dormitory spaces and larger for the single and semi-private rooms. They also provide standards that the proposed site doesn't meet, including one-to-one dining capacity so that everybody can be served in a single seating. And it includes that design manual also is where the 50% day use seating capacity that was referenced comes from. It should be noted that it says a shelter should provide not less than 50%. So that shouldn't be treated as a gold standard. It should be treated as the minimum standard. So for instance, the Gail Miller shelter that Mr. Erstad referenced yesterday provides nearly a one-to-one day use capacity, even when dining spaces are not accounted for. So it would, if the dining spaces were opened, it would be 2-to-1. In contrast, Interfaith shelter is approximately 50%, not including dining spaces and not including overflow.
Thank you. Question for the Collister neighborhood. You mentioned that you thought that there was some standard that the neighborhood would accept, or some size shelter that the neighborhood would accept here. My memory is that you said 100, and I wonder if you could give us any evidence what you based that on.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I didn't give any number. My response, I believe, was it will be very difficult to come up with an exact number. I did mention that I believe that the Collister neighborhood would support being one of the 5 neighborhoods chosen to host a smaller shelter. If we divided the, say, 250 people into 5 shelters, I think that that would be a great fit for our neighborhood. And I think that we could really rally behind that.
Okay, so you were basing it on dispersing shelter to various neighborhoods with each taking a concurrent or a commensurate burden.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Others?
You have more?
I did have one more, if I could. Now I'm trying to find it. Sorry, I turned the page here. I thought that there would be another one from someone else. You've heard a lot of additional conditions talked about tonight. Are any of those ones that you believe would reduce the impact on the neighborhood? Are there others that you believe we haven't considered that might do the same?
I believe that some of those conditions would certainly serve to reduce the impact on the neighborhood. My understanding of the city code isn't so much a question of undue burden on the neighborhood. It's a question of adverse impact to the neighborhood holistically. And so my reading of the code is that
I mean, we're going a little outside the bounds typically and giving you the courtesy and the council members a courtesy of some additional questions. So I'm going to ask that you answer the question.
I apologize. Could you restate the question so I can answer
So
explicitly?
the question was that we heard some additional conditions, whether those would have a positive impact, and are there ones that haven't been considered that you think we should be considering?
I certainly think that a size consideration would be an appropriate restriction. I would love to.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I might ask a similar question in a slightly different way. There's been a lot of folks who've testified, including the 2 of you, that have talked a lot about accountability and whether or not Interfaith can and will be held accountable to some of the conditions that were outlined. I think that that's kind of one of the things that I'm trying to figure out how to wrap my head around as well. And what I heard from some of our staff members is that through some of these, a more stringent good neighbor meeting schedule, as well as some additional needs, may be helpful. I'm wondering if the conditions that you saw outlined as far as those additional meetings will create some level of accountability for you, or are there still concerns that that's not enough to hold them accountable to the conditions that we have talked about and put in place, or not put in place, but have been talking about?
With regard to the stronger meeting schedule, some of that did mirror the requests in our comments fairly directly. I think that it's still missing a forum for direct community engagement. So it provides a representative capacity on a board, but it doesn't provide a place where people feel that their comments are being heard and accepted. It still includes a very long response timeline. For instance, the 7 days, after 7 days, any comment or concern from a neighbor would be elevated to the executive director, and then another 7 days to the next level up. So you're talking about a month before a concern is addressed. What we also don't see in that condition is, as you mentioned, an actual enforcement mechanism. So what we heard from Chief Lee was it's important to continually revisit conditions and assess how they're going. And that is what we see in the Utah shelter audit reports as well, is that even a year after opening, they're certainly identifying impacts to the neighborhood. And so they're talking about revisiting conditions. In some cases, they're talking about there are conditions and best practices in place and they're simply not being followed. And so their recommendation is to follow the best practices, but the impact has already occurred. I don't see a condition here that says, if we find an impact, we're going to shut this down or come back and limit the size further or anything like that. I also, in response to Councilmember Clegg's question, The biggest condition for the neighborhood would be talking about an offsite referral system rather than a walk-in system. I think that they've been very consistent in that request, such that the shelter doesn't act as a magnet to anybody seeking services on a first-come basis, because we do see in our community that the shelter has become more popular than the rescue mission shelters, but it can't accommodate the entire unhoused community. And so utilizing that coordinated entry system and the street outreach system to provide referrals offsite and capacity management offsite, rather than having people come directly to the shelter, would be a very important condition for the neighbors.
Thanks.
I also wanted to address one additional condition.
I'm gonna hold you there for a second. Do you have additional questions? Is this?
Madam Mayor, I have one more question.
Great.
I think I got to the council president's request and or earlier on shelter size. Sorry.
Oh, gotcha.
Katie, can you tell us how VPNA reached the shelter size of 100 and what data you used to support that?
So again, that was based on the standard of practice number that we used. And we talked about the new shelters we see in Seattle and in Utah are coming in above that square footage per person. And that seemed similar to the shelters in the various peer cities. So again, that's just a quick and rough comparison of total shelter size versus total population. And based on that round number of 300, we said the 30,000 square foot facility would be 100 people.
Okay. Follow up, Madam Mayor. Is it based on the outcomes of those shelters, or is it just kind of based on their current state of existence?
I would say the current state of existence.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor,
Mhm.
question. So we heard a lot of testimony about what was perceived about the adverse impact. Part of it was size, part of it was different statistics that were cited. I want to ask about whether you as a neighborhood association have any concerns about the types of services that are being offered there in terms of differing populations that might have different needs. Is that a condition that you're interested in, or is it simply the number that's the most interesting to you versus the type of services?
I think that in public testimony, you heard a lot of concern about the low barrier nature of the shelter. And as we've heard from Our Path Home, low barrier encompasses a lot of different things. So as best practice, it talks about pets and sexual orientation and familial status and possessions, and also about disability, including substance abuse disorders. I think that the concern with low barrier shelter in context of substance abuse is that it does not require treatment for substance abuse to be considered. And so there is a perception that it will increase the attraction of people who are not ready to seek treatment in their journeys to combat that trauma and who will be using illegal substances outside of the shelter premises.
And you mentioned one other condition, so
we heard about separation of demographics as a best practice. I wanted to point out that we have asked how the demographics will be separated in the exterior areas of the shelter. We've seen the children's play area, but there's no fencing around it. The backyard, as far as we can tell from the application materials, is open at all times to all demographics. So that separation and that locked door policy does not seem to be in place in the exterior spaces. There's also no separation of men's and women's demographics in day use spaces, which is also called out as a best practice in the Canadian Design Manual.
okay, thank you. Anything further? All right, thanks. Now with that, we'll move on to the applicant. Unless before the applicant goes, I just want to ask council again if anything else has come up that you want to ask of staff.
Madam Mayor, I do have a question for staff and I can't quite figure out how to ask it, so it might not come out super smooth. I'm trying to understand the good neighbor agreement a little bit more and if it's related to the security plan that we're asking to be submitted. And the reason why I'm asking that is because I don't necessarily see it outlined in there, but we are asking neighbors to participate as far as reporting goes. And so I guess I could maybe use some clarity as to what the neighborhood and the neighbors' involvement is related to the security plan and the good neighbor agreement. And maybe I'm totally misunderstanding this, but I feel like there's a correlation and I can't quite figure out where it's written down.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, it's not explicit. So the places, if we had our slides back up, what you would see on security is, sorry, that was helpful background music. What you see, the first thing is rules. So what's included in the neighbor agreement is rules. There are best practices around who should inform the construction of those rules. It doesn't necessarily and not normally extend to neighbors because those rules should be designed by the shelter provider. And then the second most important audience is the consumer. So it's actually better practice to have the guests be involved in the construction of those rules with the shelter operator. If you all wanted to try to come to some level of what else should be included in the rules and regulations place, you could. Otherwise, it's not necessarily connected in good neighbor agreements. A pathway for them to influence a security plan, which again is about the internal operations of the shelter aimed at those guests being safe and the staff being safe.
So I'll just jump in here too, because I think many people are using security plan to mean different things. So there's the security plan, the internal security plan. And then my sense is that what we've heard from the neighbors, even from the chief, and in the conversations about the good neighbor agreement, I'm going to make up my own word. It's like a community safety plan. So that I think is, how does that part, recognizing that the security plan is yes, inside the building, but there are these other components of this siting that everybody's asking about and thinking about. And I think that fits into good neighbor, but how does that connect? And then how is it that there's accountability built into that if that becomes one of the conditions?
Madam Mayor, and to Councilmember Halliburton's question, that clarification is really helpful. And that's why Maureen and I are really stuck in jargon words when it comes to this. And so that redirect is illuminating. So when it comes to the safety, the community safety plan, the way that you see the conditions as staff had suggested they might be drafted, if you do move forward with this, the regularity with which the good neighbor advisory board meets can be dictated or called by any of the participants in the monthly safety meeting that occurs between an Our Path Home representative, the Boise Police Department, and the shelter provider. We also, in that monthly meeting, set here are the terms of what should be covered in that meeting. Among those things are HMIS shelter outcomes, which include a range of things in terms of the total number of people that they're in permanent beds, how many times they've viewed overflow, if they've exited anybody, if they're experiencing inflow. So all of that HMIS data. We suggest that the Boise Police Department may bring to that meeting the quarterly crime reports and analysis that they already indicate in their memo that they're going to be doing. So it will be a touchdown on what is happening in crime in this vicinity. Are there any things that we need to adjust to take it? So those things are happening in terms of a regular audit or overview of what is happening in the neighborhood in real time at minimum on a monthly basis. That is in addition to a standing meeting that already exists between the Boise Police Department and other homelessness partners that do our street outreach that happens every other week currently. So it's additive to a system of security that's already in place for regular coordination. They have the ability, if you move forward with conditions as we wrote, to call the frequency of that good neighbor advisory board meeting structure, which does include an inlay for public input as frequently as would be necessary. And I think we would say that that group between Boise Police Department and Our Path Home and the shelter do provide an avenue for that too. If there are issues occurring, it would benefit them to bring the community together.
So I've got to follow up on that. So what you're saying is, as conditioned, the police department could say they want the good neighbor agreement meeting to happen more often because a member of the public went to them and requested it. Or someone from Our Path Home could, because the members of the public have called City Hall and said, hey, we've got some issues. We need to have a conversation.
Madam Mayor, yes, and Our Path Home staff could call. So this part of the conditions as written would give Our Path Home staff to better and regular data than we've ever had before about shelter participation on a night-by-night count. If we do reach the universal elements being entered from a HUD requirement into HMIS, which are going to help us in our strategy. So we could be added to that list of people who would call without a member of the public requesting that meeting happen. And Interfaith Sanctuary, the applicant, might have a reason that they would call. They've been finding an issue with some particular thing, trash in an area, whether it's their guest or not, and they want to call a community meeting to make sure that everybody's on the same page about how they address it. So it's really open to how frequently and who can call and for what reason. And then I think Maureen.
Councilmember Halliburton, did you have a follow-up?
Madam Mayor, council members, I was just going to add, in terms of accountability specifically, a conditional use permit is the vehicle by which we can hold the applicant accountable. So to Casey's point, it actually makes homeless services staff job a bit easier because we can point back to these conditions when the Our Path Home Executive Committee meets monthly and do a check-in. How are we doing? A proactive response to whether there's any problem areas with the condition or whether there's any conditions that need to be responded to immediately. The neighbors reference the 7-day, wait period, be it as it were. And you could change that. You could make it 24 hours or 48 hours if you wanted to ensure that responsivity. But they just wanted to touch specifically on the accountability measures and what a conditional use permit enables Our Path Home staff and the Our Path Home Executive Committee to hold the applicant accountable to.
Madam Mayor, I have a follow-up on exactly what Maureen just said. So that was one of the concerns we just heard from the neighborhood was the response time to the Good Neighbor Agreement outreach. You mentioned having a truncated timeline from 7 days. Are there any other recommendations that you might have to increase that accountability and decrease the response time on those?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Woodings, I think if you were to adjust that, our best recommendation would be eliminating step 1, which is just notification through the 24/7 hour, 7-a-day-a-week hotline that's been provided. Remove that from just staff and then a 7-day period before the executive director is involved and have the executive director be your first stop. And I think that would be a faster timeline to getting on track. And I do think that if there is an issue of concern that's coming from the community, it should be an alarm that's rung at all levels of an organization, especially in this first year. And then if we find that the issues are a less pressing matter moving forward, we could always adjust that backwards. But I think starting with the executive director and would ask the applicant to speak to if they would think that that would be an appropriate level for them to be able to respond with all of their staff power.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, thank you. So on this Good Neighbor Agreement, is a part of this also not just to be a conduit to point out when things aren't going well? Is there an element to it where folks can come together and decide together what would be success in terms of this, if this were to move forward?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, again, Casey can expound upon this, but it's called a Good Neighbor Agreement for exactly that. And it's supposed to be a reciprocal relationship that happens in good faith on both sides of the aisle, be it as it were. At least that's how it feels, perhaps, where we're standing tonight. Our goal in sort of facilitating this partnership and facilitating effective homeless services is community integration and is destigmatizing this population and is providing, this word's been tossed around a lot over the last week, but providing evidence-based best practice to serve them well and move them into permanent housing out of shelter. So I think you touch on an important part of what the heart of a good neighbor agreement is about and what really is supposed to epitomize how we approach that relationship from all stakeholders.
Thank you, Maureen.
Madam Mayor, if I could follow up on there, I want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, that my other council members are in the public as well. Can you give us an example of how this would be used? You gave one example of the step that's in place now and then removing step one and then going straight to the executive director. Can you give us an example of how neighbors, neighborhoods, people who are involved actually in the good neighbor agreement, we've got different businesses that are listed, how they would engage in this process so we understand how it would work?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, again, I think that the applicant is better positioned. They have far more experience in developing and understanding this. I think it's ample opportunity for engagement at any level. So the first thing that you would ask people that are representative interests in the area, which includes neighborhood association, businesses, potentially you could expand that concept to parks and other facilities that would be charged with welcoming this community into our public spaces. They are asked if they want to participate on a public board. That board meets with some regularity. One of the charges that they have in terms of setting a metric for success is making sure that the shelter operator has the right contact information for who the staff lead at their business is, so that if there is an issue going on or there's something that needs to be brought to their attention, the applicant could proactively and should proactively reach out to them. There are also components that are open for partners to really think about neighborhood investment. So where Interfaith Sanctuary posits in the Good Neighbor Agreement that they'll do litter control, they'll do all of these other things, there is opportunity to expand to Lisa or Councilmember Sanchez's comment on what does success look like and space for what does community investment look like, because it benefits all neighbors and especially those experiencing homelessness that are requiring services from shelter to have positive public spaces where they can recreate with the same social compromise and same social conditions as anybody else. So it's really open.
Madam Mayor, just a quick response to that, if that's all right. Is there an opportunity for the neighborhood to be a part of setting what those goals for success look like? I think it's wonderful, what you just shared about, the idea that the applicant has for helping with those litter patrols, that sort of thing. Is there an opportunity for the neighborhood associations to give that input as well?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, we would be remiss if we didn't approach it that way. And I think perhaps it was Chief Lee this evening that spoke to these conditions being the architecture around which we build out these agreements and these plans. And certainly that should be a part of it, right? And if we go back again, I don't mean to lack specifics in what I'm saying here, but there's a reason it's called a Good Neighbor Agreement. And again, that should be reciprocal. So it shouldn't be either the homeless services system or the applicant dictating to the neighborhood what success looks like or asserting how they might feel.
Thank you.
Mayor, thank you. Just one last follow-up on this. I see a lot of the clauses in the Good Neighbor Agreement that mimic some of the conditions. But the Good Neighbor Agreement very clearly says that this is not a contract. It's not meant to be that. So my question is this, if those clauses in the Good Neighbor Agreement by Interfaith are not being kept up to what is the accountability other than the ones that are listed as conditions?
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, I think you could include specific accountability measures, not the least of which is a responsibility or a response from the Our Path Home Executive Committee. And then I would defer to perhaps Josh or Director Keene to speak to what code enforcement looks like specifically as it relates to a violation of a conditional use permit.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, it looks like that's it. So now, anything else for other staff members? Otherwise, I'm going to turn this over to the applicant. Okay. And if it's okay, what we're thinking is when we ask a question, time pauses, the answer to that question is still on pause time. So we're just doing it all at once. But you'll get your, I can't remember what it was. Your full rebuttal time. That's at the end of it all, you will have had your full rebuttal time.
And Madam Mayor, members of council, we appreciate that. We think that's procedurally appropriate. I do think that, you know, obviously I've got Jody here with me and I've got Andy and then Josh Leonard from my office to address whatever questions we have. We have a series of slides to respond to specific issues as you ask those questions when we get there. So in the interest of continuity and flow, I will defer to you if you want to start with questions and we can address some of these and then we can provide analysis which causes questions, or we can start. I think there are several topics that we need to just address in groups and consistency so that we can have the total discussion on these.
Sure. So I would say yes.
Okay.
And it's outside of your rebuttal time. It's up to council to decide what those specific buckets are. And so if they've got questions in them, then we'll go into them. But then otherwise, if we haven't and you want to build it into your rebuttal time, you definitely should. And I will see if anybody wants to add, does anybody on council want to ask questions now before we do rebuttal? Because that's fine. I see first Bajent and then Clegg and then Woodings. Okay, here we go.
Madam Mayor, question for your architect.
Andy.
What, as concretely and as succinctly as you can, this is something that you desperately wanted to say the other day. What architectural or design features are you thinking about or could you incorporate that would have in mind not the efficient flow or function of your building, not the safety of your guests, not anything internal, but the externally facing well-being of the neighborhood, particularly in terms of impact? So the classic example was buffering, but what else can you do to reverse adverse impacts to the property in the vicinity?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Bajent, thanks for the question. What I was desperate to say was the fact that the application, this building is south facing, it faces State Street. It's surrounded by a fence all the way around the property. That fence and the landscaping in the background does create, in essence, a little bit of buffer. It also humanizes that space to the north, which is between the neighbors. There is no penetration through that fence into the neighborhood. If you need to get to the neighborhood, you have to go out along State Street and down to either street corner intersection and then back in. The other thing is that we have specifically brought the entrance points, two separate entrance points for adults and for families and women and children, separate from each other along the north side of the building, so that people aren't milling around on State Street and creating the concern of the loitering and that problem. So those are succinctly the quickest and largest things. If I may, one of the questions that was asked or comments today was for 24/7 entry after hours facing State Street. We do have an entrance off of State Street. So for just that.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, I have a follow-up question to that. And I was going to ask about the front entry. So thank you for jumping the gun on that a little bit. One of the proposed conditions from our staff was creating separate intake areas for families with children and for individuals. and separate kind of waiting areas outdoors for the same populations. Would this shelter be able to accommodate that? I'm just kind of curious on your thoughts on that.
If we can pull up the image.
Sure.
Madam Mayor,
I just
what
can't
I
hear.
was going to say is, why don't we let them go through their presentation? It may answer many of these questions and then ask questions. That was going to be my comment.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Madam Mayor, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Clegg.
Is this presentation, you mean tied to your remarks?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, this is, I mean, Madam Mayor, members of council, we will answer every question you have, and we will stand here as long as you need to. We do think that many of these questions will be answered. And so what I have prepared.
Yeah, I misunderstood you.
Okay.
I thought you were suggesting questions first and
Well,
then.
what I don't want to have is if we can talk about things and get to it and then answer the questions, because I don't think it does anybody good for the
That's
dialogue.
originally what I intended.
Okay.
I just misunderstood the request. So thank you, Council President. Thank you. Great.
And again, what I would propose then is we will take a few minutes, and I appreciate how you have broken the time up. We'll take a few minutes, do that, then we'll do questions, and then I will just reserve some time to the end and we can wrap things up that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, members of council, we appreciate the attention that has been given to this. This is an important application. We recognize that you've heard a lot of these objections that are about lifestyle, about what happens, what people perceive to be the issue. But the fact of the matter is the design and the services are the mitigation. Now, what I want to talk about first is just the relevant standards on a conditional use permit. You know, the first one is that it must be compatible to other uses in the general neighborhood. Now, your code, as we go through the code revisions in the next year, I would encourage us to harmonize and be consistent in our language, and you will see why that's an issue. Because we talk about other uses in the general neighborhood, but that's not the test that's used elsewhere. And Commissioner Gillespie, in evaluating this, looked at this neighborhood and he made the observation that he felt it was generally compatible with other uses in the general neighborhood. He said, we have a variety of social services. We have a variety of commercial types. We have a variety of housing types. What I think has been lost in this entire process, however, is the fact that when we talk about the general neighborhood, and we talk about this being a Salvation Army facility, it's given short shrift as a thrift store. It was not just a thrift store. It was a retail thrift store that had social services facilities, administrative offices, rehab and treatment in conjunction with the population that you've heard about of alcohol and drug rehabilitation that resided across the street. It had other training. It had a food pantry. It attracted people in need to this site for a variety of services for more than 40 years. Other shelters have been approved in this community in a similar mix of uses. The next condition I want to talk about is the site is large enough to accommodate the proposed use. Now, it's a C2 zone, which has a floor area ratio of 1.5. There has been much made about the size of this building and what we're intending to add to it. In the C2, we have clear setbacks. We have clear obligations. It's what we have to do. If we were to build a multifamily facility here with a conditional use permit, it could be up to X feet in height, meeting all of those other elements. The site is large enough. There's in excess of 36,000 square feet of existent space now. We propose adding more. It's 2 acres. This issue of size, as your housing staff has talked about, really isn't about how big the facility is. It's what is the size and the amount of services that are provided. And we'll talk more about those numbers as you have questions. Now, the proposed use complies with the comprehensive plan. I know that Councilmember Clegg had raised some good observations about the comprehensive plan maybe being inadequate in addressing this use. But it's important to note that the test is whether or not it complies with the comprehensive plan. Is there a planning statement? Is there something that says that this is a prohibited use or it is so grossly incompatible? And I would posit that it doesn't, because the C2 zoning, one of only 4 zones where it's permitted, provides for shelter uses. Now, we all know that do this regularly, and you do too, the comprehensive plans are Rorschach tests. You see what you want to see. You see what you don't want to see. It's something that's intended to guide decision-making. When we think about the comprehensive plan here, much has been made of one passage about services should be downtown. But if that were the case, why have we granted permits for the construction of various private, nonprofit, and other things outside of downtown? Social Security Administration is not downtown. Allenbaugh House is not downtown. The VA is not downtown. St. Al's is not downtown. Why? Because that's not what that talks about. It talks about investing in our downtown and ensuring that we have social services downtown. If Interfaith relocates, it doesn't eliminate or deprive anybody of those social services. Now, we know that the real tests and the real issues and the real objections really come down to the final 2 points we're going to talk about. And that is whether or not there's an undue burden on transportation or other public facilities in the vicinity. That test has to do with public facilities, not services. We are not obligated to deliver services the way that we always have. In fact, both police and fire have talked about their ability to redeploy services. And to be honest, I was surprised to learn in this whole proceeding that this neighborhood is in fact being served out of downtown for purposes of public safety. Police chief identified certain issues and concerns there, and we may need to address it. And how do we address it? We address it through conditions of approval. We may need to talk about those improvements that need to be done to ensure that there is an appropriate substation in this neighborhood. But it's a facility that already exists. How can it be improved? Now, when we talk about facilities, it's important to realize that we do recognize that there can't be an undue burden on facilities. But this is not an undue burden. This is a burden that is due to the social contract. An undue burden is when we come forward with a use that has such a demand that has not been planned for that it grossly overwhelms your ability to do things. The ability and need to provide social services, however, I would posit can never meet that standard. And I think that that is conflated at times with what is the impact on other property in the vicinity. And this is the basis largely for our appeal. As you know, in our appeal documents, we objected to the fact that the Planning and Zoning Commission never really engaged and discussed conditions the way you have with your staff tonight. And we appreciate that. We agree, Madam Mayor, as you pointed out, when applicants come forward, we frequently come forward with conditions. We come forward with a variety of conditions, and we had those discussions with your staff. We evaluated the conditions of every other comparable conditional use permit that's been approved by this city for a shelter. We support the proposed conditions. We would have appreciated the conversation that we had tonight earlier, because I think that helps to address a lot of the issues and concerns. Things that are intuitive to Cody Riddle and myself as we sit down and talk about conditions, because we provided in excess of 40 site-specific conditions to staff in consultation with staff that they took back to your departments and agencies. And maybe us and your staff didn't give the public the confidence that they needed to, because there are things that we know are intuitive. We know what the process is for enforcing a conditional use permit, for revoking a conditional use permit, for dealing with those conditions. We know what it means when it says in every other application that comes before you, incorporate and address the conditions referenced in staff's public works memo of such date. I mean, that's just common, and maybe that was part of the problem. If we can be criticized for anything, I recognize that much of the public opposition has to do with how engagement has happened in this process. We support the proposed conditions, and from what we've heard tonight as written, it sounds like you have some additional concerns. If we have to have further revisions, I think those make sense because those are reasonable. I would note, however, that this city has never imposed this degree of conditions on any other shelter home. And I can tell you that because I have read the conditional use permits issued by this city for every other shelter home, including city lights, including the facilities on Jefferson. Every other facility that has ever been approved in this city has proximity to residential properties exactly the same as what's here. My client has been incredibly cooperative in that regard because it was me who said, after we've gone through extended review, after we've integrated and addressed the issues from the Shelter Better Task Force, after we have had discussions and negotiations with specific landowners, that it was not productive to continue those discussions until we proceeded with a hearing. And I am not here to denigrate anyone, but had extensive negotiations with an adjoining business. And this is what caused me to change our tack on what we did. We had discussed the good neighbor agreement, a good neighbor agreement that Josh Leonard and I drafted in consultation with Jody and with your staff based upon good neighbor agreements from other jurisdictions. We tried to incorporate best practices that were found in various places, but as we negotiated and discussed with this adjoining property owner, we were requested to have a condition that would require guests of our facility to wear a physical marking that would identify them when they were out in the community. Additionally, after the proceedings of the Shelter Better Task Force and reviewing those transcripts, it had become readily apparent that the neighborhood associations had staked out a position that was really not negotiable, that they were not amenable to any type of facility. So here we are, and it's unfortunate. I'm incredibly passionate about this project because I recognize the value of it and because this is a neighborhood I grew up in. My grandparents managed one of those trailer parks you've heard so much about. So the poverty, porn, and fear that has been shared upsets me because apparently I didn't realize that my grandparents were poor and that my mom was too poor to have somebody else watch us because we got dropped off in such a neighborhood. So the appropriate conditions should focus on design and should focus on operations. Appropriate conditions have to be clear and they have to be germane to the actual impacts. And so I set forth all of the conditions here, but ultimately the mitigation is in the design. That's what you've heard from your staff. That's what you heard from the Shelter Better Task Force. That's what you've heard from Interfaith. The mitigation is in the design. If we want to talk about problems, we can. We'll go through each and every one of these as you need to. This is not a warehouse. If we want to talk about it, it is not a warehouse. It is a best practice shelter. Low barrier shelters do not mean there are no rules. The design of the shelter solves that problem by enabling people to stay at the property 24/7. We don't have that wave that leaves in the morning and comes back in the evening distressed and agitated, who've had to take their possessions with them, who maybe have not had the room or the ability to get training during the day or even something to eat. Those are the things that, those are the things that cause the nuisance. A 24/7 access doesn't mean that people are coming and going like 7-Eleven. It means that people are able to come to their homes and stay, because this is what home is for the moment. So with the design that we've come forward with, we will address each of these. We can address them in more detail. And at this point, we would stand for any questions.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Jeff, let's go back to where I left off.
Okay.
Which is separate intake areas.
Okay.
And separate waiting areas while folks are waiting for intake and what that looks like.
All right. So we can point over here. Okay. So and one of the things we said from the very beginning is that conditional use permits in the city of Boise have become too design focused. And there's information that obviously is going to change in the course of the permit and in the course of the permitting. And your staff's observation about where a doorway is totally appropriate, and we will address that. But what we have proposed is you have family entry here. This is a wall that currently exists.
Just making sure council recognizes that there's a
I'm
little
pointing
red
over
laser
here.
over there.
I'm pointing on the
Anybody wants to
laser
look?
on the south wall.
And is that north?
This is north.
Thank you.
Okay, so this State Street is out here. Parking area is out here. And then there is a loop road that comes around like this. And we showed on another one, but it is intended that the intakes be oriented to the north so that people are not loitering out front. We have access out front, and the recommendation that was made to have an emergency or a after hours intake at the front, we can certainly incorporate that. But men and women, intake is here. Family intake is here. Families are separated with their own family lounge as we do intake, family storage, family dining. And then each of these are rooms for families with separate facilities. And
Madam
this is a
Mayor.
two-story facility that's totally separate from the men
Jeff,
and women.
I was asking specifically about, because I don't want to get too design heavy
Okay.
in your conditional use permit, I really want to stick with the best practices as identified by our staff
Sure.
around entry
Okay.
and waiting areas to separate families from individuals.
So there are two different, Madam Mayor, Council Member Whittings, there are two separate entrance exits
Okay.
for families with children.
Madam Mayor, I have the entrances now.
So they
Jeff showed us
enter
that.
from-
And where are the waiting areas?
Well, so when they
outdoors?
come through the back, there's actually the whole back is covered, but you can't see that right now. But intake also happens all day long. So what you used to see with intake at Interfaith, because of the size, people had to line up and we had to start a waiting list. And that's where that congregation came.
Mhm.
Because we do programs and we have families with children in recovery, these guests are staying day after day. So an intake process doesn't
Okay,
happen.
Madam Mayor, I would like to clarify my question. Are there separate outdoor areas where families will hang out while
Yeah.
they're waiting for intake from individuals hanging out while they're waiting for intake?
Again, there's not intake like there is at our shelter.
But
It's-
are there separated
there
areas?
there are,
Okay,
there are, but
that is
they,
my question.
yeah,
And that is the extent of what I need an answer
it.
on.
okay.
My next question regarding the same thing is physical separation between the family area and the individual area. And if there are doors that have the ability to be locked.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Woodings, if I could make one quick comment. We are hearing a lot of conditions just tonight from staff that I think are fabulous. These plans are conceptual. We know they work. We've met with planning or with the building department. We've met with the fire department. The question you're asking is, are there separate entrances? At this level on the plans, we have separate entrances. We do not have specific separate waiting areas, but we'll go back to the drawing board.
Madam Mayor,
So I think
maybe,
that's the-
maybe I can
Yeah.
restate my question. Does this exist in the existing plan, or is this something that can be complied with in subsequent designs?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Woodings, these can be complied with in conditions.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
And so that's actually what I'm going to suggest is if other issues come up, such as Councilmember Whitting's questions about intake, sitting here, I'm not going to say it correctly. The question you just asked, and it's not necessarily on the plan right now, then it's the implied question of, is this a condition that would work for the applicant? So if you would go that, just nod off for the record, that'd be helpful.
Thank you.
Did you get your second question answered?
Yes.
The physical barrier?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor?
Mhm.
You show the day area and the kitchen area. Would you be amenable to are those planned to be opened when the shelter opens? And if not, are you amenable to a condition such that they are?
The day shelter will now open at the same time as this project. It was, when we were going through the process of design, there was a supply change and the estimate went skyrocket, but it's balanced back. And so it's now part of phase one.
Okay, because I thought I was hearing otherwise, so I'm glad
Madam Mayor.
So the
yeah.
second question is, are you amenable to a condition that requires that, since much of the mitigation is dependent on having that day area?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Clegg, absolutely. I mean, the day shelter is part of the intrinsic value of the programming.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I think a question for Jody. one of the members of the public testified earlier, I guess last week, that 205 beds was a number arrived at because there was some financial or lending contingency on it. I don't need to know that, but is there a number below which everything falls apart in terms of the number of beds for you?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Banjent, it's a tricky question because we served 250 guests approximately. So numbers were based on if we were to lose the hotel, how would we merge everyone together? So our original number was actually 250. And based on public meetings, we compromised to go down to 205, which doesn't actually cover everyone we serve, but it felt like the right thing to do. So 205 is, we will take your guidance, absolutely, and make sure that we create a shelter that's comfortable for all, but we do want to make sure that if someone needs shelter, we can have a bed count for them. But the 205 are real beds. And then after that, right now, the design would be overflow unless you guys condition something else where you want more beds.
Let me ask it a different way. Is there a number of people in the building below which, if there's a ceiling on the people in the building, below that number, your operation is no longer financially viable?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Badgett, you mean, I don't understand that question.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm
Let me
sorry.
try one more time. And
Yeah.
then somebody testified earlier this week that there was a lending document that somehow required
Oh.
205. Don't care about the lending document,
Yeah.
but need to know if there's a number of people below which suddenly everything falls apart for financial or business reasons.
I see. Madam Mayor, Councilman Badgett, no, there's not. And there's a letter from Idaho Housing and Finance to support that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, now I get it.
Now, to clarify, though, your question, there is a letter saying that there was language in a recorded document that said that we had to serve at least 200. This is a facility that we have purchased with the intent of serving more. And you heard the testimony from our operations people as to why smaller facilities do not work for purposes of training. So just to be clear, Madam Mayor, Councilman Bazin, Jody was referencing that document, and we have our work with our lender, and that is what it is. But you can't look at this and go economically, what is the smallest size population that we serve? I mean, that's not how we've looked at it from the beginning. It's how do we continue to serve the populations that we do?
No, but that's not, my question really frankly is there a number that we could say that would result in you guys imploding? And it sounds like the answer is no.
No, you're not understanding. He's not asking about the document.
I think
he's asking,
we got it.
How few people can we serve and move forward with this? And
Is that what you're asking?
Not, but I got the answer that I needed.
Okay.
So yeah, we're good. Yeah, thank you.
Madam Mayor. No.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, a bit of a follow-up to this. My question has to do with what Jody referenced, which is the overflow. And I don't know which one of you want to answer. The conditional use permit at this point says that you'll have 205 beds. There appears to be an expectation that you'll serve more guests than that on a regular basis and do it with overflow. And so my question to you is, what is the real need? And if the need is not met here, what else can we do?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Clegg, there has been some new programming developed just this year because there is an increase in our homeless population. So currently at Interfaith Sanctuary, we have 124 beds. We have 26 mats inside. We have 15 Army cots in a tent, and we have 6 Army cots in a portable classroom to accommodate more need. We worked with the city of Boise in partnership with Our Path Home to create an overflow program, which is triggered by severe weather. Then there's funding in place where we actually bring extra staff on at Interfaith. We transport people to motels, and that funding pays for the motels. So they're no longer needing to be crammed into our space. These triggers only happen during severe weather conditions. Overflow is not every day. In the summer, when the weather's warmer, there's other options. But when there is overflow, there's a severe weather overflow program. And then for us, sometimes there are a need for more low barrier beds because those people are not permitted in the other shelter system, but that's maybe 4 or 5 people. It's not 50 people. So I hope that helps it's not a staggering number, but it is a number.
Okay, that does help. I appreciate that. So given that, the existing condition is that overflow will be immediately reported, why there's an emergency, and that you'll be limited to no more than 90 days a year.
Council, Mayor McLean, Councilwoman Clegg, right now, the overflow for severe weather, our shelter is not able to accommodate it on its own. It's actually in partnership with the Boise Rescue Mission, and then who's ever not qualified to go there, we move to motels.
Okay.
And so in answer to your question that I guess it's a 90-day count for severe weather, there may be other times where there is, for whatever reason, an overflow need that might not be triggered by a severe weather and the funding doesn't kick in at that point. So if there's no funding at that point, you may have to look to Interfaith Sanctuary to provide more shelter for a short time.
And so given that, how many overflow beds, however they're accommodated, do you believe will be needed?
So currently, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Clegg, currently we are serving 15 additional men and 6 additional women on the backside of Interfaith Sanctuary through a portable and a heated tent. So that's a total of 21. Those are single men and women. And then the hotel shelter, we are utilizing the 53 rooms, but there's 128 families on the wait list to get into that program. And there's over 80 seniors and medically fragile that our program can't serve yet. So
that gets to the heart of my question, which
Yeah.
is there appears to be, to me, to be more need than can be met at this shelter, but we're looking at this as the answer. And
Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Clegg, we have never, ever wanted to be the answer. We've always wanted to be part of the solution, which we have been part of the solution with our path home in the city of Boise since, quite honestly, before the pandemic. But we raised a COVID hotel and we raised warming shelters and cooling shelters. We're a response mechanism for you. We don't solve it all, but we stand by your side and we do everything we can to take care of as many people. We have never said that this shelter is going to solve it all. What we did say was that this shelter would provide the best shelter possible for people who have to stay homeless for longer because of access. It's for that informed trauma care. It's for longer term stays. It's to protect our families and seniors. It's to add much needed programming. But the work doesn't end with us, hopefully, and inspires more, but we won't be able to solve the whole problem, but we'd like to solve as much as we possibly could.
so as I heard, if I'm understanding correctly, as I heard our staff, they told us that, in fact, they know it won't solve the whole problem and that they're in support of allowing you to always take overflow to serve the people who might be in need, and that otherwise it's bad for them, it's bad for the community. So again, back to my question. We think we have an application for 205 beds, but it appears to me that what we're really talking about is a much greater need. And I guess I'm confused as to how much of that much greater need we are either expecting or you are expecting to serve at this site.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, as we talk about the condition on overflow, that was a discussion early on with your staff wanting to have parameters. And we're amenable to those parameters. But you can't simultaneously guilt us for not solving all of the problem.
I'm not.
No, I'm gonna stop you there because I would say I believe that that's not at
Okay.
all the intent. The question is, as we
So,
are, the question is, as we are deliberating on what conditions are needed, if conditions can mitigate the impact, my understanding of this question is the true impact. Is this beyond 90 days because there's true impact in the community? So it's 205 beds plus cots. What is it really? because that will impact our ability to successfully dictate requirements around this land use siting.
And Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, as we talked with staff, I appreciated Maureen and Casey's comments today on this, because that was not part of the conversation that was had with planning staff when that condition was originally discussed in the fall. As to their request, we think overflow is necessary and important. And we think that overflow should be a situation that can be addressed as an emergency. We have no desire to do that, but we shouldn't. You heard public testimony demanding that if we were to do overflow, they wanted a change in the conditional use permit. We do not have the time to react in this community to come back and ask for permission to allow people that may freeze this weekend. Okay.
Right.
So we will do as much or as little as you impose upon us.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. So it sounds like, I know we've heard this a few times about not predicting the weather, but we kind of can. And it sounds like there have been moments that there's a seasonality to this work, and that the numbers increase at certain times of the year. At its height, where you've got overflow, where we do need to take into consideration that people are exposed to the elements and the temperature can get dangerously low in our city. Can you give us that number? What are we looking at? It's a true number of the beds. And as I've asked Maureen and Casey to explain to me, the mats and the cots, so that we really know it's about the number of people. What does that time period look like? Traditionally, what has been your experience? Is that time period where you're going to have that overflow and there's going to be a maximum number of need because of those situations?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Sanchez, let's just go from this year. There is an increase in our homeless population, and not everyone is coming to a shelter. They are living in their cars, but night by night from early December through early March, and then we had like another weird cold spell. So anytime the weather drops dramatically, we're going to get like a sudden rush. But December, January, February, early March is the heaviest burden on a shelter system. They cannot comfortably find a way to stay safe outside. And so that is when shelter becomes really needed for all. We at Interfaith Sanctuary did not have the capacity to serve everyone. I felt like the gap for single men and women this year was about 50 people. Like if we had 50 more spaces at our emergency shelter, I felt like we could have handled it, or getting more people into the rescue mission. And then there's the hotel, and that doesn't change. It doesn't have the same intake kind of process. So the waiting list is the waiting list until we are successfully able to move families or medically fragile back out. So, but the waiting list does represent a gap.
Madam Mayor, got a series of questions here. And for either one of you, I realize that tonight there's a lot of additional information as far as the presentation of some additional conditions, and some of that may be a bit to process. So I kind of want to see if we can go through that a little bit. There's 20 conditions that you had already seen, and I think at least 12, if not 13 of those conditions have been adjusted or additional things have been put to them. Did you hear anything tonight with those additional conditions? And let's just go ahead and take number 4, the 90-day thing, out of this situation, because we've been talking about that. Did you see anything in there that you were not amenable to, or that you don't think that you could incorporate?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I don't think we heard anything tonight that is not workable. I think there's still some wordsmithing you're going to have to do on some of these. We think that what your staff did is consistent and clarifies documents that we had previously seen, and to the extent that there are new things, it's largely based on what we perceive to be best practices. So as a practical matter, yes, we can, I think we can adhere to those. I think we can make them work. As the attorney, however, I just have to note and object the degree to which this application is being conditioned in light of his history and practice in this city. So,
Sure. Yep. So I'm going to follow up on a couple of those. So the fifth one is overnight staffing to correlate with overflow capacity, which we just talked about a little bit. Could be 90 days, could be more. I don't know that we're anywhere close to figuring that out. But would you have the ability to have additional overnight staffing? Do you do that currently?
We do. We add staff for transportation, and we add staff if we have people in the tents and the portables for ratio safety. So the budget goes up, but it's well worth it to make sure that more people are inside. Madam Mayor and Council Halliburton, sorry.
You're good. Part of that same condition, there was a lot of additional training requirements. It seems like a lot to me because I read a really long list. I don't know that the training that you already have in place, do you have the capacity to have the staff do all of that training?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman, sorry, Halliburton, that training is already in part, it's been our practices forever. We are very lucky to have social work students from Boise State. We do trauma-informed training. We do de-escalation training. We do self-defense training. We do CPR training, Narcon training. A lot of partnerships, even through Our Path Home, provides and brings training to get our level up. And we've gone now to CNA training and EMT training for our staff because of what happened in the last 2 years, where we had to be able to provide a higher level of medical triage. And so we welcome as much training as we can get. And we will actually have a partnership with medical staff from FMRI and Terry Riley Health Services. Primary Health is actually building a medical clinic inside the building that will be staffed by residency students and actual doctors and nurses from those two partnerships. So the level of care goes way up too.
So if that was part of our evaluation process, if we were looking at this at the end of the year and going through, we would be able to know what percentage of the staff was trained in a variety of these areas. And it sounds like it's already pretty high, and it could be across the board for a lot of those basic trainings.
Yes, I think we have an incredible, Madam Mayor, Councilman Halliburton, we have an incredibly highly trained staff, but we are investing in that higher level of CNN and EMT too as well, because we want to try and mitigate some of that burden on the medical system. And so we believe having that full-time day and night will really be a benefit. So yes.
Great.
Councilmember Halliburton, if I may, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, the only thing I would add is totally in agreement with what your staff outlined, but that ought to be a best practice across all participants and everybody engaged with Our Path Home, so that there's not a question as to the quality of training of any specific facility. I think there's got to be, if we're going to have standardized, which we do, intake and standardized processing, I think we have to.
I agree with that. And I think as we look at code in the future, and if anybody else were to apply for a conditional use permit, that'd be certainly something that I'd be willing to look at. I'm going to leave condition number 17 to Council President Clegg. I'm sure she has some questions there and a little more information about VRT and how that might look. I am interested in the new conditions that were placed as well. So there's an additional, is it 8? No. Maybe there's an additional 8 conditions, additional 6 conditions. And one of the things there is no rejection between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. And I'm wondering if you can talk to that practice a little bit more.
Sorry. Madam Mayor, Councilman Halliburton, could you read that again in completeness? Because I don't want to misconstrue it.
So there was a no rejection condition that we had between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m.
No ejection.
Yeah.
No ejection, not rejection. Okay.
The facility shall never eject someone to the street during the hours
That's correct.
of 7 to 7, except upon coordination with other shelters and or BPD as otherwise provided in these conditions.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Halliburton, that is reasonable and already best practice for us. Currently, we will, if we are having a space issue, we will refer to the Boise Rescue Mission to see if there's space in transport. If someone who is a sexual offender comes to our shelter, we're unable to serve them, we escort them to the other shelter. And if we have a behavioral issue, there are steps that we do. We first try to de-escalate, we then try and separate. And if we're not able to manage either of those better, then we do call in for a welfare check. And that might lead to a police call because they're the only ones who can actually put a hold in a hospital for us. Or if it's just you're kind of just being a jerk, we will call the other shelter and ask if they can go stay there for the night because they're not doing great tonight. So there's a whole system in place.
Great. And Madam Mayor, I've got 2 more questions and I'll kind of open up, take a break.
Yeah, and then after your 2 questions, we're going to take a quick break.
Okay. I'll make them good. So the second to last question is about transportation between shelters. This is something that I'm concerned about because this is an additional distance that we haven't necessarily had to look at before. And I want to make sure that when we're talking about overnight shelter, hitting capacity, a variety of different things, the ejection of somebody that transportation is there and you have the ability to do that. Can you speak to the transportation? That would be condition number 24 and making sure that there's transportation between shelters.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilman Halliburton, when we are doing a transport at any time during the week, it's maybe 1 guest or 2 guests. It's not a large movement of guests. It's never the large numbers that we imagine. We have 3 vans that are our property that we utilize for transportation. And we always have 3 staff members so that we are able to transport 24/7. So just part of our practices already.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for answering the 24/7. I was going to follow up on that. So the last question I've got, and this is sort of, I guess, the big one that I'm trying to figure out, and it may come off as a little bit cold, but we've heard from our staff that in order for shelters to follow best practices and to be successful, you can have all these conditions in place, you can have all these different things, but it has to operate well. There has to be really good operations. I've heard over and over again from our community members that they want to make sure that if we have conditions that are in place, that Interfaith is actually held accountable to them, and that we're not just asking them to have faith that it will get done, but we're giving them assurance and accountability that it will get done. Part of that is on us when it comes to a conditional use permit and code enforcement and a variety of other areas. We've talked about a good neighbor agreement. Within that good neighbor agreement and other areas, how can you give us that level of accountability to make sure that these conditions really will be addressed in a meaningful way?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Halliburton, I think anecdotally, I can kind of share how this works because we have an emergency shelter that's located in an unsecured area because we can't secure it because we don't own the byways. And so we're surrounded by other shelters, unsheltered people, and we don't have enough space to move people in during the day, only our programmers. But then we were lucky enough to get funding for a hotel shelter. And that's where we could put our families with children, our medically fragile, and our seniors. And those medically fragile seniors took up so much impact on that low barrier shelter downtown because they had to be outside all day. So when we got them to the hotel, those emergency medical calls went away because they had a place to be 24/7. And that's like what everyone's kind of forgetting to look at is the River Shore area is mostly an unsheltered population. They have to navigate the streets all day long. They don't have access to bathrooms and showers. During the pandemic, there was really no place for them even to sit safely. And so what you see are survival crimes. You see urination, you see defecation, you see loitering. But best practices, what Our Path Home is talking about is you give someone access to a building where they are free to go to the bathroom and take a shower when needed. And they have laundry access, and they have the ability to sit in a park on the backside of our property, and they have access to computers. Like all those impacts that you see on River Shore area is because they have no place to be. They're not secure. They are entering trauma daily. And so that's how I want you to see, like, we will be so accountable, and our the design of this shelter is so thoughtful
Madam
in
Mayor,
that.
Yep.
Did I go off track a little?
A little bit. Those are great
Sorry.
operations and great best practices. I want to make sure you're saying that you're going to do those.
Yeah.
It's not enough for me to have faith that you will. It's not enough for anybody here
Well,
to have
hang on a
faith that you will. So we need to make sure, it's not that I don't think you will. It's not that faith can't be enough. There's got to be ways for us to make sure that there's accountability. The good neighbor agreement, I think, is one of those areas where we can do that. What I'm hoping you can do is speak a little bit towards the construction of that good neighbor agreement, how that will ensure to our neighbors and neighborhood that there is accountability there. And if there are other aspects that you can create accountability beyond that good neighbor agreement, that you talk to that as well.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Halliburton, the good neighbor agreement is actually, it's a designed format once an application is approved to go and actually create what is best practices for our neighborhood. And so it's bringing in people from the city, the police department, neighbor representatives, guest lived experience, and us. And we look at that format of a good neighbor agreement. And it is like what Maureen was saying, it's reciprocal. We need to feel as safe as our neighbors, right? And so we need to talk together and develop what best practices are for that neighborhood. So we will sit around that table. We will create those conditions together. We have been so adaptable through this whole process. We just want to, make sure that people have a place to be. So I'm not going to ask you to have faith in me, but the process itself is supposed to be developed in community. And that's what we're hoping that will happen once you approve the application. And as far as, can you count on us? I mean, I would ask for you to look at our record and how we served the COVID hotel and how we stepped up.
And Madam Mayor, I think you did a great job with the COVID hotel. I think it's pretty heroic. I'm talking specifically about this application. I think Jeff maybe has some stuff as well.
It's the tie-in to the conditional,
Madam
the
Mayor.
condition.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I don't want to overstate and overcommit what the purpose of the good neighbor agreement is, because I think there's been some misunderstanding in that regard. It is a mechanism by which those neighbors who wish to engage with us do. It is a manner by which we inform them of the rules that we impose, who to contact, how to go through it. We're amenable to the revisions that have been done, but going back to the observation that Council President Clegg made earlier in this proceeding, fundamentally, when we talk about the enforceability of a conditional use permit and the enforceability of a development agreement, they're the same. If there is a violation, there is a mechanism by which this body can terminate either of them after notice, opportunity to cure, and a public hearing. So we recognize that, and we can talk about the soft, fluffy stuff, which is important, but you have all the power in you under your code if we're not complying with the conditions. Now, I would have loved to have been in a situation where we had a good neighbor agreement that was fully embraced by everybody. We haven't been able to do that. And I don't anticipate that everybody that we identified in that good neighbor agreement will ever get on board. And that's a conversation we had with your staff, that we obviously can't force other property owners to, but as we work on that with other property owners who want to engage, and we provide the mechanism for the neighborhood associations to be represented and heard, there is a mechanism, there is a process, we can do that. But first and foremost, you have a conditional use permit that has a statutory termination mechanism that if we don't comply, you will revoke it.
All right, with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Before I open it back up to council members who will have questions, I just want to point out that it's been reported to me that during these breaks, folks are getting a little squirrely. And I am going to reiterate again that I expect respect in these chambers and respect especially towards our staff. They are people just like each of us are people. They've worked hard on this, as each of you have worked hard to bring your information to us. This council has spent, by my count, I think now 7 hours asking questions because they are truly intent on understanding as much as possible before they make a decision on this very important topic. And so as we move into this final stage, if we have to, and I really hope it doesn't come to this, we'll ask folks to leave. If in the next break that we take breaks because we have to go to the bathroom, and I see or it's reported to me that staff is being bothered, that there are words between folks, again, I'm going to ask those involved in that to leave. But most importantly, I'm going to ask each and every one of you to think about how you would like each of us to be treating you if you were on the other side of this, or how you'd like your kids to be treated if they were behind that podium answering questions of a council, and then treat them the same way. And I really appreciate the way this has transpired in the last week with all of us. We've been having these conversations for over a year, and now intently as we make this decision this evening. These are conversations that have to be had. But if we want to get through this the right way, the Boise way, and be able to do what we must together as we move through this process and after, then it's got to start here. And so once again, I'm going to ask folks to behave as I've asked before, and let you know that I'm really serious about different people in this room asking you to leave if we see something otherwise. Thank you. With that, I'm going to open it back up to council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jody, I just had a quick question about, it's 22. And it's one of the new recommended actions. It says no tents for sleeping are allowed on the property. And we talked a little bit about the overflow and the way you've had to accommodate people in need when those moments arise. Will the facility as it's currently designed, will you be able to comply with that particular recommendation?
Madam Mayor, Commissioner Sanchez, yes, the overflow tent on the backside of Interfaith is a large heated tent that cots go into, but there are no individual tents allowed on our property, and there never has been. And so yes, the answer is yes, we can accommodate, and we will not have tents or people sleeping outside.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor. Jody, one question I had was related to the recommended new condition that the facility shall not eject someone to the street during the hours of 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Except upon coordinated with other shelters. And my question was, what is the protocol, or what would be the protocol for folks who might need to go to work during those hours, or somebody who in another scenario just decides that they want to leave voluntarily? What does that look like in your shelter protocol?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Wooding, so we have accommodations for anyone who's employed. They actually have a signed work schedule that's sent to us from wherever they work, so that we know that they will be gone for certain hours, and then their intake is taken care of and they come in. As far as leaving our shelter, there's no re-entry after you leave our shelter, but it's a difficult question to answer because you don't know that they've left. Does that make sense? Because there's no well, I should add to that, when they're in our building, you absolutely know. So are you talking about before curfew or at curfew, because at curfew, the building's locked down.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm talking about specifically during the hours of 7 PM to 7
Got it.
AM.
Yeah, so at that point, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Halliburton, it's curfew and they're I am not nervous. It's the bed checks. There's this whole process. And so at 8 PM, it's curfew and lights out. So at that point, if people going to work, yeah. Does that help?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So quick follow-up on that one. There was a suggestion that if that happens, there be communication with the street team so that they can potentially communicate with that person. Is that your current practice?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Clegg, we during the day work with an outreach, which catch outreach. They don't operate at night. So
Okay.
in the nighttime hours, our partners are either
DPD.
mobile crisis or the police.
Okay,
And so that would be our form of contact.
all right. And as I understand this condition, it doesn't require that if someone leaves voluntarily, but I'm wondering if that should be part of just the operations plan as it's developed. Does that make sense?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Clegg, it seems as though that's the new condition that was brought to us, which we're very agreeable to, that if anyone was to be leaving, we would automatically make those steps. So that's something that we could easily condition for you.
Okay. So my question has to do with the families and daytime. So the day room, as I understand it, is designed more for the individuals. Is there a day room for families too? Is it just the lounge eating area that already exists, or how will they also use the same day room?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Clegg, actually the family building is designed separately. There's a full-time preschool, a teen lounge, a computer area, a separate family dining. So the families actually will eat in their own area. There's laundry facilities, case management, and classrooms. And then also the housing for the families with children. So they really have kind of their own space where their case management team and their programming exists.
And that is for all day?
That's all day,
Okay.
day and night, yeah.
And outside, though, there's no separation. If they do go outside, both populations will be using all of the outside. Is that correct?
Well, I have to be, Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Clegg, I have to be honest with you. That's not a finalized back design. What we do know is that there's going to be a park, a community garden, and then there's supposed to be a separation with a children's community garden, a playground, and a green area. And so best practices for us is to separate children with parents.
Okay.
And so I think that is definitely part of the design. It's just not finalized yet, but that's how it's always been in our current shelter. Separate side of the building, doors locked. There is a play area on that backside, and that is best practices.
Okay, great. That's good to hear, because I was just going to suggest that
Yeah.
is best practices as I've heard it
Yes.
would be that.
Yeah.
So this is a speculative question, and if you don't feel like you can answer it, I totally understand. Did you consider limiting this shelter, given the dire need that we know exists for families and medically fragile? Did you consider limiting this shelter to just those two populations?
Mayor McLean, Councilwoman Clegg, Interfaith Sanctuary was founded with a mission to serve all that didn't have a place to go. And we take the person that you might think isn't deserving of that bed space is now clean and sober.
There's
No,
no
not
one
you, not you.
There's no one undeserving of
No,
a
no.
bed space. It's
But so-
a need-based.
Need basis,
question.
that there's equal need across, everyone needs shelter. And so for us to be able to serve in the way that we are designed to serve, we serve single men and women, families with children, people who are.
Okay, you
That's-
answered. I
yeah.
appreciate that. Thank
Mhm.
you. One last question, if no one else has one. Most of the family area is either private rooms or semi-private, at least 2 families per room, it looks like, if I'm reading the plans correctly. Most of the individual space is, while not fully dormitory, rooms that are shared with 6 beds, and I assume some of those are bunk beds at least. Did you consider a design that had more what I would call private rooms rather than the more dormitory style?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Clegg, so the way that this shelter is designed is that there's private rooms for men and women. There's quads that have single beds and bathrooms with a much greater ratio, less people using bathrooms. There's family rooms. Actually, no families will pair together. They're all private family rooms that have the ability to open up if your family's bigger or close down. And each of those family rooms have their own bathrooms so that they have.
Yeah, it was unclear if the bathroom was shared between 2 families or if it was just shared between the 2 rooms that housed 1 family.
Right.
So you're saying that latter. Okay.
Exactly. And then we gave up some space for the medical dorm. You have to have much wider aisles and things like that to accommodate medical equipment. And then we created the hospice rooms that would allow for people to, in their end stages, have privacy and comfort. So the design obviously is not locked down, but the design was developed with all the trauma-informed information that we've kind of learned for how we serve in a hotel shelter and how we serve at the emergency shelter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Mayor, just one more question about the overflow, Jody. So with this new recommendation of no tents being allowed on the property for sleeping, would your overflow then take more of the form of what you've described before, of people sleeping on mats if necessary? Is that what you're looking at? And people no longer needing to be in a big tent like you described?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Sanchez, so the overflow would be done in the day center that's built on the backside of the new shelter. We use Army cots to make those extra beds. And so the tent was a response to need. The day center manages that overflow now.
Okay, so I just, again, want to clarify because it is a recommendation on here. The condition says sleeping overnight outside the buildings on the property is prohibited. So you're saying not an issue because it wouldn't involve overnight sleeping?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
you're correct.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, I think if we can go back to the map, just to be clear, if there was overflow, it would be in those back two buildings. So we're not putting anybody in tents, but those would be in buildings which we believe would comply with the condition. I want to be clear. That's your understanding, correct?
Yeah, it was the tent thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Jeff, if I heard you correctly, that means that the day room could be overflow.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, this is our last chance for questions with them.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, I asked the question earlier because I believe that there could be conditions in place that would mitigate a lot of these issues at this particular location. I think that there could be. And I think a lot of it comes down to making sure that the operations are done really, really well. And that we have things in place that can make sure that those operations are done well, that we evaluate. I know that can seem onerous, but that level of accountability is what I'm looking for. I tried to ask a question about the good neighbor agreement. I didn't quite get the answer that I was looking for. One of the suggestions that our staff members made was that we actually look at the good neighbor agreement. We make a small adjustment so that we move leadership notification higher up. So it's not after 7 days if something hasn't been answered, but it's answered immediately, or if it's not answered within 24 hours, that it's reported to the executive director so that they can make sure that it's responded to as well. That's accountability to me. That means that leadership is aware of an issue and that leadership is going to take steps to solve and address that issue. What I am trying to understand with you all in this good neighbor agreement, if this is one mechanism that can provide some accountability, some feedback from the neighborhood to address some of the issues, and if we can use that as a tool, and if there are other ways that you can create accountability and feedback from neighbors to address issues, to make sure that if we're not meeting these conditions, if somebody finds an area that we're not meeting, that we can address those before the city has to step in and do something, because that's what we don't want to do. We want to have things working well enough that the city doesn't have to do that. I'm trying to figure out what those mechanisms could be. So I'm going to ask just one more time, can you talk about how that could be done in the good neighbor agreement? And can you give me any other examples of ways that you might be able to provide those levels of accountability?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Halliburton, I do think the good neighbor agreement's the perfect place to do it. And I think that definitely as the relationship begins, the executive director should absolutely be the main point of contact. I don't think that it should expect a 7-day response. I think it should expect the same day response. And I think that you can write that into the agreement. And I think weekly meetings, getting ahead of the shelter before it's even built and creating this community far in advance, and then really being adaptable to knowing how, like, let's call a meeting, let's do this. I mean, I know I get too chatty, but we figure it out as we go and in the way we do our programming, and we pivot. If something's not feeling good or right, we'll adapt immediately. And so I think that good neighbor agreement, I offer any kind of entry into meetings, conversations. If you want me there in 2 hours in the beginning, fine. That's a good condition for us. That will garner better relationships across the board. We're very accessible, and we have a really amazing staff that is so accountable to, and I think bringing them in and making sure that this agreement creates a community in itself. I think that's the way that good neighborhood agreement should be looked at.
Anything to add as far as other measures of accountability from either one of you?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember.
And thank you, Jody.
Halliburton, I think that with the additional conditions that your staff has requested in terms of data gathering and reporting and sharing, that's an appropriate way to do that. I think the Shelter Better Task Force did a good job of identifying what data needs to be gathered and how we share that and do that. And we think that data ought to be made available. So we're amenable. Again, that was an outline. That was a template that we prepared based upon multiple ones that we had seen. We're amenable to a much more frequent meeting process. We think the data that has been identified is appropriate to share and be able to address. And I think it would be appropriate, if you want, as one of those conditions, to have not just that meeting that's identified, but a regular review and evaluation of the functioning and adherence to the conditions, that would be an appropriate item to add to that agenda that staff laid out, with Our Path Home, the Boise Police, and other interested stakeholders.
May I add one more thing, Madam Mayor?
Sure.
And Councilman Halliburton, I think with the good neighbor agreement, the conversation with the security plan, there's the internal security plan that we operate for safety of staff and guests, but then there's the external community plan. And I think having that be a big part of engagement and being able to talk about what the community policing plan looks like, from support from our guests, staff, and volunteers, and what that looks like for the neighbors, and what their expectations are, and how we can, kind of lift the level of neighbor.
Great, thank you. And also no offense by being called Councilwoman Halliburton. I've been called Congressman Halliburton earlier in the week, and that was
I didn't
worse.
even know I did it this time. I'm sorry.
Well, that Congressman Halliburton was offensive, I think.
Sure. Okay. Pull your mic up.
My mic's not on. Thank you. So the security recommendation has been modified or proposed to be modified. That requires to include the physical security measures, including wanding and/or metal detector. And I would like to ask if you have a current policy for if you do that, and if you find a weapon, what's your policy with what to do with the weapon or with the person who has it?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Clegg, currently we have a wanding station and a security hut. And if someone attempts to come through that security hut with some sort of weapon, it is not allowed on our property. But they have, before you enter security, we have a container with lockers. And so that backpack with whatever they may have is locked in that locker until they leave the next day. It is unlawful for us to remove to take weapons away.
Yeah.
But I do want you to know, with the new design and more space, we are going to be doing actually a safe. And we're looking at best practices from other shelters who have in fact done a check-in so that we know where the weapon is and they do too. I do want to assure you that there's not that many weapons, but it is something that we definitely take seriously, and we'd like to have a better protocol at the new shelter.
Okay. That's good to hear. Thank you. So the other thing that isn't addressed in these new conditions is specifically, it just says reflect the recommendations. I guess I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to probably suggest that we say address the recommendations, don't reflect them. But one of those is exterior security cameras. Are you already planning to install those?
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Clegg, yes, we already have cameras at our current location. And as soon as we move into design, then they will actually determine where the best locations for cameras are for both the front side of the building, back side of the building, and in between. So cameras are a big part of, we're actually able to watch on our phones and iPads. And so we have eyes in more places. So it's definitely also considered best practice.
Thank you. And then admittance time, if someone comes after typical curfew, what's your current practice?
Well, currently there's, Madam Mayor, Councilwoman.
It's
Clegg.
okay.
The homeless community is small and they know the system. And they know that if you're not at our shelter by 4:30, you will not be on our wait list. And so you won't have a bed. And so they either have stayed with us the night before and their bed is secured, or if they didn't get to us by 4:30, they're not coming to us. They're going to find another option. And so they know that if they showed up at 7 o'clock, there's no way that they're going to have a bed.
All right. So we don't need to address that one, you don't believe? Okay.
Yeah.
And then one of the other conditions that maybe begins to answer Councilmember Halliburton's questions, condition 18 talks about after 1 year of occupancy and having a meeting to review how everything has gone. We've actually typically been doing things like that at 6 months and not 1 year, and then maybe thereafter annually. But as the condition is written, it only is a meeting between yourselves, the neighborhood, and staff, and no report to the city council. And I guess I would like to understand your reaction if we ask, once that meeting occurs, for staff to then report to the city council about the meeting and make any recommendations for modifications or changes in the CU as a result of what was learned.
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Clegg, I actually think that's such a great idea. I think bringing council into the regular conversation about what's going on could only benefit all of us, and it would probably actually end up improving all of us as well. I welcome the conversation. So yes.
Thank you.
All right, I'm just going to double check that there's nothing else. Okay, I think we probably had a minute or something
I
for,
think we had a couple minutes left.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, sorry, they had 2 minutes and 33 seconds.
great.
Okay. I'm not going to take all of that. This has been a long process, Madam Mayor, council members. And just to end it, we understand the passion that people have about it and the concern that they have. But let's not forget how Interfaith Sanctuary started. We've talked about that history, and Interfaith Sanctuary started because the faith leaders in this community recognized there was a need to serve all. So who Interfaith serves? Interfaith serves families, keeping them together. Interfaith serves single fathers with their children. Interfaith serves all faiths and no faiths with no requirement for adherence or participation in religious activities. It serves all who are medically fragile. It serves all sexual orientations and gender identities. This is a need. Throughout this process, the questions come up. What is the right number? And the reason that I'm so sensitive to that, Mayor and council members, is who do you not want us to serve? This is difficult. I think, to be honest, Interfaith was a little naive when they started this process. And I told them, this is what we do. Clark Wardle is here all the time. We know how hard it's going to be. And I'm grateful for the opportunity we've had to represent them on a pro bono basis to navigate this process, because I believe that this community, having made the decision to outsource all of this to nonprofits, has an obligation to ensure that if we're going to do that, that all can be served. We believe you should reverse the denial of the conditional use permit, grant the conditional use permit with appropriate conditions have been outlined by your staff. And with that, we defer and turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to close this record. And the issue is now before council.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I know there's lots of different elements here to talk about. I don't know if we want to walk through the aspects of the appeal first. I guess maybe I should have let Council President Clegg maybe give us some guidance.
And I would say in this, yes, council president should answer that, but also often with larger records, and I can't say that I've been part of one that's this large. There is kind of a walkthrough of all the topics that were discussed, et cetera, before a motion gets on the table. So I think it's okay if we want to go that direction as well. Yep, and I'm getting a nod from behind.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Halligan. I was going to suggest just that we don't go straight to a motion, that we have some discussion based on the record, that we, there are really two places we could start. We could start with the findings that we have to make on conditional use permits, or we could start with the finding of the Planning and Zoning Commission, or we could start with the appeal request. And I guess from my experience, it probably serves us best to at least begin to discuss the findings and the tests that we have to find on the conditional use permit before we go to the appeal. But I'm certainly open to what others would prefer.
Madam Mayor, my humble suggestion would be that we start with the conditional use elements. And as we go through each one, we check off the appeal memorandum, look at the argument for error there, and then exercise our own independent duty with respect to each of the steps. That way we stay inside the framework of the ordinance and we can all organize ourselves and sort of chart our course based on that.
Well, with that, Madam Mayor, maybe I will go ahead and kick it off then. That's all right. First, I want to state that this hearing is not designed, nor should it be used to determine if Boise needs shelter of this kind, nor is it designed. We know that we do. It's a need that this community has, that every community has. Nor is it designed, or should it be discussed, as to what will happen to shelter service if this application is either approved or denied. That's not what's before us tonight. This is a hearing held on the rule on whether or not the Planning and Zoning Commission erred in denying the shelter as proposed in this location. So our job, at least as I view it tonight, is a simple one in one way and really complex in the other. Simply, we must rule whether the application for a conditional use permit to operate this shelter as proposed at this site meets all 5 criteria needed for a CUP finding in the Boise City Code. Included in these are neighborhood compatibility, adverse impact, undue burden, whether the site is large enough to accommodate the use, and whether or not this is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. It's complex because the size and scope of the proposed facility inherently produces substantial impact, as was stated by the applicant earlier in this hearing. The questions become, can you and how do you mitigate for that to make the findings required on those 5 points? So if we're going to go through point by point, I did first want to note that while a shelter home is defined as a type within the residential uses in Boise code, it is not zoned in Boise to be allowed in a residential district, even conditionally. This is a reflection, I believe, of the high impact of shelter on the surrounding properties. And that being designated as conditionally allowed in most commercial districts is not an assurance that it will be permitted in a specific location with a specific design at in a specific district. The code says that in the respective zoning district, the use is allowed only if reviewed and approved in accordance with the procedures of our code and all other applicable regulations in the code, including use-specific standards and requirements in development and design standards. It also is has the conditional designation in the code in a given district also is not an authorization or an assurance that the use will be permitted. Rather, each permit application shall be evaluated as to the probable effect on adjacent properties and surrounding areas and may be approved or denied as to the findings indicated in those wheres. So I just say all of that publicly so that we kind of set the stage. At least in my mind, it was really helpful to go through that again to set the stage for what it is we're talking about tonight. So I don't know which of the 5 we want to take up first, but would be happy to be quiet now and let someone else take one of them to begin with.
Madam Mayor. Well, I think we could probably go in order, and the first is whether the location is compatible with other uses in the general neighborhood. I don't know for sure on this one. I think I'm trying to evaluate the proposal as possibly conditioned, because really many of the conditions we've talked about are conditions on how the facility is used, as opposed to, for example, conditions like a special setback or conditions like special accommodations for parking. We're really trying to condition the behavior of people. And so that that's fundamentally a little incompatible with this element. And I'm looking forward to talking through it. My top level concerns are that uses in the vicinity include shelter for women. Some of the testimony was incredibly compelling to me on that. I woke up in the night thinking about that. Vulnerable individuals at Valor Point who are struggling with their own sets of problems. And then the recreational sort of public benefit that comes from a city park without a lot of rules. That one, taking away a government benefit, relatively lax alcohol regulation in a park may not be quite such a big issue from a compatibility perspective. But those are the three things that raise a question in my mind as to whether the proposed use is compatible with the uses in the vicinity. So maybe somebody who's been staying up all night for the last week as well has come up with the answer to this and can help me with it, but that's where I struggle on that one.
Madam Mayor, I also have been up a lot, but do not have the magic answer to this question, but have been struggling with a lot of the same things. We do in this neighborhood already have a concentration of social services. We have a very small library. We have, a lot of walkability built in also to the neighborhood, walkability to schools and grocery and some elements that frankly other neighborhoods would love to have. So this one is really sticky for me too. Like, how compatible is it? What, in this corridor that's envisioned for long-term change, what are the uses that fit into that vision longer term, as well as are fitting into the neighborhood now? And this is, I honestly think that this is the condition that I struggle with the most, because I think it's so subjective. It's really hard to have a concrete idea of it. And this is where everyone's weather forecasting comes in, I think, is on this condition, specifically on whether this use is going to be compatible with the existing uses. So I have no magic answer either, Councilmember Bajent, but these are also the things that I'm struggling with.
Madam Mayor. So this is actually probably the condition that I struggle with the most. And so we're going to get to some other ones that I struggle with a little bit more. We have approved a shelter in this area already. So we already have demonstration that this is an appropriate location for a shelter. Now that shelter is slightly different than this one, but we have shown that there is a shelter that can take place in this neighborhood. It's a C2 zone. We allow this in a C2 zone. If we don't look at this as a compatible use in this area, we have to start asking ourselves, is there a location that it's compatible in? So if it meets the zoning requirements, if it has access to transit, if it has access to parks, libraries, grocery stores, all the other things that we would want to make sure that any other large housing type had close by, because we would see that as an asset for the people living there, then that would tell us that this is probably a compatible use on the neighborhood. Now, some of the things I think that we talked about that maybe two of our other council members talked about was a little bit about undue burden on the neighborhood. And I think that maybe that belongs in a different category. To me, when I look at compatible use, I look at the zoning, I look at some of the stuff that we have in our comprehensive plan, some that says this is a great location, some that would say maybe this isn't as much of a great location. But to me, if we've got C2 zoning listed as an area where this is allowed, and we're examining other places that this could take place around our city, if we were to say that this is not compatible with other uses in the general neighborhood, I think we would be really limiting ourselves to any other location where this could be in the future. So that proximity to public transit, the type of zoning that's allowed there, the other amenities that are in the area, I have a hard time not seeing this as a compatible use in this area. So I differ a little bit from our other council members there.
Madam Mayor, I agree with what Council President Pro Tem Wooding said in terms of it being subjective. I think what I have heard in testimony, especially from the neighborhood, has been about we already have enough of this type of project in our neighborhood. And the reality is what Councilmember Halliburton said is true. We've approved other projects in this area because it does work. It does have the systems in place to make it work for the folks who are already there. What I also need us to recognize is it is a place that is going to be offering services to the folks who would be using this shelter. It's not just a place for people to be. It is a place where people are going to be helped to improve in their lives, to help them. And, you know, we talk about the State Street corridor, and it's an important part of our city, and it's something that we're going to be working on improving. And for that reason, I think it does fit in with the neighborhood.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify something that I'd said, because maybe I didn't say it well enough. Undue burden to the neighborhood isn't an element of our conditional use test. The test is undue burden to public facilities, and it's adverse impact to property in the vicinity. Here, on compatible to other uses, the benchmark would be what are the other uses that are there. And so I have separate sets of thoughts on undue burden to public facilities or adverse impact to property in the vicinity. But for me, where I get stuck and where I need help is the compatibility with the current uses at the women's shelter, Valor Point, and the park. And I guess I should clarify one other thing too. Our unhoused community is not a monolith, and there's no, you know, it's so difficult to talk about because it feels so treacherous to try to make a sentence that brings a conclusion. And so I'm trying very hard to talk about uses. I'm not talking about people, and I'm not talking about the intrinsic value of every human being in the city of Boise, whether they have a home or not. But I think I have to concede that this type of use comes with certain effects. What's true of the group is not true of the individual, all those things, but it comes with certain types of effects that for me, the language of the code, which ultimately we live and die by, guides me on how to answer, or at least helped guide me on how to answer. And what I have a hard time answering is how this proposed use is compatible. There's no incompatibility with those three other uses.
Madam Mayor. I too struggled with this one, and I frankly can see both sides of the argument. I think you can make the case that the other uses in this neighborhood point to a use like this as one that's certainly compatible. And yet those other uses, now that they're there, may find that this use impacts them in a way that's not compatible. So at the end of the day, for me, as I thought more and more about this particular one, I felt like the weight of the evidence falls on the side of it being compatible, recognizing that the other tests in the conditional use permit, once we find it compatible, would allow us to either mitigate or find that whatever incompatibilities exist within the overall ruling can be mitigated or cannot.
Madam Mayor, if I could add one more thing just to the conversation, I think I can understand the different points of view. I also think that we had the executive director of an organization in the neighborhood that we're talking about, we think would be negatively impacted, who actually came to us and told us that this would be a positive impact, could be a positive impact for them, and that some of the people who might be needing to use their shelter, who may not have the ability to do it, would be able to use this one. So when we've got some of our other uses in the neighborhood that we think might potentially be compromised, and they come to us and say, no, we actually see it the other way around, then that's kind of, I guess, where I'm coming from, trying to understand what the impact is on them. And if they tell me that it's not a negative impact, then I'm not going to use my own judgment and say that it is.
So I'm going to propose, I think breaking it into blocks like this could create circuitous arguments all night on the first one. And I've heard differing opinion on this. However, several people saying that, and Council President, I'll point to you, the compatibility, if yes, then allows you to move on to the next one. So I'm going to suggest folks move on to the next ones.
I agree. Madam Mayor, I will.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
That's okay. If Council President wants to start, she can go ahead.
Thank you. I didn't not want to start the last one. I just was trying to get all my notes together and I couldn't find everything. So I appreciate the ability to take the time to do that. So in reviewing the record for this application, I do find that there's substantial.
Will you pull your mic closer? Towards you.
Thank you. I put it back there because I'd like to have this space around me, but I understand for now. I'll pull it forward.
Yeah, we probably all need to be mindful of that.
Yeah. So in reviewing the record for this application, I find substantial evidence that a low barrier shelter of this type and size, as the applicant stated themselves, is inherently produces numerous public safety and other impacts. These include increased calls for services, and increased criminal activity near the shelter. These have been enumerated in the testimony with evidence in the record that those conditions occurred today near the existing low barrier shelter in Boise and near other low barrier shelters in peer cities. There is also substantial testimony about potential ways to mitigate that impact. But as I've reviewed the record prior to tonight, I could not find evidence that the impacts could be mitigated with the conditions that we had before us in such a way that they didn't create undue burden. We heard tonight a couple of interesting arguments. One is that we shouldn't consider the burden on services, only the burden on facilities. I guess I reject that argument in part because facilities don't exist without the operations of those facilities. And I believe it's the operation of those facilities that will be burdened by this particular application. For instance, we've heard from our police chief that there will be not only a substantial shift in where service calls are answered, but potentially an increase in service calls altogether, as well as an increase in time to respond to those service calls. We've heard from our fire department that, again, there will be a shift in where the calls occur, and that shift will occur in a station, and this does get directly to the facility, that isn't the same kind of facility as the station that's currently serving the use in the other location. We also know that the city has invested substantially in a police substation nearby the existing facility, in part to be able to serve it adequately, and that there could be a substantial investment required in the existing substation in this neighborhood that's no longer being used to actually make it function as a police substation and not as a house. So for those reasons on this test, in my mind, there is undue burden. And to be honest with you, the new conditions begin to address that. But frankly, they begin to address mostly the adverse impact in my mind and less the undue burden. So I'm not trying to punt here, but I came into this thinking that undue burden was in fact a thing, that there was substantial evidence and that the Planning and Zoning Commission had rightly identified it. I continue to believe that. What I'm unclear on yet is whether or not the additional conditions do in fact mitigate it.
Madam Mayor. With the undue burden part, I think the fact that we had two of our largest departments come out as neutral, I think, can't remember if it's BFD came out neutral, but BPD, they didn't want to give a take on this one way or the other. That kind of says something to me. The other thing is, and maybe I'm conflating two different things, but you'll have to forgive me. I'm not an urban planner. I'm just little old Lisa. I've often heard us talk about the way we justify multifamily housing is density, and that it actually helps our services to be able to reach people when they need help. Certainly this is an example of putting folks in a shelter where they're receiving services. If they need services, they're going to that one place rather than subdivisions all over the city. Again, you'll have to forgive me if I'm conflating two things, but I'm just putting things in simple terms. If we have folks who have medical issues, they may be found in one location, one part of our city. And so for me, I guess I don't see the undue burden there. And if there was, I guess I would have liked to have seen our two large departments really come out strongly and really make a case for that.
Madam Mayor.
Great, thanks, Madam Mayor. I think, there's a few things going on here. So we have transportation, which is specifically called out as one of the criteria. And we heard from many folks who were concerned about the safety of shelter residents along State Street. I think that conditions around lighting and safe crossing and public transit facilities will help to mitigate that. And, the fact that people know how to use crosswalks. I'm not super worried about impacts on the transportation system, either the road or public transit. The thing that I really saw, though, was our staff, city staff, coming forward and saying, we can serve our population no matter where they are. We can figure it out. We can reallocate resources. We can look at our programming and where it's needed. And I thought that that was really commendable. And I think that that really spoke to their hearts of public service. So I really want to thank them for that. And I think that there will be, I haven't gotten to the place where there will not be impacts on public facilities. I think there will be impacts on the park. I think there will be impacts on the Greenbelt. And yes, I think that there will be impacts on the library, even though they seek to accommodate everyone for every need, wherever they are. Can those be mitigated? There's a lot in this design that takes some of those programmatic elements out of the library and into the shelter. Folks that might rely on the library for computer use would be using computers in the shelter. Folks that rely on the library to check out books would have access to books directly in the shelter. So I think that there's a lot of that. Up until today, and kind of the best practices that were presented to us. I wasn't sure that a security plan could mitigate a lot of the impacts to police and safety. And now I have a little bit more comfort that that could actually happen and that we could condition appropriately operations for a shelter that would mitigate those negative impacts, including to fire for response in health emergencies. So this is why I'm less concerned about this condition. I think this is the part where if we can properly condition this permit, we can mitigate those impacts. I'm not as concerned with transportation, though we do have a condition around bus stops, and thanks to Council President coordinating with Valley Regional Transit on those, but less concerned now where if you have a properly running shelter, if the operations are good, and if they're following best practices, that you're going to see an impact on public safety.
And Mayor, I don't have any concerns about transportation. I think that the previous use was a heavier lift on transportation than this current one is. And I think it's because of the public transportation that will be on here, it'll actually be a great use with regards to that. So I don't think that that's a large issue. The undue burden on the public facilities is certainly a consideration. I can't help but think about if this was a conditional use permit for 205 affordable units or 205 places for people to live, that we wouldn't be looking at this and saying, great, there's a park next door. Great, there's a library down the street. Great, there's a lot of these other things that are here in the area. And I think that undue burden on the park, that undue burden on the library, our parks and our libraries are open for anybody who wants to use them. And so I don't necessarily see it on those two particular areas. And I think that it would be, while there are complications there, I think it would be a mistake to look at those two that way. As far as fire goes, I think that fire's told us pretty clearly that they have the ability to do this, and I think to do it well. The police, I think, is a little bit more of an unclear area, and I think that we are guessing just a little bit on how that will go. But I also think we've got a shelter right now that is doing their best to serve the community in conditions that are not ideal, with a mitigation plan that really isn't in place. And I think that this has the ability to be done a lot better and actually to reduce a lot of those calls. I think the things that we've seen outlined from our staff, the things that we've seen referred to us by our other partners in Our Path Home, at Catch, at the Women and Children's Alliance, have kind of told us that they think that with best practices in place, that we can reduce some of that undue burden. So this is another area where certainly, to me, it's less easy than the first one, and it's just where I'm at. But I do think that we have things in place that can get us there.
Madam Mayor. It's funny how different people are so different. I actually think this is the most subjective, because it asks us not, is there a burden, but is there a burden that's undue? And then the test for whether it's due or undue is what? It's what we think. It's subjective. I think it will burden the police, whether it's an undue burden, we'll get to in a sec, because of that description of the patrol for downtown area. It just fundamentally will produce more of a burden, more response time for the bicycle officers. It will be more burdensome. I think it will burden the parks to some extent, maybe not unduly, but it will create some burden. And it will create some burden on fire, even as they rise to the occasion to meet the service level. That is a burden. Whether that's undue, I honestly don't know. The way to think, I think, about whether a burden is undue is to compare it to the universe of problems that are, you're asking to solve, or that this is addressing. And here it's housing in the Treasure Valley. It's affordability and homelessness and every, right? We should probably undertake some burden to try to address that, right? So I have less trouble with this one from that perspective. I'm not sure I get all the way there, but if this was my only hangup with this application, I think I would feel like, the amount of burden that we will subject the city to is not undue. The one though that the parties didn't really talk about is the burden that would be created by this monstrously conditioned project if we approve it, and the compliance burden and the time burden on our planning department, and the effect that that would have on the immediate neighborhood and area's ability to access things like building permit reviews or plan reviews, et cetera. I don't know from a public facilities perspective that the amount of work we're offering to undertake to ensure compliance, to basically condition land use, to control people's behavior, is a reasonable burden. And that for me is the burden that I think is probably most undue. My last quick point on the neutrality of our two chiefs. I want to recognize that I think they're in a near impossible position with this kind of request, because in the event that we go one particular way, they will be asked to carry the burden. And you can't, I think it's commendable, and a tremendous amount of integrity is shown by saying, I'm neutral, here's the facts. Whatever your marching orders are, we will go forth. But I think for me, their neutrality is not something that I can really draw an inference from. I think it's our job at a policy level to look at what we're asking them to do and ask whether it's undue. Again, bottom line for me, my concern is the compliance burden with the rest of the city on this long list of conditions.
Madam Mayor, I believe that this is one of the elements that I've struggled with the most, as well as adverse impact. And I really appreciate the discussion. It's helpful. I think this is great. I would just say we've spent a lot of time, and you've all been here. We've been in one giant meeting for the last 5 days, and I have appreciated everyone's comments and views on this. I think we have to level set that there will be an impact, and there'll be an impact on parks, there'll be an impact on police, there'll be an impact on transportation, there'll be an impact on fire, in my opinion. Common sense will just tell us that. What I struggle with, and several of the other council members have said this, is that undue, and who is it undue for? Is it undue for the city? Is it undue for the neighborhood? In my mind, I think that the city, if we were to go forward and approve this, the city would have to step up and do a lot to make sure that it wasn't undue, because there will be an impact, and we can't rightly predict it. But what we can do is do our best to make it as minimal as possible. And then, of course, we've got the issue of the adverse impact. But my thought right now is that in order to make this work, we'd have to condition the heck out of it to make it possible. And that, I think that's the question we have before us is, do we want to do that to make it possible? And I have some thoughts on that separately, but wanted to just tell you kind of where my thoughts have been about the impact, and there will be one. There's no way around it.
Madam Mayor, if I could just make one point, I have to agree with Councilmember Bajent that the neutrality of our staff is not only commendable, but something, frankly, that we should expect on an application like this. Their job is not to make a judgment about whether this is the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. Their job is to give us the information about what the impact is. Our job is to make that determination. And so I respect the fact that they did remain neutral. I think it was the right thing to do. I think it's something that we should expect. I'd also note, and one of the reasons I said in my opening remarks, one of the reasons I talked about the fact that although shelter home is defined within our residential uses in the code, it's also not allowed within any residential area. So I think it's unfair to compare the burden of this with the burden of a residential use. They are recognized in our code as much different things. And yes, if this were 205 units of affordable housing, the way we'd be thinking about it in burden and impact and other things would be much different because it's a different use. So for me, it's something that we need to distinguish because our code distinguishes it and we need to rule based on the code. Who wants to start this one?
Madam Mayor, I think the next one will be easy. It's whether the site is large enough to accommodate the proposed use and all yards, open spaces, et cetera, that our code may impose. And from my perspective, I don't think we heard any discussion or disagreement on this one, really from anyone, but I could be wrong.
Madam Mayor, we did hear a little bit of discussion around the proposed occupancy of the facility. And I think that we should probably address that a little bit. I don't have any concern that the site's large enough for yards, open spaces, pathways, and all of that, but I do think that this is where we might talk a little bit about the intensity of the use and the intensity of the folks that will be in the facility. We heard a lot of, here's what other cities are doing, here's what other shelters look like, but we didn't hear anything that was really based on best practice and outcomes on what that space requirement should look like. And so for me, I think that the site is both large enough and the facility as proposed with the best practices in place around populations is compliant with this condition.
Madam Mayor, the only comment I have on this one was that I was a little bit concerned to hear that the overflow will be the day room. And I recognize that you can double purpose spaces and you have a daytime use and a nighttime use. But I do wonder if we're creating management, it certainly makes it more complex to manage when you do that. And so again, I think per code, this test is met, but that did give me a little pause.
Madam Mayor, I think the next one is the sticky one. And that's that the proposed use, if complies with all the conditions imposed, will not adversely affect other property of the vicinity. Here's how I think about this one. First, I think with no conditions, there'd be an adverse effect on other property in the vicinity. And so the question is really about the conditions. Can we create a set of conditions that would, the code uses the word will, that would not adversely affect other property of the vicinity? And one place to look for those would be best practices and the history of conversations with the applicant and the planning department, and the other resources that are in the record. The best practices, the best argument in my mind is that if basically boils down to, if the shelter facility there is run very well, there won't be problems. And then we come through this long process where we arrive at 30 or so conditions designed to make it be run very well. And, that argument follows if everything is true. Where I'm stuck is that I don't have enough certainty that that set of conditions, that long set of conditions, will produce a shelter that's run so well, there are no adverse impacts. I think it's so difficult to predict those things on the front end. And for me, the sign that the site-specific conditions list is crossing the line over 30 is an indication that it's just fundamentally not the right tool. And I get extra stuck there because it just feels uncomfortable to me that the mechanism here is the conditioned use of land to control how a group of people behave, operate, et cetera. It's again, I said this a moment ago, but it's different than a condition like the width of a sidewalk or a condition like where the entrance can be put. The condition fundamentally is conditioning behavior. You'll engage in this training. You'll use this de-escalation. And, you know, we can do those things, and I think they're often wise. We do them. But at 30 and still uncertainty about how well it's going to work, I don't think I can, under the strong language of the code, find that compliance with all the conditions will not adversely affect other property of the vicinity. And I'll stop there because this is the one I think that we've all thought hardest about.
Madam Mayor. I think we start with the fact that, as the applicant stated themselves, there's inherent adverse impact in this kind of a use. And so the question before us is, can we mitigate that? And do these 30 or so conditions do that in a way that mitigates the adverse use so that the neighborhood has some certainty that their quality of life, their ability to live peacefully in their home is not impacted? I think I can get there with these conditions, except that I'm very concerned that the very first condition is not one that can or will be met. The very first condition is 200 beds, 205 beds. We've heard from the applicant, we've heard from our own staff that the need is much greater than that. We've heard from our staff that we have to allow overflow in any numbers needed up to fire code capacity any night it's needed so that we don't end up with people on the street. If that's the intensity of the use at this site on a regular basis, I'm not sure these conditions get us there. If we could figure out a way to ensure that that intensity is something that can be controlled and will be controlled, I might be able to.
Madam Mayor, I agree 100% with the council president on that assessment. And it makes me think of that, you know, we heard from so many people that we need to come together as a community and have a plan to address, you know, various populations of folks who are experiencing homelessness in our community. This shelter size as proposed does not get us there to serve our current need. Our housing is getting less affordable. The inventory levels are not coming up. And that empirically is what we know is the cause of homelessness. So this problem is not going away. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. So what we're going to end up with is approving our only low barrier shelter in the city at a size of 205 individuals. And by the time it's built, that's woefully inadequate. That is where we cannot mitigate for impact. And so where my mind has been going is we limit this. We have a hard limit on this facility. We don't allow overflow in this facility, and we look for another way to serve the needs as a community, which I think we can do. We have the resources, we have the intelligence. And I'm not saying we, like us here at the dais, I'm saying we as the city of Boise, all of our community, all of our residents, we can solve this problem and we can go forward with a yes and solution. Yes, we could have shelter here if we mitigated it, in this way, but not overflow. We could have shelter up to 205 beds, no overflow. We have shelter in another location, utilizing community partnerships, utilizing, I don't know what, like, I haven't thought about this a ton. What I do know is that it's something that we can do. So that's kind of where my head is around this particular condition. I don't think that unlimited overflow gets us there at all. And I think that it's just a recipe for disaster.
Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have thought about it a lot. And, you know, part of it has to do with a little bit about what the pro tem mentioned, and that it is a community issue to be addressed. No one entity, certainly not just Interfaith Sanctuary, is responsible for addressing this countrywide issue that's landed very firmly on our doorstep. I come from a family that opened their doors and used their few resources to house people who needed housing back in the 80s when I lived in Burley. And so when you grow up in a home like that, when your mom converts the detached garage of your rental house that you know she hasn't asked the landlord for permission to do, when she converts it into living quarters for people who need housing. And again, it's the 80s when we were very flashy and fashionable, and having people living in your garage was not a flashy or fashionable thing to do. And I remember telling my mother, like, don't you think it's kind of weird that we've got people living in our garage? And what she said to me was, what's weird is that we would think to build a little house for a car before we would think to shelter a human being. So, so the good thing that comes from being raised by a woman like that is to know what is possible when members of our community think in terms of generosity and grace. And we have heard from people within this room who've talked about how they themselves have seen people in our community struggling and have opened their homes, been brave and courageous and done that. And I firmly believe there is a way for us to formalize that. In fact, I believe how Catch started. I remember talking about this with former Mayor Dave Beater, and he told me that that's how Catch started. It was just people deciding to take it upon themselves to do what needed to be done to help people in our community. I don't know if it takes us doing an ordinance during those difficult weather moments that you mentioned, Jody, that December through March, where it's dangerous for people to be exposed to the elements. And, you know, when you're in that situation, having a mat to sleep on, having a tent to sleep in is favorable over freezing to death outside in the elements. So I don't know. I don't know if we need to do an ordinance that requires the city of Boise to provide emergency shelter when those are the situations. I don't know, but I think we should be open to ideas. But right now, I do think this is an issue that we need to be aware of. We need to be aware of that. We need to use all the tools at our disposal to come up with ideas of how we address this. Come back to me in a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I just, I wanted to add a little context around where I think that adverse impact would come in. And because this facility relies so heavily on daytime programming space, on a place for people to be during the daytime, I really think that overnight capacity where folks don't have the space during the day and they're going forth out into the community, that's where I think it doesn't get us there. As far as capacity for feeding folks, for keeping folks in programming. And so that's really where my concern comes in as far as adversely impacting other properties in the vicinity is I think that it seems to me that under the 205, there is space for that programming to mitigate. Above that, it doesn't appear to me that there is.
Madam Mayor, I do think that this is the hardest one to kind of wrap your head around and to try to figure out a way through. I think the ideal situation would be 5 or 6 years ago, our Path Home network would have sat down and we would have been investigating these things and looking 10 years down the road and found this piece of property before things got so expensive. And then the pandemic hit and all these different types of things. That would have been the ideal scenario. And of course, that didn't happen. And it's really hard to predict any sort of ways where you could say that that's what really should have happened. I wish it would have. And so what we do is somebody applies for a permit, a conditional use permit, and we have to put a bunch of conditions in place. And that's becomes the mechanism in which we can approve something. And the reason why, and there's a ton of them now, there's 28 at least different conditions that are on the table, potentially more that other people might want to throw out there. And that does seem to be a lot and really difficult to figure out how to navigate. So the thing that am having the most difficult time with is that if we can put all these conditions in place and they all work really, really well, and they're executed really, really well, and there isn't a staffing shortage, and we're able to pay people living wages so we can bring people in from all over the place, we're able to really knock this plan out of the park. It's hard to say that that's exactly what will happen. But I do think that having the conditions in place creates sustainability within an organization, and that when there are changeover, whether that is leadership, whether it's board members, whether it's staff, that there's still a set of rules and conditions that are in place that people have to follow. And if they follow them to the best of their abilities, and if we continue to evolve these through our regular meetings, we're able to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to reduce that adverse impact. And so I think that there are a lot of conditions here. I think that there's probably some that we're missing or some that we probably don't have right. But I also think that this is your best path forward in creating a long-term plan that can then be evaluated. And I think that we've created a few different ways for that to happen. I struggle a little bit with the term adverse impact and how we define that, the same way that how do we define anything else that's here? So yes, there'll be an increase in calls to the police if this was moved from that location to this location. Do those calls directly translate to an adverse impact for the surrounding community? I would say that they actually probably don't. A lot of those calls are welfare checks. When there are crimes that take place, sometimes those are domestic disturbance, and that's maybe in between two individuals that are staying at the shelter. Very rarely do we have altercations or issues that threaten the surrounding community in that area. If we were looking at it on property value, I think that we've had mixed reviews, and we've had somebody come in and say, that's something that we can't really assess yet. And in this market, it's hard to tell. It's also hard to say that, yes, it's really going to have an adverse impact on property values when we know that most of the other facilities that are in the shoreline area are being built all around with really fancy, nice condos all over the place. There's restaurants that are close by that are thriving restaurants that are a block away, multiple ones, multiple businesses that have been there for a really long time who still manage to be successful. And so the adverse impact, it's hard for me to wrap my head around, what are we talking about as far as this adverse impact really goes in the neighborhood as a whole? And then when you think about the adverse impact, then how does that balance out? Because there's a benefit to it as well, right? So if you're somebody in that neighborhood, you're fleeing domestic violence that night, and you have a place to go that's close by. So there's positive impacts as well. And then you weigh those back and forth. So those are all the things that I'm trying to wrap around in my head. I know that you all are trying to wrap those things around in their heads as well. And probably, last week, maybe Wednesday, I would have said, if we can get that number down, then that number will address the adverse impact in the neighborhood, because less people means less adverse impact. But then I've heard from our staff who works with this community more than anybody else here. I heard from folks who serve this community, other organizations as well. And every single one of them have told us what the best practices are. And each one of them have informed us that like, you have to have that overflow. If you have somebody who comes into the shelter that day and you say, sorry, room's full, you're going to have to go someplace else, and we don't have somewhere else to put them, then they do potentially go into the neighborhood. That isn't best practices. Low barrier is best practice, and low barrier isn't not allowing those types of emergency uses. But lower numbers, you think that certainly should lead to less adverse impact for some of the surrounding areas. So I understand the thinking there, but if we're being told again from our experts in the field who've been working with this the most, that that's not the best case for the people that Interfaith is trying to serve, then that's also not the best case scenario for the neighborhood that surrounds it as well. And so this is an area where it is the stickiest one for me, because it really does mean that everybody has to follow every single one of these conditions, and the neighborhood has to not have faith, but know that they're going to follow them. They're going to follow them really, really well. And if they're not following them well, that we are going to hold them accountable. I think if those things happen, then yes, we can do it. The hard part is knowing, like, will they be executed in the way that we think that they're going to?
Madam Mayor. Thank you. Yeah, I have a problem with that term too, adverse impact. I don't think I'd ever realized how judgment filled it was until we came upon this particular application. I think about where folks come from. They live in those apartment buildings that we approve, and they don't lead perfect lives. They have medical conditions. They have incidents of domestic violence. They have drug issues. But we don't think in terms of what happens in those apartments once we approve them. But those are the things that happen. And how do I know this? I was a paralegal. I worked with victims of domestic violence, and their addresses were typically not the homeless shelter. They were apartments all over Boise, Idaho. And so I think when we're talking about adverse impact, I think it's already happening. It's happening to our community right now. And, one of the things we don't like to admit is we don't like the sight of poverty. A lot of it has to do with how it makes us feel. And it doesn't make us feel good to be at a store and see somebody who, by their appearance, looks like they don't live the kind of life that we do. Except here's a little bit of a news flash. More and more, those people look like us. And they don't have the telltale signs of homelessness. And they dare not share with this community that they are suffering and that they are in need. And so I think that's a myth that we need to bust through about who we think a homeless person is. More often than not, especially these days, it's people in your circle, and they're not going to ever let you know because they already know how you feel about them. I'm here because of the grace of God. I'm the only renter at this dais, and I have a very real fear of what one lease will mean the next year. How much is my rent going to go up? And I've got a benevolent landlady, and I still worry. And I think that's where we are right now, is revisiting some of these terms and looking at them a little bit closer. Right now, I believe the adverse impact is already happening. And so I guess I look at that term a little bit differently than some folks.
Madam Mayor. Again, for me, the code is the North Star, and the code wouldn't allow us or me to grant or deny a conditional use permit based on how people feel about each other. I think Council Member Sanchez is right. These aren't, the language is loaded, but the code language is adverse impact to other property in the vicinity. And when you narrow into the specific criteria we're looking at, hopefully to fill in a little bit where Councilmember Halliburton and I have some similar thinking. One is property values. Even granting the opposition's argument that property values are rising more slowly, I'm not sure. I just don't know whether I have slightly less extra equity in my house than I would have had, but for this is an adverse impact. I would have made even more money when I sold my house rather than the money I did make. And I'm not denigrating anyone. I just don't know if that is actually an adverse impact. Everybody's still in a net gain. But what got me, and the reason I asked, the one that I'm having a hard time with, and again, this is not about people, it's about use impacts, were the police numbers. The reason I asked about property crimes was that the question is adverse impact to property. I just had them, and then I lost them. But the numbers for 2019 were, and these are property crimes, which has to be an adverse impact to property. 43 actual crimes in 2019 at Interfaith's address, and 3 actual crimes at the Salvation Army's address. 335 actual property crimes within 300 feet of Interfaith in 2019. 23 actual property crimes within 300 feet of the Salvation Army building. So that to me is a concrete adverse impact, some of which adverse impact to property in the vicinity that would come with granting this application. Not the end of the story. Next question is, can we mitigate it? What conditions can we put on the use that will mitigate or ameliorate those property crimes, or those potential property crimes, or the risk of property crimes? I guess I'll just note, the code is, it's possible in the adverse impact category, and then it's will in the mitigate. So we have to look at a possible adverse impact to property, and then we have to reach a conclusion that we can say will mitigate. That's a tough standard. Where I get stuck is the long list of conditions, each one needing to be met. The only mechanism for certainty being the threat of revoking a conditional use permit, hyper-involved processes involving city staff and burdening our departments. All of which is something we haven't done in the last 5 years to anyone. Maybe everybody's compliant, but I doubt it. I can't get to that level of certainty that all the conditions, when added on, will result in a facility that's run so well that there will not be adverse impacts based on the data from 2019.
Madam Mayor. I have several thoughts. I mean, if you looked at my notes, it's a disaster. I hope that you all can see that we are wrestling. We are wrestling so hard on this, and you all have been in the room and you felt it. And I think we all agree that we have to figure out how to proactively get ahead of this if we can, because today we are under sheltered if we have any of our partners go away potentially. And there's ramifications to that. There's ramifications to that I care from a humanity perspective, I care from an economic perspective, and I care about, upholding our ordinances in the city of Boise. This adverse impact is a loaded term. It is. I have wrestled with it. The beauty of a low barrier shelter and the best practices is that you shelter people so they are no longer homeless. That is the benefit of it. It's come as you are. We'll make sure that you're okay. The downside is that we have no idea and we have no predictability on exactly how much we'll need for that. And we've used this analogy about the weather. This is the weather. We have no idea. And I believe we're already short, or could be short. So I have to look at what's adverse today. And I think the police numbers were pretty evident that it would have an adverse impact. And then that becomes like, as a problem solver, then what do we do? And I'll go back to, again, do we mitigate the heck out of this through conditions? Because Interfaith can only do what it can do. There are things that we can't control. So the city has to step in and do those things. And so I guess from a process and procedure perspective, Madam Mayor and council colleagues, I think the question then becomes for me is, what does that list look like? Is there more that we haven't discussed? And then is it enough to then overcome any sort of adverse impact and undue barrier? I don't know the answer to that yet, but I think we would have to take on that responsibility in order to make that happen. Because as written right now, I don't think we could guarantee that there's not an adverse impact at all.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for Councilmember Bajent, and it's not a good question, so get ready for it.
I won't give you a good answer then.
Perfect. So this isn't necessarily how you should make a determination in whether something has an adverse impact or not. If we were to look at any other location for a potential shelter, and let's say that it's in an area that's not next to residential, but it's probably going to be close to residential somewhere. It's probably also going to be close to commercial somewhere. And if we were looking at the study that was done from this area, which has some compounding impacts to it because there's other things that are going on in the area, including Corpus Christi, a day shelter that's right next door. I think we would probably see that there would be a higher amount of property, what'd you call it?
Property crimes as
Property
opposed to
crimes,
calls for
yep.
service. Yeah.
At that location than any other spot where it might potentially go. And so I'm not saying that that's a justification where like, well, if it's going to do it here, we should let it do it somewhere else. That's not necessarily a justification. But what I'm wondering is that like, if it's not through conditions, detailed conditions, how would we possibly ever get there at any other facility? And so that's, if you have any thoughts or response there, I would just kind of love to hear it for my own benefit, because that's what I'm trying to understand is that like, yes, this could potentially happen and our conditions are probably our best way to address it because there isn't necessarily another way. So how would we address it at a different spot?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, let's assume that I think there will be adverse impacts to property in the vicinity that can't be mitigated by conditions, at least not by a list of conditions that provide enough certainty. Let's just assume that I think that. Then the next step of your question, which is profound and wise, because it's not surface level. The question is, yeah, okay, basically, okay, fine, but what are we going to do big picture? And I think of that question in my mind is, assuming my belief about adverse impacts and inability to mitigate, should I break the law here because we have a big picture problem? I took an oath to uphold the laws, and the answer for me is no. That doesn't relieve me of the responsibility to address the big picture problem, and that is funding, revisiting the zoning code, looking hard at ways to continue to partner or enable the providers to rise up and step in and help fill this void. But the first step for me with my set of assumptions involves me breaking the law. And I can't do that.
Madam Mayor. Going back to my biggest concern with adverse impact, and I agree with Councilmember Bajent that I don't feel like I can break the law on one hand in order to facilitate better service on another. And I think Council President Pro Tem Whittings and I both referenced that we believe that with some limitations on size, that there's more assurance that the conditions that we've developed will mitigate the adverse impact. Notwithstanding the points that Councilmember Halliburton brought up, which is our staff said, but if you don't allow overflow, then those people who cannot enter the shelter will end up in the neighborhood. But frankly, that goes to the bigger picture, which I'm not here to address tonight. I am here as a council member to address every day. And the bigger picture being that we will, in fact, have people on the street in this neighborhood if we don't allow overflow, if we don't have adequate shelter overall. And so to me, the question is, can I mitigate the adverse impact at this particular location? Is there a way that I feel confident will actually do that? And at least in my head, limiting the size allows the use of the day rooms, the use of the computers, the use of the other mitigating factors that we've been told are so important for this shelter to have the positive impact that it needs to have. And I struggle to believe it will have that same impact if it's overcrowded, regardless of the potential that if there's not enough shelter overall, people will end up in this neighborhood or other neighborhoods because they have nowhere to shelter. So thank you.
I'm going to jump in here and just say a couple things and just point out where I think there seem to be some through lines. You know, we've got to be honest here that there is impact. There's impact in every decision that this body makes on a daily basis or weekly basis. And when we weigh the issue in front of us, it's about more. Tonight, it's about this proposal. And ultimately, it is about more. But as a city, we've committed to an all of the above strategy. We know that there is a time, a place, a need for emergency shelter. And what I hear from several of you is talking about is a discussion on what's the right size for this place, and then what conditions can help us fulfill the job that a city council has, which is to make siting determinations. But the larger issue, when I want to go back to the all of the above strategy, is that as a city, we know that emergency shelter is important. So you're talking about that. We also do know, Councilmember Willits, how many beds we need because of the study done by CSH. And, you know, several of us have flagged that this isn't enough, but it's a step, or could be, if done the right way. And then as a community, it is on each of us to, and all of us as leaders, to continue to have that conversation with our staff, with community partners, with experts about how and where. And I'd say that we have time to do that. This is a tough conversation to have, a tough decision to make, but it's one that I know both related to this application and related to the issue at large, which is ensuring that everyone in this community is housed, either from a temporary perspective or long-term to a full-time perspective. The Boiseans can figure this out, and we still have an opportunity to rise the occasion and bring things and programs and services to scale with the right partnership. And I've never seen in all my time up here an instance where a conditional use permit isn't conditioned, where the council hasn't looked to how you respond to the needs projected by our staff that are experts, to the police, to fire, to the neighborhood, in creating conditions that might make a project work. One might say there are no such conditions, but never have we said there are too many conditions. And so that, I think, is a really important discussion. And then recognizing that this is a piece of a larger puzzle, and we can't rely on only one operator, as Councilmember Willits suggested. And it's up to us after this to have a conversation on the need as projected by reports that we've done, an assessment of best practices, the commitment that we have to housing first as a city. And that's really where our funds ought to go. And then how this fits in recognition that there are real impacts on the neighborhood. And so how do we best address those if we can?
Madam Mayor, one quick question to Councilmember Halliburton which is just, did I answer your question or did I answer some other question?
No, you answered my question. If I would have responded, I would have said, if you think you have enough conditions in place, you're not breaking the law. And if you don't think you have enough conditions in place and you approve it anyway, then that's a different situation. My opinion is that we have enough conditions in place. We've gotten best practices from our top experts in the field. Our city staff here has told us that while it will take adjustment, that they have the ability to meet and address a lot of these different types of issues. And it really, to me, comes down with the execution of the plan and to make sure that it's executed well. And I believe that if it is executed well, that we can address a lot of these different types of issues. I do agree that like you can't compare apples to oranges, affordable housing. What if it was this? What if it was something else? You know, you really can't do that. But we do that to an extent when we're looking at things. What would be the allowed use in this area? What would be another conditional use that we would approve? What would be the adverse impacts that would have? There'd be more people using the parks, using the libraries. There would be more calls to police. If it was an assisted living area, there'd be more calls, you know, from the fire department to address different medical types of things. And so are we hung up on who's actually being here and that difficult part? Or are we hung up on because we don't think if there's enough conditions in place? If we really don't think that there's enough conditions in place, or if they don't address the issue, then I 100% agree with you. And you know, that it would be irresponsible. But if you think that they are, or if you think that there's additional ones that could be there, I think that that's kind of been my goal from the beginning is like, can you get enough conditions in place? Maybe it was number. That's what I thought it was at the get-go. It was like, if we could get the smaller, then we could get there. I've heard otherwise from experts, and they've given me a lot of different other pieces of advice along the way. I think there's probably things that are addition to what's on here, and then they have to be executed. And I think that that's really the hardest part in the world, is to know that they're going to be executed well under all the difficult circumstances that our world faced, from COVID to staffing issues to housing shortages for librarians to anybody who's working at a nonprofit to just about anywhere there. So that's, I think, the challenge in my mind.
Madam Mayor, now I have a question for you, Councilman Halliburton.
All right.
So are you talking about, do you think that there's appropriate number of conditions given what our staff gave today, or are you talking about the original number of conditions?
Madam Mayor, yeah, when I came here today, I had a long list of additional conditions that I thought that it would take. Some of them turned out to be asinine and not make sense at all. But a lot of them ended up being reflected in what the staff had already brought up. A lot of them were reflected in clarity as far as transportation plans to and from different areas. A lot of it has to do with the security plan that we still need to make sure goes in place, and that our staff and police, you know, have the ability to weigh in on. And so I had a long list going in today of what could potentially be there, and then trying to get additional information from both everybody else to see if I could get there. And I didn't know, but with the ones that I had listed being corresponding well with what the staff brought forward as well, asking questions, again, I do think it can be mitigated with the right execution.
Madam Mayor, I would like to quickly talk about comprehensive plan and then propose that we take a quick break. Is that?
Yeah, I was going to propose we take a quick break. We can talk about comprehensive plan. But when we come back from the break, what I'm going to propose is that there seem to be some folks that think there are conditions to be had, others that don't. But to have a real conversation, you got to know what they are. So we'll break, and then I'd like you guys to start delineating conditions and go through. I think that's the most productive conversation at this hour. We're staying till we're done.
Yeah.
Go through the conditions that different folks are proposing, and then see if you guys can work something out that way.
That sounds great to me. So I'd just like to state that the comprehensive plan does not in fact supersede the zoning code, but it is intended to be viewed as complementary to it. There's numerous goals and objectives in the plan, some of which have been cited both in opposition and in support of this. In short, the plan, the comprehensive plan as intended, has a broad view of the city and the proposed services. However, there's really nothing in the comprehensive plan that specifically supports a shelter in this location. There are things in the comprehensive plan that recognize the need for moderate and low-income housing dispersed around the city. There are clauses talking about ensuring that uses that needed are sited near transit. There's also a goal in the downtown planning area plan that says to support the continued operation and expansion of the social service network in downtown. There's not a commensurate condition in the Northwest planning area plan. However, overall, given the plus and minus that I can find in the plan, there's not a defining clause that I see that says, no, this cannot be cited here. And so when we get to the point of perhaps making a reasoned statement, mine would be that the comprehensive plan has objectives and goals within it that provide information that informs this decision, but not necessarily any information that either says we should put it here or shouldn't put it here.
Madam Mayor, in addition to that, I think one of the things we've talked about pretty extensively over the past couple of years as we pursue some sustainability goals is beneficial reuse of buildings, which is also in the comprehensive plan. So in addition to everything that the council president has already noted in the comprehensive plan, I just wanted to add that this supports beneficial reuse of existing buildings. And I think we'll talk about this more a little bit later when we're making motions, but I don't agree that the comprehensive plan supersedes our zoning code. Our zoning code is the law. The comprehensive plan is kind of the policy that underpins that law until we develop a new zoning code based on our current policies, which is Blueprint Boise. So right now, I think it really illustrates the reason why we are so passionately pursuing an update to our zoning code, because we're dealing with this old zoning code that is not clear, that is in some ways out of sync with our comprehensive plan, which was developed much more recently with extensive community input. Probably a lot of folks in this room were involved in the development of Blueprint Boise, as was I. So it's really important that we update our zoning code so that we reduce these conflicts, so that we have places where these types of uses are predictable. And I think that that's one of my goals as we do overhaul the zoning code. But for this application, for existing law and underpinning policies, we have a law that says conditional use permit in 4 zones. And this piece of property is in one of those zones.
Madam Mayor, if I could just make one quick comment. I appreciate your point of view on the zoning code. I would note that our comprehensive plan policy on the reuse of buildings, whether it should be so or not, says promote the adaptive reuse of historic buildings rather than demolition, et cetera, et cetera. And so I agree with you that we should adaptively reuse buildings. Unfortunately, our comprehensive plan as it's currently written doesn't actually support it in this case.
Madam Mayor, duly noted. Maybe I was just being overly optimistic about what our policies actually stated, because I am a fan of beneficial reuse for environmental reasons in most times when it works out.
Madam Mayor.
So this is the point in the evening when I look at my son and I say, please stop talking to me. So if I'm scowling, no, go ahead.
I'll make it quick. I appreciate the Pro Tem bringing up our zoning code rewrite that's happening, and just again revisiting some of the loaded language related to this conditional use permit. I'm hoping that as we move forward with the zoning code rewrite, that we take into account, it wouldn't be a meeting unless I mentioned diversity, equity, and inclusion, but that we take the opportunity to make those improvements as well, and to identify those hidden adverse impacts on our community and the language that we use. We just have to look to our most recent legislative session, where Melissa Wintrow proposed legislation to start to find a way to remove racist language from CCRs here in Boise. I have mixed feelings about that sort of thing, because I think it's important for us to be honest about our history and what brought us here. And for many of you, if you take a look at those codes, at those deeds, they have very hateful, racist language still in them. And the difference now is that it's not as overt, but the system is riddled with that type of hatred. And so I'm hoping that as we do this zoning code rewrite, that we are mindful of it, and that it's not going to be racial slurs, but it is going to be terms like adverse. What does that mean? Adverse impact. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. Been a great discussion so far. And then when we are back, we'll start to go through a list. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Before we move to the next section of the discussion, I just want to check with council. We've had our Chief Niemeyer on Zoom the whole evening, and he's got some family stuff. Do you all have any more questions for him? I'd really love to let him go. Chief, thank you for hanging with us this long.
Thank you, Chief Niemeyer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council.
Yeah, you take care.
Thank you.
I didn't realize he was on either. I appreciate that. All right, we're all back, so we can go ahead and get started.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to suggest that I go ahead and put a motion on the table and then we go through the conditions. Just because then as we're talking about the conditions, it's based on something that we know rather than just talking through them, more subjectively, if that makes sense. So, I'd like to have a little short preamble first. I reviewed the record and found that there is substantial evidence that the shelter as proposed and originally conditioned would have adverse impact on other property in the vicinity and would impose an undue burden to the city to shift adequate public safety and other services to this location. Making that finding, I find that conceptually, the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission was not in error. However, I find that the reason statement that they provided contained a number of unsubstantiated facts. And I also find that they did not adequately look for additional conditions, examine additional conditions that could bring the application into compliance with the tests in the conditional use ordinance. And so with that, I move that we uphold the appeal of CUP 21-00026 and overturn the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission, not because they erred on the substantial facts, but because they erred in not examining and exploring additional conditions that could bring the application into compliance. And if I get a second, I will explain the conditions that I think do that.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the first condition, I think for me, is perhaps the most important. And that is that I believe that we should move what's currently listed as condition 4 up to number 1. And that we state that the facility is limited to a maximum of 205 beds, excluding cribs, including overflow. So this condition does apply to emergency conditions and shall not be exceeded at this site in order for this use to be able to adequately mitigate with the shelter best practices that have been designed at it without overcrowding. I believe that this condition is perhaps the governing one for me, and the rest of the conditions as proposed by staff, I can go through one by one. But that's perhaps the one that we ought to have the most discussion on.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question from Council President? Council President.
Wait, sorry. I actually want to ask a clarifying question before you do that.
Sure.
Did I understand your motion to include all the conditions listed, and all you wanted to do differently was change 4 to 1?
There are some other small changes.
Okay, all right. So you wanted to start with this one, have the conversation, and then you're gonna.
And
continue making your
And then
motion.
continue making the motion, ensuring that this is a condition that we can move forward with.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, question for Council President Clegg. Council President, I just want to make sure that I understand your change there. We are not saying that there can't be, that's a double negative. We're saying that there can be overflow, but that overflow cannot exceed 205 beds.
So they can, yes, thank you. They could design the everyday population for less than 205 and still take overflow, but the overall capacity of the facility can't exceed 205.
Great,
with
that makes sense. I want to make sure I understood that.
Is what I'm proposing. All right, sounds like, should I go forward?
I just want to reiterate what I had already said earlier, which is, I think this is really the hinging decision, is at what size can this facility mitigate impacts to the neighborhood? And I think since programming, medical care, day use are so much of that mitigation, that limiting the capacity in this way really does limit what the negative impact might be to the neighborhood if overnight shelter guests were not able to access daytime programming, not able to access daytime uses because those would be overcrowded in an overflow situation.
Madam Mayor, question for the Council President. Is there a basis for the number 205 apart from that's what's in the application? In other words, are you drawing on anything else to arrive at that as the right number to mitigate impacts to property?
Thank you. My basis for limiting it to that is that all of the additional services are based on that number and not based on the overflow number. The warming room is 50% capacity of that 205, which is the minimum best practice. The other spaces such as dining, et cetera, are all based on that. And so it's my belief that in limiting it to that, those other uses can do what they're designed to do, which is mitigate.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. With that, then I will move on, and conditions now numbered 1, 2, 3 will be numbered 2, 3, 4. Agree with the change to install safe syringe disposal on what will now be number 4. Agree with the changes provided by staff on number 5 and number 6.
Madam Mayor, on number 5, I guess that still applies with the way that Council President changed the earlier condition. So never mind.
Yeah, I know it still says overflow, but depending on how they design the programming. Thank you. Okay. Number 7 has no changes. Number 8 is the applicant shall offer to enter into a good neighbor agreement, and there's modifications provided. I would modify that further to reflect the discussion we had about making sure that any problems are reported directly, immediately to the appropriate person, and also modify it so that those quarterly discussions are folded into the discussion that we'll talk about later on that will come to us after 6 months.
Madam Mayor, some clarification there. Are you referring to the discussion that said that this would be brought to the executive director within 24 hours rather than 7 days?
Yeah, sorry, and I couldn't remember the exact words, so thank you for clarifying that.
And Madam Mayor, on that same one, Council President Clegg, there was also a discussion about where the mediation process would land as far as the city goes. And I believe, I might be misremembering this, I believe that our staff recommended that that would fall on our Path Home staff's desk as far as the mitigation response or the mediation responsibility.
Also correct.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying both of those. Number 9, instead of no changes, I would like to say that outdoor activity does take place behind the front of the primary building, is limited to between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. and that family spaces will be separated from other outdoor spaces. So that will be an addition, the family spaces separation.
I've got a question for you.
Sure.
So just so that I'm following along correctly, if you're not mentioning a condition from the sheet of staff's modifications, then you're accepting it as it is.
Yes.
You're not referencing the original conditions of approval.
Right. I'm anything on the sheet that the staff gave us with their modifications that says no changes, I'm not referencing.
All right.
Correct. Thank you. So smoking, no changes. Shelter shall be open 24 hours. Again, no changes. Require the applicant to perform emergency check-in after 7 p.m. in front of the building. Again, this will all be dependent on meeting that maximum number of 205. No changes.
Madam Mayor, can Council President please reference which condition she's on?
Yeah, that'd be
Like
great.
what number?
That was number 11.
Was number 11?
Yeah.
The actual number 11 or the new number 11?
The new number 11. The number 11 as numbered on the staff.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Proposal. Number 12, no changes. Number 13, accept the staff changes. Number 14, no changes. Number 15, accept the staff changes on tents and sleeping in vehicles. Number 16, no changes. And then number 17, I would like to modify, knowing that, and I'm trying to find my right piece of paper here, and I apologize for being slow. It's got buried. Knowing that Valley Regional Transit is already working on a plan to modify and enhance all of the bus stops on State Street, I propose that we require the applicant to work with Valley Regional Transit on that plan for bus stops on both sides of State Street in front of the building, and that identify any amenities and enhancements that will be needed to serve the population of the facility, and that Interfaith Sanctuary be required to participate financially in any enhancements that exceed what Valley Regional Transit would otherwise have planned if other funding is not available for those improvements. And I add that last part because it's possible VRT will be getting a grant for those improvements. And I've got that language if staff needs it. Number 18, this was what I was referencing earlier when I talked about the Good Neighbor Plan, that after 1 year of occupancy, the applicant will participate in a meeting to review the facility's impacts. We will take the last sentence of the original condition out, modify it to say that 6 months after occupancy, a report will be provided to that the first one will be 6 months after occupancy, not 1 year, and that at that point, a report will be provided to the city council at a work session for consideration for any modification or changes if necessary. And thereafter, that this meeting should be conducted annually, and that the applicant should produce a compliance report and provide it to the PDS director 14 days before each of these scheduled meetings, as suggested. Number 19 is the condition on the new number 19 is the condition on meeting with the police department monthly and our path home to discuss operations and enforcement challenges. And I agree with the staff's modifications on that. On number 20, I suggest that we modify the last sentence to read that the plan shall address the recommendations of Boise Police Department outlined in the comments dated November 5th, 2021, and specify that any of the recommendations that apply specifically to Interfaith Sanctuary be met. And then accept the other modifications that staff suggested.
Madam Mayor, quick question for the council president. So you're making some changes on the condition, but all of the bullets on the modifications are still in place. Okay.
Yeah. And the modifications were just meant to make it more prescriptive rather than subjective. Condition 21 and 22, accept with no changes. Accept the new conditions as stated and add one new condition, which would be condition number 29. And that will be that an occupancy permit will not be issued until the entire project, including the warming room, kitchen, landscaping, and outdoor improvements are complete. And that would be the ones that I suggest.
Madam Mayor, Council President, did you have any interest in adding what the neighborhood had suggested in terms of the intake process?
In terms of a which?
The intake process. I think they talked about the intake process being offsite.
I thought that those were met in one of the staff suggested changes. I will look for that. Certainly, we want to ensure that the intake process
Madam
is
Mayor.
separated between families and.
Right, just to clarify, the question from the council member is different than that. There's separation for the different family units, but not, there was not recommendation from staff on offsite. Yeah. If I'm, is that? am I
Madam
correct?
Mayor, I believe it was a request that the intake be done through coordinated care, I think, or coordinated, am I using the right term?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to consider a condition that handles that. I don't have any language in my head if you've got some.
Madam Mayor, I think as far as that goes, our staff's best practices had some conditions around separating family intake from individual intake, and that has been satisfied by conditions, providing separate areas for waiting during intake, and that's been satisfied by conditions, and then providing that intake be done in the front of the building for after hour intake, also satisfied by the conditions. But it was not my understanding from staff that best practice would be offsite intake. That I think adds a lot of complexity with transportation.
Thank you. And I misunderstood what the question was, so I appreciate the.
Madam Mayor. Council President, there was also one asking for a daytime ratio of at least 50% seats per bed. So I don't know if that's reflected in another area. That was a condition that was on my list that wasn't presented by staff.
So it was my understanding that that's what the design currently shows, but I think it's good to put it as a condition. So I'm happy to add that one as well.
I wonder too, if there aren't some things, because this does this go to design review?
Is it what?
I think this goes to design review. So one of the conditions, one of the early conditions in here referenced, condition number 3 referenced design review.
Yeah.
It might be that in some of the conversation that you have, direction you give, you could be clear some of the kind of push points that you'd like them to flesh out at design review as well. Doesn't have to be part of the motion, but could come up at the end.
And Madam Mayor, whether that's in the motion or if it's in design review, I would ask that we would use the term at least 50% and not just 50%, but at least 50%.
Thank you. I actually agree that it might be stronger as a condition, and then it will give design review something to meet. So I'm happy to add it if the seconder agrees.
I agree. Yeah, I think so.
Thank you. So that will be condition number 30. All right. Well, with that, do we want to begin discussion of the motion?
Yeah, I want to make sure that everybody had a chance to ask about additional conditions. Okay, then yes. Do you want to start?
If someone else would, I could organize my notes again.
Would the seconder like to start?
Yes, I would be happy to. Madam Mayor, this has been such an incredibly intense process. We've been sitting with this record now for a month, over a month, and studying it in depth and hearing from folks, reading their testimony, hearing from folks again on their testimony, and ultimately trying to figure out a path forward for an application for a conditional use permit in a zone where a conditional use permit is appropriate, the conditions of which mitigate potential harm to the neighborhood. It's tough. I mean, every single application has impact. There would be impact if this was a hotel, which is allowed by right. There would be impact if this was a drive-through coffee shop, also allowed by right. So we really have to look at, there's always an impact. What are the impacts and how can we mitigate for those? And I think that this list of conditions that we were able to develop with the expertise of staff, with the expertise of our first responders, with the expertise of our parks department, gets to that in a very long and arduous way that is going to be a lot of work by everyone involved, including our staff, in making sure that the conditions are complied with, that the conditions that we presented mitigate that impact, reporting back to us to ensure that that's the case, helping us create additional conditions if that's not the case. But at the end of the day, this is our job. People who are experiencing homelessness in our community are also Boise residents. And so our work is not just spent on people who live in apartments or who live in houses or who live in hotels. Our job is really every single Boise resident. And so that additional amount of work that it's going to take for all of us, especially our first responders, especially our housing team, especially our park staff, it's work for Boise residents at the end of the day. So yes, there will likely be some impact. Is it above what would be allowed? I don't believe so. Will we keep our eye on it to ensure that that we can continue mitigating, that we continue having a conversation about how we serve every resident of our city, regardless of their housing status? Yes, we will. It's who we are. So thank you everyone for hanging in there with us as we go through this very long, very deliberative process. I know it's been a lot for all of us.
Madam Mayor, in making this motion, I don't make it lightly. I believe that the Planning and Zoning Commission acted in good faith to make a decision that they thought that in their opinion was the correct decision based on the facts that were before them and the use as conditioned before them, and did not feel empowered or did not take advantage of the chance that they had to incur further conditions that they might have to mitigate the use. And I firmly believe with these conditions, if the applicant performs to the standard that they hold themselves to, that this use can be mitigated if limited in this way in terms of numbers, so that the mitigating shelter practices that they tout as the ones that they want to provide as services to their guests can in fact be implemented. The reason I believe we need to limit it, despite the fact that we know that this is not enough shelter overall, is because I'm not convinced that with more numbers, those services and the service standards that they want to meet can be met at this location. I think that the shelter will create a burden, just as any shelter would. I think we need to recognize that the burden of a shelter is different than the burden of housing. If it weren't, it wouldn't be a conditional use and it would be allowed within our residential zones. But in recognizing that, and in recognizing the impact it will have on our service providers and the changes they'll have to make in order to provide service, we can still, if these best practices are followed and these conditions are met, meet the service capacity at this site, I believe, without undue burden, recognizing that undue is a very subjective standard. I believe that as I followed the discussion of this body, there was not a finding that the location is not compatible with other uses in the general neighborhood. I also believe that there was not a finding that the location wasn't large enough to accommodate all the proposed uses if conditioned in this way. And finally, on the test of comprehensive plan, I believe the Planning and Zoning Commission focused on a certain number of comprehensive plan goals and chose not to recognize other goals. And that overall, this body found that there wasn't great support for this use in the comprehensive plan. But on the other hand, it didn't rise to the level of not being in compliance with the comprehensive plan. I would ask staff to take these comments and other comments that were made during the deliberation to bring back to us a reasoned statement based on this conceptual outline, and to make findings based on that reasoned statement, and at the first practical meeting, bring it back to us for consideration.
Madam Mayor. I don't think I'll be supporting this motion, and I'll be just, you've heard it before, so I'll be kind of succinct as to the reasons why. The shape of all of these conditions is to entitle land use based on our understanding in April of 2022 about the best policy for how to run a facility, which we know will change. And the theory, as I understand it, is that if the understanding of the best policy for running a facility now is correct, and if this shelter is run according to that policy, it will have no problems. Therefore, there won't be an adverse impact on property in the vicinity. I don't have enough certainty to believe that's the case, that in 5 years, emerging practices will now be best practices. Some best practices will be empirically refuted, and we will have tied and entitled this land with outdated policy. So that's one piece. And then the other piece is I just can't get to comfort in my mind that even if we do all these things, it'll work. So it's lame of me to say, hey, all your ideas aren't good enough. And I guess I'll flesh it out by saying I have tried myself really hard to come up with conditions that I think would work. And I didn't get there because the conditions I think would work would be benchmarked to outcomes. So if crime attributable to your facility rises above a certain rate, that is a violation. And they're too confounding. We don't know that some particular set of crime comes from the new facility on State Street or whether it comes from the strip club, right? Too difficult to get into. And we don't want to hold Interfaith accountable for others' misbehaviors. I couldn't come up with actual outcome measurements of adverse impact that we could condition the property for. And because that string is really short, I would have been really comfortable with it. What we're doing instead, I can't be comfortable with because I don't know with enough certainty it's going to produce the outcome we're saying. I don't know that these policies are the final best ones. And I do know we're creating a property right and entitling land. And I just can't get to comfort.
I would thank you, Councilmember Bajent, for your comments. I just do want to note that we do have reviews built in to these conditions so that we're able to review those practices, make sure that they're working to mitigate impacts, and can revise as needed.
Madam Mayor, I understand everything that every single council member has said, and I can understand why you've gotten there in this process. And I understand that there's also different places that people could have gotten that maybe aren't these spots as well. There's a couple things I want to comment on. First is just planning and zoning. I was prepared to make a motion noting a couple of areas that I thought they did err on tonight. I wasn't ready to know where I was going to go from there. So I appreciate the discussion that got us there. That said, planning and zoning had a very different circumstance than we have because we have the opportunity to review things one more time, to go over countless pages of testimony, to be able to ask additional questions from members in the audience or in the out there to get feedback and to get clarity. And so all these different types of things make it much easier for us to start to find a lot of these conditions. So it doesn't surprise me that they weren't able to get there with conditions, knowing that we had an advantage of being able to ask the same questions additional times and to really kind of seek that clarity. So I understand why we're finding a different result from planning and zoning. Second thing that I want to say is that like our in the nonprofit sector, your job is to try to figure out a way to put yourself out of business, period. You do everything that you can so that your services are no longer needed in the community. And our job now as council members in a community is to get these folks into housing as fast as possible. And that's really what we need to do to meet the need of the community. It isn't just to shelter more people. It's to get them into shelter, out of shelter as fast as we possibly can and into housing. And our staff outlined that that should be our main priority. And it really should be getting them into housing as fast as possible and reducing the amount of trauma that they face while they are in temporary or emergency shelter. I probably wouldn't have landed on the number that we landed tonight, the 205, including the emergency shelter. I'm fine with that number. I do think it is going to address a large need in our community that we need to address. And I do think that with the conditions that we have in place, that both expert testimony from neighbors, from other nonprofit leaders, from our staff, who works with people experiencing homeless and with our emergency services. They've given us a tool to get to where we need to go. And I believe that these conditions can address the adverse impact that would be there if the conditions weren't in place. And so I'm comfortable voting in favor of this motion. The last thing, and it's not a response to what Council Member Bajent said, but it's how I'm looking at it. I think the right shelter with the right leadership, with the right operations, can not only not have an adverse impact on the area, but I think can be an asset to that area. And it does mean that these things do have to be executed. And to Council Pro Tem Wooding's point, we need to make sure that in our review process that we are evaluating those things and that we are holding ourselves and Interfaith accountable to following through with the conditions that we set forth.
This is me. Several things. I just want to compliment this group. I think we've done a lot of listening and we've tried to problem solve this. I'd like to compliment the folks in the audience. I feel like we've been embedded here together for the last week and see a lot of familiar faces. And I think it's wonderful that we all live here together and that we want the best Boise that we can be. And that's why we're all here. And that includes the folks from Interfaith and their supporters. That includes the folks from the neighborhood. It is remarkable that we care so much. And I'm sure there's other communities out there that wish they could bottle this. We've learned a lot during this exercise. I think we've learned that our zoning code is Swiss cheese, which is why we're trying to rewrite it. And there are so many holes in a shelter opening that it would be very difficult to put it in any place than where it exists today. I want to compliment and commend the work of Interfaith Sanctuary. We need a lot of providers. We need a lot of partners in this work to help those in our community who need help. And we need more providers in this work, not less. My preference as a form of government is that community partners take the lead in this important work. As a private nonprofit, organizations like Interfaith can help save taxpayer dollars. But even more importantly, it creates a community dedicated to humanity. And I think we all need that. There's an economic aspect of homelessness, but there's also there's a humanity piece that I think we have to recognize. I've had several concerns, quite a few actually, and I've wanted to be able to problem solve this. Like, can we get to something that the neighborhood feels good about and that Interfaith can open? And I am concerned that if we lose community providers, that we risk our camping ordinance. And that brings us more like Portland and Seattle and some of those other places that we know so well, where parks become camps and sidewalks become camping sites. I think this is so much better, Council President Clegg, than it was. And I appreciate our staff. They've been so dedicated. They've been here as long as we have, and they want to do what they can to make it work. But there are 30 conditions on this now. And that seems like a lot to me. I know that I'm new, but it just seems like a lot. What I can't predict is whether these conditions will ensure that there's not an adverse impact on the relation or on the property, whether there's an adverse condition. So I'm struggling there. Like I said, I think it's a lot better. And I think there's a lot of checks and balances here. But because I can't guarantee that, I think it's better. I'm going to vote no based on that.
Madam Mayor. I want to thank Council President Clegg for all her hard work in getting us to this motion. I think we've all been tortured in trying to come up with the best response to this application that's come before us. But I think we have to also look at the context within which we are doing this work. The last few years have been unusual, to say the least, and it is required that all of us do more, be more creative, be innovative in the way we approach day-to-day life. And that's folks who have a certain amount of privilege. It's challenging for folks who have housing, who have a support network that doesn't require that they do an intake, that doesn't require them to hold themselves out to the public as needing the basics in life, and to live with that judgment. I've thought long and hard about what it must be like to be the subject of discussion by your entire community, and how painful that must be to be discussed like you're a thing. And so I am incredibly grateful for everybody who works on behalf of the members of our community who don't have a lot of folks advocating for them, who don't have a lot of power. And it is up to folks like us who are left to interpret the law. You could have a completely different group of people up here and they would come to a different decision. So where some of us might interpret it that if we voted one way, we would be breaking the law. My history as a civil rights investigator and a paralegal, certainly didn't go to law school, but I've seen enough to know that people interpret the law differently. And some of it's black and white and some of it's gray. I would say this is one of those situations where, we have 30 conditions to be able to move this forward. But again, I would point to the context we're living in right now. And we need to be willing to push ourselves. And it appears that Interfaith is willing to push themselves to be able to meet, at least in part, the needs of our community. And so for that reason, I think it's important that we give them the opportunity to fulfill those 30 conditions that are going to be placed on them. Because there are members of our community who are relying on all of us to do what we haven't done before. And I appreciate Mayor McLean. I appreciate your words earlier to point out to us that we've never reached that threshold of how many conditions are too much. I think we need to give folks a chance. And so for that reason, I am very happily going to support the motion.
Madam Mayor, can I just add one thing? I was remiss in my comments earlier to not call out the incredible work of our Planning and Zoning Commission and our Planning and Zoning staff for all of the work that they've done on this application, including the original hearings that built the record, which we were able to study in advance, unlike them. And we were able to come up with questions and try to get to that root so that we could try to solve some of these problems and get to a place where we can help our community come together and be safe and fulfill our needs without adverse impacts to our neighborhood. So thank you to Planning and Zoning Commission. I know some of you are nerds and you're probably watching this right this very second because that's how dedicated they are. And they just did really a tremendous job. And thank you again to everyone who came out as part of that original record. And again, as part of these hearings to help us be creative and come up with a solution to go forward.
Madam Mayor, just a couple of comments. I'd like to recognize the hard work that everyone put into this, but particularly our neighborhood folks. They didn't take this lightly. They looked hard at real evidence and brought it to us. And while it may not feel like it tonight, your information certainly informed my decision. It informed the conditions, it informed the number. I'm not completely comfortable with this decision. I hope that that's clear to everyone. I understand my colleagues who are even less comfortable with it and can't vote yes on it, because it is going to require all of us, not just Interfaith, but all of us, to live up to the best that we can be as humanity. It's not just in meeting the conditions in this application, but this application doesn't solve the problem. And in order for us not to see adverse impact on this neighborhood, in addition to the things that we're requiring here, in order for the whole city not to see adverse impact from this issue, we're going to have to come together and provide even more than what is being proposed here. I recognize all of that, and frankly came into tonight not believing I could vote in favor of this application. I'm still somewhat ambivalent, but certain that if everyone performs, it will work. And so I just want to tell you how important it is that this perform. I'd also like to say that this is one that I will have no hesitation modifying conditions if we find that they're not working at that 6-month review. And recognizing that that's a ways away, and recognizing that between now and then we have time, hopefully, to also implement some other solutions that will help everyone. So this is not a night that you go home and sleep tight, at least for me. This is a night that I go home and am thankful that this community is as supportive and great as it is, but always questioning how we can be better. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'd like to say a couple of things. I don't vote. First, I want to thank everybody that's been a part of this. The council president mentioned the neighborhoods, and I too learned so much from the record that you created, from the studies that you shared with us. And I really believe in just listening even to the dialogue between council members that it did influence the conditions and the way that they looked at this. And I want to thank our staff at all levels, because as has been noted now, the job given what this vote will be is for our staff to go back and make sure that our city provides the services that are needed, that we have been and we will now be doing in a different place. But really, it's the same city. Interfaith Sanctuary is an important partner that provides emergency shelter. I want to recognize that this doesn't meet our city's emergency shelter need, and so it really is on all of us to advance public-private partnerships and determine how we can best ensure that folks are housed on an emergency basis in this community. Emergency shelter is a big part of that. We talk and hear all too often and with a bit too much vitriol about tents and camps. But when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, it's about people and doing what I know our city can do that other cities haven't. And that is have hard discussions about the fact that, as the council president pro tem said, these are Boiseans, that as a community, we still have the opportunity to address policy, develop partnerships, and meet needs before it's too late. And at the same time, these steps do have impact on neighborhoods. And so it's important as well that there be accountability from providers that are seeking to innovate, that have demonstrated, and it seems to me, helped the council understand that through program, you mitigate traditional impact that we see, that we don't want to say out loud, but we see it and we don't want to see it. And so as we think about solutions and long-term, meeting the need that this doesn't meet, looking at how we address those, we've also got to be real about the impacts and look to innovative programming and design to create shelter better in our community for Boiseans. I want to actually thank the Planning and Zoning Commission, because I watched most of your deliberations and your hearings. I know a lot of these council members did. That was the one time that I geeked out and watched somebody else's commission meeting. I don't typically do that. And I learned a ton in there from all of you that were there, but really do believe also that they helped create a better outcome in the long run by exploring it all first and then putting it all together for each of us to think through. And then to each of you. I mean, this is unlike any deliberation, dialogue, question series I've ever experienced in my time on Parks Commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission, the City Council, and now in this seat. And I really think that speaks to and demonstrates the value that each of us place on the importance of coming up with long-term solutions that connect us all and create a stronger community for it. These are hard conversations that we're having, that we'll continue to have, really challenging problems that it's not just Boise that faces. This entire nation is facing housing shortages, rising costs of living, increasing numbers of folks that are losing their homes. And this council and the city has done so much to prevent it, but we haven't cracked the code, and there's so much more to do. But I really believe that we will figure it out, because we must figure it out, but most importantly, because Boiseans always have figured out. And to date so far, we have worked hard to come up with innovative housing solutions to address the need for shelter, and more importantly, to think about how we do this permanently. And so I'll say that, success is absolutely imperative with this shelter in this neighborhood, and the 6-month check-in is key. And I'd even venture to say that when we're back in 6 months, that we'll actually realize that we need to continue meeting every 6 months, because success for this neighborhood, success for the folks that are going to live in the shelter really means success for this community, and we can't not succeed. And so there's both responsibilities on our part, on the part of the provider's part, but also on the community's part. And then I just want to say that I'm coming out of this, I am more committed, as I would venture to guess that this council is more committed to ensuring we've got resources, and that's both time and investments that we can make to address permanent solutions, because we need temporary shelter, but this is not a permanent solution, and that's the best space that the city can be in. And so I am deeply committed to working with this community, working with this council, working with our team of experts to do and propose meaningful investments and partnerships, more meaningful than we've seen in the past, to get at the permanent solutions, so that as Councilmember Halliburton said, in the end, we don't need these shelters, because instead we'll have the other. But in the interim of this, with the conditions that have been created, I just want all of you to know that we'll do everything that we can to see this through.
Agent.
No.
Clegg.
Yes.
Halliburton.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Yes.
Willits.
No.
Woodings.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed. Motion carries.
We have another motion. Do we have another motion? Nope, that's it. Okay, all right.
Madam Mayor, I move we adjourn.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.